pausing to decide how to handle this.
Declare's pausing. Yeah.
Seemed likely, but Eddie's has not been playing that slowly yet.
No, in fact, I mean, Kevin was the one that was a little bit slow.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, we're back. Hopefully everyone can refresh. So Declare does win the spade ace. He's just going to go club hook, ace of clubs, club, pitching a heart, win the return, play another club, pull all of these trumps, and then try and run the diamonds, and in the process he's just going to have to cash the spade king to collect his one defensive trick. So we do get another push on a similar auction.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking a look at board 10 in the other room, though, and there was a lot of action on that board, particularly. I mean, the auction was very short, but... but, I mean, a lot of different things could have been happening here, and I guess we'll see how they handle it in this room once they get there. Declare should be claiming shortly, once he takes the spade king. Declare will just claim down one.
Yeah, so depending on what happens, potentially a swing board. I think pretty likely there's going to be some imp squared on board 10.
I think it is very possible. Yeah. At some point...
No predictions on to whom.
Right, yeah. I mean, at some point... players will... I'm trying to just figure out what's actually happening on the hand in front of us. It looks like... Well, we'll see it when it gets up on screen. Because there's a doubled contract that is going for $1 million over there.
I thought it was not. I thought it was going for 800.
That's a lot. Yeah, I think it is going to be 800.
I mean, yes and no, though, right? Yeah, it's not a lot when the opponents can make a slam.
Are they actually called for a slam? I was not paying that close attention to the hand at the start of play.
They're called for a grand.
Wow. Alright, Wold is just finishing up the play, and
It's
5
not
clubs
even that
doubled.
hard. Yeah. Grand is cold. I mean, cold as they lie, and really pretty trivial to play. You draw trumps and claim.
Wow. Well, we'll see that board on the table in just a minute.
Yeah, so potentially the Kaplan Kolesnik 800 could win imps, and pretty unlikely to lose more than a handful, even if they miss the slam.
That's true. Yeah, the small slam is actually pretty good on the next board, so it's possible that we'll see another pickup for Kaplan. Alright, here's the claim. 5 clubs doubled down 1. And board 10 coming up.
As long as North-South get to a game, it's only a 4-imp loss because they'll make 640.
Yeah, so in the other room, East opened 4 spades on this hand. Very shapely with the 10 count. He does so here as well. And over there, the auction just went 4 spades, pass, pass, double, all pass. I mean, we could see the auction duplicated. That's possible.
Yeah, it's always a little dangerous doubling with a void. If partner might pass, but the 4 level with ace, king, ace, it's a little less scary than it would otherwise be.
North decides to balance for no trump with the void. He does have both minors. I mean, it feels like a 5 spade followed by 6 diamond bid. Eddie bids 5 diamond. I guess partner's balancing. But man, 5 diamonds feels like an underbid.
There's not really such a thing as balancing on this kind of auction, though, right? North is showing a good hand.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, he didn't like his spade wastage, I guess.
Yeah, but the thing is, you kind of know partner has a spade void here, and the ace king of hearts are working.
Yeah.
Well,
sometimes partner has the red suits, by the way.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Partner could have the red suits. Yeah, I mean, I was leaning towards making a grand try with the south hand.
Right.
5 spades followed by 6 diamonds. But
yeah,
I guess south, yeah, I mean, he was worried, and he was also worried that his partners... Craig says there's no balancing, but, I mean, there's, like, a little bit of consideration to this being potentially used as a sacrifice instead of used as a make.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I think... I don't know, like... If that's true, then your partner might have greater shape than 5-5, and your hand is really good opposite those hands.
Yeah. That is true. Well, the heart opening lead gets roughed, so East does score a trick, but now Declare is going to easily be able to pull trumps and rough the club suit good, so this will be 620. And that'll be 5 imps going back the way of Shori. Okay. So a tough hand overall for North-South to find 6 diamonds after the 4 spade preempt. Both tables did not manage it. Preempts are effective. They get the job done.
Yep. So, potential pickup for the Kaplan team, but they could not capitalize on it.
Oh, it looks like I'm frozen.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright. We're on to the next board. Board 11. The 5 imps come through. So pass by south, a diamond by west, precision style. 1 spade overcall. Is East just going to bid 4 hearts now? I don't know. What's the alternative to 4 hearts? I guess you can bid 2 hearts. He does bid 4. Yeah, okay, Wold has a problem. I mean, he has 4 spades, but queen third of hearts. He passes. I think that's probably right. North is going to balance with a double, I'm sure. And so now South can pull to 4 spades with the spade fit. How's this contract going to do? Diamond to the ace, the queen of diamonds comes back covered in rough, ace of hearts gets cashed, and West still has the ace of spades, so this will be down 1 off the top. But then Declare can just cross rough, so this will just be down 1.
Sorry, I just need to send a quick email.
The other table's still playing. In the other room, North didn't balance over 4 hearts. They had the same start to the auction, but North decided to let 4 hearts go. A little bit of a different implication. They were playing 2/1 there. And so West's 1 diamond opening was natural, which made North a little bit tentative about the value of his king fifth of diamonds. But still, it seems a little bit passive to not take a second call with those north cards over 4 hearts with a singleton. Yambi says, are they playing face-to-face bridge with a tablet? Kind of. The screen is dividing the players into rooms. So south and west are in the same room, north and east are in the same room, and all 4 of them have tablets. Well, East-West made 4 hearts at the other table. North-South did not find a club ruff, and Declare was just able to pull trumps. The 10 of clubs fell. I guess the King of Diamonds roughing finesse was working as well. So East-West do make 4 hearts over there. This is going to be a swing back in the direction of Kaplan, because 4 spades not even getting doubled is only going down 1.
Yeah, I like Grossack's reopening double here much better than Gavin. The pass obviously could be right on a lot of hands, but as you say, it's a pretty good hand to sell out with so quietly.
Kaplan has seemed unstoppable, yes. Not flawless. There are definitely some adverse swings and some moments where maybe a silly thing or two has happened for their team, but there's a reason why they're up 100 imps in almost every match they played. In fact, the nickel match was the closest one that they fought against so far. But they still did manage to come out on top there.
Look, they're playing obviously a winning style, but also a high variance style. So, of course, there's going to be some spectacular losses. It's the price you pay. Like 4 spades by Kolesnik on the last hand is obviously not everyone's choice. Potentially worked out. This time it didn't, but, one way or another, it's going to generate a swing. They're taking a lot of actions like that, and a lot of them are working out, and, some of them won't.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how's Declare doing here? Is he still only down 1?
Yeah, it's just going to go ace of hearts cross ruff.
Right.
I'm not sure. This has to be Frozen, not Shan. No, because
I'm stuck also, so nope, it's Shan.
Even if West has the stiff King of Hearts, which is the only heart holding that East would be concerned about cashing the ace. Because, if Declare had a Heart Void and we play the Ace of Hearts, partner has King Third. Partner might not have sold to 4 spades with King Third of Hearts, but that's kind of beside the point. Even if partner has stiff King of Hearts, it goes Ace of Hearts, we can give partner a Heart Ruff then, and still beat it a trick. Maybe we don't beat it 2 because we rough out partner's natural trump trick or something like that, but who cares? We're still beating the contract, so I'm not really sure why the Ace of Hearts hasn't been cashed.
Yeah, nor I. That Queen of Diamonds is just a queen, through the king. It's not a suit preference card.
Right. One Under Trick Wonder says, will the spectacular losses come at the Bermuda Bowl? I hope not, as an American fan. I hope these guys just win the Bermuda Bowl. That would be great.
Yeah, it's just, something I say all the time. If there was one thing that always worked, everyone would do it. Their style has a lot of gains, but if it only had gains, then everyone would do the same thing. It has more gains than losses, but losses are inevitable.
I'm feeling pretty comfortable for American Bridge if these guys do end up winning this match and moving on.
Yeah, it'll be nice for the first time in a long time to have a real young U.S. team playing for us. We've had some youngsters from overseas, Klukowski and Kalita for Poland. And Klukowski's quite young. I guess he's around 30. Kalita's around a decade older. Timon Cedric for France when they were much younger. But it's been other than that year that the Wolpert foursome without their sponsor won and had Levin Weinstein in Bali, which is a decade ago. I think it's been a while since there's been a young U.S. team representing American Bridge.
Yeah, and there's just so much talent. One of the difficult things is that you need to find enough talent to put together on one team when you don't get hired on some of these, we'll call it, like the 8 or 9 seed teams, like the Waldowski teams or the Bailey teams or whatever, where you can make kind of a comfortable paycheck to show up and play. I'm sure that all of the Kaplan team could have done that if they wanted to, or if there was a spot, but you have to decide not to do that in favor of trying to win the event, and then you also have to kind of get good fortune to play through the boards. And I wouldn't even say that they've been particularly lucky. I have seen a couple of situations where their opponents have done things that looked like pretty big nullos to me at the table, but I think that's just going to happen generally. But ultimately, it's felt like they've just outplayed their competition, and that's why I kind of went through at the start of the day how has Kaplan done against the Nickel team when Nickel is sitting out? How did Kaplan do against the Wolfson team when Wolfson is sitting out? How did Kaplan do against the Shorey team when Shorey is sitting out? It seems like they're actually just outplaying some of the other top players in the U.S. or top pairs in the U.S. Consistently, which is, I think, a good sign that definitively is going to say that we've selected by far the best team in the event to represent us as USA 1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean,
we have to be frozen now, right? Nope. It's just
we
Shan.
do not have to be frozen.
It's just Shan.
We haven't won yet, but 95 with 50 imps to go with 50 boards to go is a better position than they were coming in. 92 with 60 to go, so certainly, they've got to be pretty happy about this so far.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, obviously there's plenty of time on the clock. There's no issues there, but at some point, more thinking is not really going to help him. Yeah, he does bang down the ace of hearts.
Okay, there's the ace of hearts, and now West is going to take the ace of spades, and Declare is just going to claim on this cross ruff from here. So up with the heart queen, play a trump, pull 2 rounds, just start cross ruffing tricks.
He doesn't even need to play a trump, right? I guess there's no reason not to.
Right, there's no reason not to. He can't play another trump because then West would pull trumps, but now diamond ruff, heart ruff, diamond ruff, spade.
High, yeah. And all the trumps are high now anyway?
Yeah. Club to the ace, diamond ruff, spade, also good enough.
Claim button, buddy. There we go.
Sometime he'll get around to it. They do have plenty of time left on the round clock, 40 minutes, but 9 more imps for Kaplan. They're up by 104. On to board 12. In the other room, North-South got to 4 hearts and made that contract. That looks like...
since they have 3 top losers and a trump to lose, that does seem like more than I would have expected. Did they somehow lose the ace of clubs?
But is that even good enough? I guess if you get 2 spade ruffs as well as losing the ace of clubs, it's good enough.
I guess that's true, and that's not assured, right? Because, let's say a club goes around somehow to the queen. You cross the king of spades, ruff a club, cash the ace in, rough a spade, or not. Rough a spade without cashing the ace. Play another club. East can win, and East can rough that and
return a trump.
Play a trump. Or...
So,
all right.
I have no idea how 4 hearts made in the other room, but that has to be a huge result for Team Shorey. over there.
So they did lose the ace of clubs. It went queen of spades lead to the king and a club to the queen, which held. Declare now played ace and ruff to spade. So unblocking the king of spades meant that he could ruff a club back to his hand. He only needed to ruff one club back to his hand to ruff the last spade, since the defense unblocked the spade for him.
Yeah, not the best defense from Team Kaplan over there.
No, kind of a combination of an unlucky choice of queen jack 5-3s to lead, and the missed defense by West.
Okay, well, we'll see if North-South get to 4 hearts in this room, and if East-West can do better on defense. So no trump, 2 diamonds, showing both majors, or showing 1 major. Oh, showing hearts. Okay, interesting. So 2 diamonds showing hearts, and then North was able to bid 2 spades to show both majors. This is kind of cute. I guess the benefit to doing this is that if you had bid 2 clubs showing both majors, and your partner preference to 2 spades, you would have to bid 3 hearts to show this hand, whereas here he was able to get to the 2 spade level to show longer hearts with a side 4-card spade suit, and possibly play at the 2 level if they had a misfit.
Yeah, so thank you, Eric, because I had looked to see what Eddie Wold's Bermuda record looked like, and I saw he had not won a medal, but I didn't go deep enough to see whether he had ever played for a USA team that did not win, so thank you for telling us that.
Yeah, all the way back in 1983. Well, West has led a heart against this contract as declared by South. Kind of natural. Once again, North has showed a 2-suiter, so a trump lead is pretty effective. And this might mean that even 3 hearts is going down, because that stiff queen of clubs is face up in the dummy. So now West can win this, cash a couple diamonds, and play yet another heart. And eventually the defense will get a spade and a heart from there for down 1 and 3 hearts.
Yeah, so it'll be quite a swing. 4 hearts making in one room and 3 hearts failing in the other for 13 imps, I believe?
Just 12. 720 will be 12. 13 starts at 750. So very much needed pickup for Shori if they want to fight back into this match. Ten of hearts goes. Shan plays the queen to confirm to his partner that he has a trump trick.
Even with that, they'll still have dropped imps on the 8th. Well, lost 2 imps net to this point.
Right. Alright, Adam plays back a heart. And that 9 of diamonds discard from West. Declare might end up making this now. I mean, obviously East could just play back a spade and beat this. Even if he plays back a high spade, it would still be good enough to beat it. But I'm wondering if he's going to try the jack or 5 of diamonds at this point. I mean, a club would allow Declare to take a roughing hook in the club suit with the king of spades still as an entry. And that 9 of diamonds pitch, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, we may have another prolonged tank here.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be so obvious to East that a spade is going to be necessary. He's looking at that dummy, the ace-10 fourth of spades, and of course, yeah, he does try the jack of diamonds. So Declare is going to escape He's going to make 140 here because the 8 of diamonds sets up. A little bit unfortunate from West that 9 of diamonds discard ended up really costing him. Sorry, Eric, let me give you a thing. But regardless, 620 in the other room is a huge result. And
I mean, the 9 of diamonds cost, but so did East playing the Queen of diamonds under the King. He could have just encouraged.
oh, that's a good point too. Yeah, you're so right. King of diamonds, East dumped the Queen, and East didn't even want to be in, right? East wanted his partner to lead another heart through because he was the one holding the Queen of Hearts. Okay, well, 140. So this is going to be ultimately 480 and 10 imps going the way of Shori. Cut the lead back to less than 100. Not really the set they wanted. On to board 13. So the other room got to 2 hearts east-west here. Looks very possible, like that's where we're going to reach on this hand as well. 3 passes go around to west. He'll open a heart in 4th seat.
Yep. East will raise, but north-south have no reason to bid. I don't think even in pass-out C with sort of take-out double shape, I don't think Adam is going to act.
Yeah, there was a question of whether or not North would come in over heart directly with the 4 spades, but he judges that his partner might have opened in 3rd seat with any values, so he says no.
Yeah, I think once he declined to open in 1st seat, he was never taking a call. Yep.
Alright, big club lead. So, King of Hearts is offside. Declare has a club, a diamond, and, well, a heart, and needs to lose only 2 spades to make his contract. So maybe Declare's best line of play is to not take the heart finesse at all and just plan to rough the 4th round of spades with the Queen of Hearts and then hope that hearts are 3-2. Well, note, trick 1, we just ducked the opening club lead. How does it help us? I don't know, but it might, and it does serve to cut communications in clubs. Yeah, so Declare is just going after his spade rough immediately. This makes a lot of sense. Spade to the king and ace. Another club roughed. I guess now the plan might be to go ace of diamonds diamond, planning to rough the 3rd diamond with the 8 of hearts and rough the 4th spade with the Queen of Hearts, and then you just have high trumps. But no, he does play a spade to the queen and another spade. Maybe a small inaccuracy, I'm not sure. Nikolai says, thought for sure Adam would balance on the north hand. I think it really is based on North kind of deciding, well, first an opening seat, if his 11 count is good enough to open system-wise, and then secondly, you would rather make a takeout double of 1 heart than 2, I think. I think the balancing double of 2 hearts is frequently with better shape, but less values. So a hand that wouldn't be good enough to make a takeout double of 1 heart because you don't have enough values, like let's say you're ace 4th stiff, queen 4th, jack 4th, that to me seems more like the balancing double of 2 hearts hand.
Yeah, the king doubles in a hearts is terrible. You know, the one problem, like, I hate balancing on this hand. You know, match points, maybe you do it. I still probably wouldn't. At imps, I absolutely hate it. A big problem is you only have 1 landing spot, and even which is 2 spades, right? If you end up in 3 of a minor, you don't have to be undoubled for it to be terrible. You know, your partner, again, as Rob said, couldn't open in 3rd seat. So, your one landing spot is two spades. How do you think two spades is going to do opposite a partner who never took a bid, right? Like, he could have five spades, but he can't really. If it's a 4-4 fit, I don't know. Like, isn't this going to be a nightmare? Yeah, just pass. Like, maybe we have enough defensive bits and pieces to make it annoying for Declare as it is here. Maybe it's just 110 and we get on with our lives.
I mean, I think Nikolai's bringing up the point that, like, in balancing seat, you often know that your partner has values, and over one heart directly, it's not as obvious, because partner's pass in third seat could have been a zero count originally, but now when it goes to heart, two hearts, pass, your partner must have something. That is always the argument for balancing, is that once the opponents give up on playing in a game or give up on inviting game, you now know your partner has values and that, like, your side probably has something and it could be right to compete. I think...
Yeah, but it goes both ways, because if partner in third seat has values and didn't act in third seat, that means his values may exist in terms of point count, but they're bad in terms of offense.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Hello. That's a switch from North. King of Hearts. He was hoping to find his partner with the ace third of hearts. King of Hearts, heart to the ace heart. And pull trumps. All this is going to do is give up an over trick, so it's not that costly. Heart to the 8. Heart to the jack. Okay. I guess you could always exit ace and a diamond if South turned up with 9 fourth of hearts. So 9 tricks, 1 more imp going the way of Shori. I mean, something I always say is just don't compete for part scores at imps.
Yeah.
And it's just very frequently that if you compete for a part score, it's going to usually result in a net of like 0 or 1 imp swung. Like here, if North-South got to 3 diamonds, let's say, and it went down 1 or something like that, and 2 hearts was making, it would just be a net 0 imps. But every once in a while, it's just a huge disaster because the suits don't split well against you, and your side gets doubled, and you go for 800.
I would extend that to, like, not don't compete for part scores. I mean, part scores are really important to DIMS. Don't compete for part scores without shape.
Yeah.
Flat hands should not be competing just because of your turn, the way that's okay at match points.
Yeah, it kind of stems from my theory that at imps, bids are geared at getting towards a game for your side. So if you compete for a part score, it's because you think your side can still have a game opposite some hands that partner holds. Doing so because you think like there might be a chance that your side could make a part score never really feels like the right way to go about it. And so then these shapely hands will sometimes, as Craig says, be good enough to make a game. So that's why competing with shapely hands does make sense and have some value to it.
I think this is somewhere where I think you and I just fundamentally disagree. I know you feel very strongly about this. You can't just be selling out at imps when both sides can make a part score routinely. Like once in a while, sure, but you can't make it a habit. Anyway,
reasonable, yeah. I mean, like, I don't want to sell out if I'm going plus, but it's different. I mean, if we're gambling on going plus, then I think that there is a lot of value in just passing things out.
Yeah, I mean, the key difference is at match points, minuses that would be equivalent to imps are very much not equivalent to match points, so those hands you just happily sell out at imps.
Right. Yep. For sure.
Plus scores are so good at every form of the game.
They are. I do like going plus myself. I'm a big fan.
Yep.
Well, on the hand in front of us, we haven't had much to do. North ended up making a limit raise in spades with 3 diamonds, and South just blasted the game with 5-5 in the majors. The defense didn't find the most effective lead, which is clubs. So it looks like Declare is just going to cross-ruff their way, end up losing 2 spade tricks here when East is able to over-ruff the King of Hearts and dummy. So 4 spades making 5 for a push. Rob is a sellout. That's me.
Yep.
Exposed. Alright, now are we playing Shan or Frozen? Shan has a full count on Declare's hand.
It is Shan.
It is Shan this time. Alright, Ace of Clubs, Ruff, Ace of Spades, Jack of Hearts, on to the next. I guess Declare could try and do the wrong thing by playing the Jack of Hearts here. End up taking only 10 tricks. Corollary, don't double Robin part scores. Exactly. Yeah. Thanks, Doc. Appreciate it. Ooh, boy. Well, we have a hand on the last board. I guess it's not as interesting as I originally gave it credit for, but here's the hand. 1 spade by West. Not a strong club, despite the excellent shape and few losers. Two hearts game forcing with 5 hearts. So I think West bids 2 spades here. Maybe he bids 3 clubs to show extras. No, he just bids 2 spades.
Yeah, I don't really know what what the default is in their system as a non-precision player. So, presumably, usually a minimum game force, but occasionally a hand that's going to bid past 3 no trump to show a balanced 18 plus hand, which is what he has.
Yeah, he's got 19 over there, so very happy to bid beyond 3 no trump on this one. Even though we've seen West open some 10 counts over there, East is just too good to sell out at the 3 level. Shan, not a sellout, confirmed.
Yeah, and obviously can make a slam here, even if they don't pick off the stiff King of Spades, since they can pitch one West losing diamond on one of these hearts.
Right. Yeah. There's no problems for declaring a 6 spade contract, which is what they reached in the other room. Oh. Just kidding. Oh.
Oh, they got a diamond lead at trick 1 and lost a ruff or something?
Oh man, yeah, so
That's
Kaplan missed a safety play. We'll take a look at what happened over there at the end of the round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we'll take a look.
He had a reason to do what he did, but I don't quite see it.
Well, we'll take a look later.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I didn't look, but I know exactly what happened, and that is cool.
Doc asks, do I play in real life bridge? I mean, not really anymore. I have gone to a couple of tournaments in the past years, but I haven't played in like nationals or anything. The last time I played professionally was 2016.
Wow, you're coming up on a decade.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Okay, we get to 6 spades. So we might well see the same lead that was made in the other room. Actually, I didn't take a look at the full play record, but I have an assumption as to what happened over there. Yeah, so...
Yeah, I didn't look either, but yeah, presumably.
So, North probably is going to lead a diamond, and he does here. And the reason for the diamond lead is that North is hoping to score 2 tricks via setting up a diamond trick, or possibly cashing partner's ace a trick one, and then scoring his singleton king of spades. And so that's the reason for the diamond lead. And now, at the other table, Declare won the opening diamond lead in dummy, and immediately took a spade finesse, which led to a diamond ruff. Declare can, and probably should, and this is, again, maybe like a little bit of far-sighted play, but you can pitch the ace of diamonds on 2 rounds of hearts before doing this. I mean, alternatively, you could go ace of spades and a spade, which I think is probably fine as well, but kind of irrelevant. So, both declares have gone down in the same way, and...
Although,
go on.
Well, so technically, though, that might be wrong, because you have 5 diamonds and 6 hearts, so there's a singleton somewhere. It might be more likely that the ace of hearts gets, the heart you're pitching the diamond on gets roughed, and that someone started with a singleton diamond.
But the point is that, like, North can't have a singleton heart, right? So...
Well, yes, because he would have let it, yeah.
So, when you go ace king of hearts, if South roughs the heart, fine, we over rough. And, like...
Oh, that's true, yeah, we just cross to the club and take a spade finesse anyway, yep.
Right. So, you can, essentially just, like, play 2 rounds of hearts and see what happens. I'm sure that no one really expects diamonds to be 7-1, especially when North is silent throughout the auction. But you take into account the vulnerability and the fact that your side has, 33 highs or something. There's no way that North would act with 7 diamonds. So, yeah, you could take a safety play, ace-king of hearts pitching the ace of diamonds. It's probably not... well, it says North wouldn't have a reason to lead a singleton heart with the spade king. This is true. But...
It will.
But I mean, like... North might lead a singleton heart with king third of spades. I'm not sure.
Yeah. It is kind of a Bridgemaster-esque hand where, in real life, like, 2 world-class declarers didn't even, they didn't even think that long a trick one. They, looked at it for 15 seconds, okay, spade finesse.
Yeah, I think there is some reason to go ace-king of hearts pitching a diamond. I also think that, what Declare did is fine, but, what is the best play? I'm not sure. I don't know.
I'm going to take a look and see if anyone has gotten there in the other event, and if so, Rosenthal Goodman. Oh my god! Well, I need to go take a little break, but let's take a look at this board in the Rosenthal Goodman match.
Okay. Yes, let's do that. So 6 spades down 1. We got the 10 of diamonds lead. Declare also took the spade finesse and immediately suffered a diamond ruff. But in the other room, Joel overcalled a no trump as a psych over 1 spade, facing a past hand partner. Penalty double for East. 2 clubs in another. Passes around. Double. Passes around to 2 diamonds by North. Pass forcing. South runs to 2 hearts, showing that diamonds wasn't his other suit. North probably knew that. East doubles 2 hearts. And, they got what? Their 1 trump trick? Heart
they got their
queen.
1 trump trick. They were down 7. So it turns out you can make a slam. They took 12 tricks and hearts on defense.
They did. Yeah.
Yeah, only 19 imps. I believe that is the biggest swing of the tournament so far, though. So I'll take a look at later to see if anyone did find the safety play. I suspect not. Now we've seen 3 very good declarers miss it.
Yeah, I don't think that this is something that really matters much, but you see on the scorecard that we could have swung a slam swing on this board. what, like 14 imps or something. So anyway, all right, thanks, Craig.
Yeah, I'll see you back here in, what, about 30 minutes?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, bye.
I mean, these are the things that are just like very, very small percentages that cause these giant imp swings in the play. So, you know, what's the difference between Ace King of Hearts or just taking the spade finesse immediately? It's probably like less than 0.1%. Eli Culbertson says 6 no trump. Yeah, 6 no from the west would be the spot. Ooh, let's take a look at if East-West could have gotten to 6 no trump. I know we didn't have a long discussion about the auction. So, a spade, 2 hearts, 2 spades, 2 no. 3 clubs. 3 spades. 4 club cupid. 4 heart cupid. Key card. 2 with. East is the one declaring no trump. They can't do it from this side. Yeah, from this side, you really want to play spades from the west side. So they couldn't do it in this room. What about the other room? They could have. So it went a spade, 2 hearts, 2 spades, 3 spades, and West just bid 4 no trump immediately. I mean, West is just looking for key cards. Seems reasonable, especially over the 3 spade bid, which tends to imply slam interest. 5 spades, 2 with, 6 spades. So what do we think on the east hand? Partner didn't show clubs in the auction. Partner could have a stiff diamond. I don't think we can do it on the east hand either. Doc asks how you guess the stiff king of spades offside. You don't. You definitely just take the spade finesse at some point. Yeah, I don't think this table can get to 6 no either. I mean, maybe we could craft an auction where they get to 6 no trump, but not after any of these starts. Garner is also down in 6 spades. What a fish. USA 2. Let's see. Did anyone get to... Oh, Fleischer and Nickel are still playing. I mean, this match is close. Rosenthal-Goodman, 166 to 165. Fleischer and Nickel is close, 162 to 155 in that match. Wolfson and Bailey is not all that close. Lots of 6 spades down 1. No one's cashing 2 hearts. Greco has led the queen of spades and is now thinking, he's probably not going to get it right. So spade, 2 hearts, 3 clubs, 3 diamonds, game force. 3 spades, 5 no by Wolfson, pick a slam. I mean, this is not the way to do it. These guys might have had one of the best chances to get there, but I think Wolfson would have ended up bidding keycard with the east hand. I mean, how could he not investigate a grand with this? What happened at the other table? Bailey and Don, yeah, 1 spade, 2 hearts, 3 clubs, 4 no. 5 hearts, 6 spades. Yeah, did everyone go down? So far, everyone has gone down. We got the 8 of diamonds lead from Gru. This actually conceals enough of the position that I think it's now probably correct for Declare to just win and take a spade finesse. Win the queen, immediate spade finesse. I think. Because the 8 of diamonds looks like South still has the 10 or 9. Jammin' Jammin's asks, Kaplan's performance as shocking as they think it is? I don't know. How shocking do you think it is? My pre-tournament prediction was that they were not going to make it through the nickel team, and I was incorrect about that. But based on the way that they've been playing and the level of play of the entire competition overall, it does look like Kaplan is by far the strongest team in the event. Everyone is a fish. Yeah, you can quote me on that. Can we switch to the other room that's playing this board? Let's see. Oh my god! Okay. Let's... Hold on. That's not it. Let's try... Let's go back here. This... I think this hand... Yeah, Declare did the same thing. This was in the Kaplan-Shorey match. So let's head back home. Let's go to USA 2. Let's try and go to this table. Oh, they haven't gotten to board 15 yet. Yeah, they're not playing the board. We'll hang out and watch the rest of this set for Nickel against Fleischer. Getting a bit low on the round clock as well. West on lead against 4 spades. We saw most tables just effectively take a cross rough after a diamond lead. I wonder if Bathurst is going to try a... Let's see, what was the auction? A spade, 2 hearts. 3 clubs is short... Oh, 3 clubs is short diamonds. He'll probably lead a club then. Or a trump. Club or a trump. I think a club. I mean, it's not like Queen Doubleton a trump is such a bad lead, but when South has showed short diamonds, a club makes a lot of sense. Kevin or Frozen? I mean, we just got here. Hopefully it's not Frozen. Yeah, he's thinking. There's a club. So club to the ace, club back. I mean, they'll at least get one trick out of this. Are they going to get more? It looks like probably no. Declare can now just pull trumps. Ace of spades and a spade. Yeah, Matt says Queen Doubleton of trumps is a great lead when partner has Jack Doubleton. And you get a trick out of nowhere. So this will be 420, and 1 imp going the way of who? Fleischer. So they'll cut the lead to 6. Yeah, at most tables we saw a diamond lead against 4 spades, but on this specific auction where South showed short diamonds, no reason to do that. Ace of clubs lead has been working well in this event so far. I don't remember any other big swing hands where that was the case. I mean, this wasn't a big swing hand either, it was just 1 imp. But it could have been. I mean, if West had king, queen, third of spades, but then a club is probably a little bit more standout. Not really sure why Bobby's thinking here. This is one of these suit combinations where it's like pretty close whether you take the finesse on the first round or go ace and a spade. I think generally you just go ace and another, because if there's no opposition bidding, it's a lot more likely that the suit splits 2-2 than 4-0. Like, running the 8 is necessary against king queen fourth onside, but playing low to the ace is necessary against king queen doubleton offside. Well, this is the reason why this match is behind. Oh my god, and also, I mean, what happens if they don't play the last board? This could easily be the table that might decide who the third pair for Team Kaplan is. Whichever one of these teams gets knocked out. Will says they will play the last board. I would like to see them play through the 6 spade hand. BZL says, is this only a 6 segment thing? No, it's 8 segments still for the losers bracket as well. So there's still going to be 45 more boards to play in this match over the course of the day. Alright, spade to the ace after a while, jack of spades, spade split. On to the next hand. 2 minutes to go. Yeah, but now East-West are going to need their time to think about the 6 spades. So spade, pass by North. No North has come into the auction. Good decision. 2 hearts by East. One Under Trick Wonder says, when a team's so far behind, do you change the lineup, possibly excluding the sponsor, or continue on? Well, for the sponsor to be eligible to earn whatever the prize is, which for this would be to represent USA 1, he would have to play half of the boards. So he's going to play the next set, and then that will be his last segment that he has to play for the match. Oh yeah, North-South did come into the auction on one board, and that was a disaster. They got to 2 hearts doubled, down 7. So same start to the auction in a lot of rooms. 4 clubs, serious Cupid by West. East decides to bypass the diamond queue, so West is going to bid for no. But the problem is that, like, West could still just have a stiff diamond, right? If this ace of diamonds was the spade king, but it was a singleton diamond and a doubleton heart, or if West was like 6-5, West would bid the same way, so East can't just place the contract in 6-no trump. I don't see any way for East-West to get to 6-no on these cards. At least not in, like, standard bidding. Maybe in a strong club system they could. I do think that Cranyak and Herd will have come up with something fun to do overnight. Because they're often pretty good at mid-match strategy to be able to come up with like some ideas to try and combat what they see as potential weaknesses in their opposition. Alright, 5 clubs, 5 diamonds, asking about the trump queen, 5 hearts, queen of spades, and king of hearts, 6 clubs, question mark. I don't know what 6 clubs is. Oftentimes, these 6-level bids are going to be asking for third-round control in the suit for a potential Grand Slam. So if West was looking at, like King third of clubs or something, and all of the other cards, then Declare might have wanted to ask for third-round club control. But it's not looking like that's what West has here. Queen of diamonds at trick 1. Queen of spades at trick 2. No one has found it. I really like Gru's 8 of diamonds opening lead, actually. Diamond ruff. Down 1. And everyone has managed down 1 and 6 spades once they've gotten there. So this is where things stand in the USA 2 bracket. 6 clubs was making. It might have been, yeah. Six imps in favor of nickel. That's going to be a nail biter. Same with Rosenthal Goodman. Alright, we'll stick with this match. Hey, Kai. That deal's gonna make the safety play handbook. I think what's actually going to happen is that someone's going to write up an angry article on Bridge Winners being like, how could someone not have taken the safety play? Isn't it so obvious? And maybe it's the best line of play. I mean, I think it's probably really close. I suspect that cashing the ace king of hearts is correct, but I would need to do a lot more analysis than that to determine whether or not it's true. Either way, there can't be, like, if the only way you go down is a 7-1 diamond split that was undisclosed in the auction, it's not like you're losing a ton of imps by playing for that line. It just happens to be very unfortunate that this was the one time diamonds were 7-1. I mean, no one would have talked about it if diamonds were 6-2, or 5-3, or 4-4. We would probably have just ignored the hand. But because there was a safety play available, that's the only reason we're talking about it. So it's 93 imps in favor of Kaplan. After losing that first segment, which, how often has Kaplan lost? I guess I have to go back. Yeah, I'm not going to bother. I just don't know how many segments Kaplan has lost in total throughout the event. But Shori was able to take that first set off of them. And then it was all downhill for Shori after that. Much closer fifth set.
$24,777,074, $24,777,074, $24,777,074, $24,777,074, $24,777,074, $24,777,074, $24,777,074, $24,777,074, $24,777,074, $24,777,074.
Thank you, Shift. Very important to highlight the significant figures in the donation bar. Is that Attenborough? Is that a famous person? David Attenborough, British host and biologist. He's 98 years old. I have not watched Planet Earth, that's correct. No. I'm more interested in other planets than Planet Earth. I'm really into, like, the... What is it? It's not astronomy. It's, I don't know. The study of, like, other planets. Like, the physics of space. I don't know what that's actually called. Is that astronomy? It might be astronomy. His brother plays the old guy in Jurassic Park. Thanks, Matt. Astrophysics, maybe. Yes. Yeah, like the three-body problem. Also have not watched that series. Okay, we got, what, 7 minutes to go? Let's stay at this table. Yeah, we'll stick at this table. Cranberry starts swinging. I'd like to see what sort of changes they make to their strategy. Warwickshire asks, can you tell us your opinions about co-commentator who you don't know, assume he's a well-known pro. He doesn't play pro anymore. I don't know if he played pro all that much. He was one of my regular pro partners that I played with when I played professionally back in the day, but I had several. Craig was just one of them. It's Craig Ganser, so he played with me on 2 of my second place NABC finish teams in the mixed NABC when I partnered with Dana Berkowitz. So he has 2 NABC seconds. I don't think we've done all that well together as a partnership in a bunch of NABC events, but we did play on a lot of regional teams together. He seems to know his stuff. He does seem to know his stuff. I think our highest finish might have been like 20th or something in the blue ribbon pairs one year. But I think we've probably played a number of day 3 pair games at nationals, probably blue ribbons, Life Master pairs. I don't know if he and I ever played the platinum pairs together. But I think he picks up like some pro gigs from time to time. I believe that maybe last year he played on a couple of regionals, or played...
Here we see the
a couple of
expert bridge
regionals.
player in his natural habitat, watching bridge cards and commenting on every play. Looks like our bridge player is looking to pounce on this auction. Oh no, it's two hearts doubled down 7. What a disaster. Our common.
Our common. Thanks, Doc. One-Nighter Trick Wonder says, guessing there were a few angry moments between you two. Were few angry moments between you two, not the types. We had disagreements. I mean, I think we still have disagreements on a large number of things. I mean, things were different back when I was playing full-time professionally. Like, I cared a lot more about results because it was my livelihood. So I think my attitude was a lot more... I don't know, focused on trying to prove I was right, or like trying to be right, trying to do the right thing all the time, as opposed to what I'm doing now, which is more like a laid-back teaching style. Suggestive of like there's a lot of right things that can be done on basically every hand. I mean, I will say that the hand that we lost, what was it, like 21 imps or something, where I was in 3 no trump redoubled down 6 or whatever it was, in the trials, that may or may not have cost us our match against, well, effectively the Shori team or the old Shori team. There was not a lot of like anger or hatred about that hand. I think it was more so about differences in agreements that like one of us would think was standard and the other did not. That tends to be the thing that I think a lot of pros get into heated debates over. Alright, Craig is back. Hello again. Hello? Maybe he stepped out for a second. Well, we got 90 seconds to go until the next segment starts. Let me make sure I pull up the other table. One minute to go. Doc says, Happy May Day. Yes, it is now May. May the 1st.
It is, and I was not aware of this prior to today, but it is a national holiday in Portugal, where I currently am.
Oh, very nice.
I think in a lot of the world, May 1st is a holiday. It is the International Labor Day. Obviously, the U.S. has our Labor Day in the fall.
Mm-hmm.
But here, it's just called Labor Day.
Mark says, like the way that Craig throws into the commentary observations that no one plays such and such convention anymore, like two-way reverse Drury. I think actually one of the pairs on this team has that marked on their convention card. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, I am looking at it. It is Cranyak and Demoy.
Yeah, people do, some people do have, like, very specialized two-way juries. I think one of the, kind of one of my hidden bridge talents is I'm actually a pretty knowledgeable bridge historian.
That's
not
true.
on the level of, like, Barry Regal or Mark Horton, but, I'm pretty good.
Did, just quick question on that, did Pete Hollins reach out to you, Craig?
He did not.
Okay, I will get back to him.
I missed it.
Yeah,
Cool.
no, it's fine. We should discuss something offline, though. But let's take a look at the hands.
So, club, a diamond overcall, so far so normal, and East has kind of a wonky hand here. And probably he's just going to start with a heart unless he has a way to show both majors immediately. And he does.
2 diamonds. 5-5 in the majors, typically less than invitational, but... I guess it's 5-5 in the majors, typically less than invitational.
Yeah, unless he does something unusually aggressive later, I guess.
So what's Eddie going to do? He has a diamond fit, they're favorable. He just passes.
I'm a little surprised. I don't think he's super worried about propelling the opponents into a high-level Major Suit contract with the Queen Jack third of spades and clubs locked up, even though clubs are going to be on his left. But, his partner did only bid 1 diamond. Maybe he just thinks his hand isn't worth the 3 level.
Yeah, it's a violation of the law of total tricks. He only has 3 trumps.
The opponents have 9, though.
Yeah. That's generally going to be true,
Actually,
isn't it?
I think it's not a violation, right? You don't want to bid 3 over 3 with only 8, but it's okay to bid 3 over 2 if there's 16 total, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 hearts presumably is, invitational. Obviously, he knows he has a double fit in the majors.
Okay, Vince does bid 3 spades, non-serious, so it looks like he's trying for a slam somehow.
Is it possible that 3 hearts is forcing in this auction?
I have no idea, but they have reached 4 hearts, and this does not look like it's going to work out well for them. I mean, ultimately, this is not a terrible contract. The Ace of Diamonds is very likely to be on side, and you have 2 spade losers, so you just need to hold the trumps to 0 losers. The King of Hearts could be on side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's worth being invulnerable.
The other table also got to 4 hearts. And the other table is going to be in 4 hearts down 1, as I expect to be here. So Ace of Diamonds lead from north.
And he can play any card in his hand but a heart.
That's true.
Seems kind of natural just to play another diamond, right?
Yeah, a diamond makes a lot of sense. I mean, it would be a real shame if you switched to clubs and Declare had, like Ace, King, Jack, 5th of clubs or something, and it went pitch, spade, pitch, spade, pitch, spade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it feels like with both Major Suit Kings behind whatever West has, that the more times the lead isn't dummy, the better for you.
Mm-hmm.
6 trumps and dummy doesn't feel like we can tap them out, and we know that West has a fit anyway.
Yeah, that's a big point here, is that West is marked with a heart fit, so it's not like these Michaels hands where, they bid Michaels and their partner, bids the cheapest level, and now even if dummy comes down with 6-5, sometimes Declare has a singleton, and you can just start forcing out the 6 trump via roughs, but... So I do think a diamond switch or diamond continuation is going to be indicated for North here. Now, if he switches to the King of Hearts like he did on a previous board, that would be a disaster.
Yeah. I don't think that's likely here. I mean, wasn't that against 2 hearts where he needed a lot of tricks to go plus?
Yeah.
I think, Matthew, one diamond showing 0+ diamonds, I actually think is a pretty sensible solution to the precision diamond problem. Like, you can use 2 diamonds to 3-suit or shorted diamonds, but that's devoting a pretty valuable opening bid to a hand that maybe comes up, a couple of times in a tournament of this length. Making 1 diamond 2 isn't really materially that different from making it 0. So if you can use 2 diamonds more profitably, I think it's a pretty good way to play. Of course, the problem is like your 1 diamond bid really gets overloaded, but it was overloaded already. I think there are some American pairs that also play 1 diamond to 0+, but I'm not sure who.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I guess I will refresh and
I've
see.
seen it in the U.S. and not against the Bulgarians.
There. We found one of them. Greg. Greg plays a diamond 0+.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, when you play precision, there's going to be some, concessions to the nature of the system, and like you can either concede both 1 diamond to 2 diamonds or only one of them, and to me, conceding only one of them is better. I wonder if there was some miscommunication about the 3 heart bid, because this pause really feels like Adam is expecting Eddie to be broke. I guess also he knows Eddie has some diamond length and didn't bid, which also points to being broke. I think the south hand is going to be kind of a surprise.
Yeah, and I mean, Craniac does have only a minimum in terms of values, but he just kind of figured that with ace third, ace jack third in the majors, fitting both the partner suits. Wow. Switches to the king of spades.
And this might work sometimes when partner has just the queen of spades, because we might win a heart finesse and then be able to play spade to the queen, spade back.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So now a heart to the king.
It's not so easy for, if declare has ace jack third of spades, it's not so easy for him to duck that trick.
Right. Yep. Spade to the jack, holding. Queen of spades. And 4 hearts down 1 for a push to start the set. On to the second board. In the other room, north-south ended up in 3 no trump here.
A little light, 18 opposite 5.
Yeah, a club, a diamond overcall. The south passes. West bids 2 diamonds. Cute.
Yeah, I think 1 no is possible also. And it's a little too good to pass. I mean, you could pass, but, you do have 8 points and it's a pretty good-looking 8.
Sure.
Diamonds, you have an ace.
Yeah, you don't have a club card. I mean, this is kind of the perfect example of why it's really nice for East-West to be able to treat this diamond overcall as a diamond opener. And West could just bid a heart with that hand. But I know that no one plays that. I'm just pushing for it to become mainstream one day.
East-West or North-South are missing their game here. Is Vince thinking about bidding 3 diamonds, on the strength of West raised to 2? No.
Is game good?
No, but it made.
That's true. I wonder how it made.
From north, you have 2. We'll play from north. You have 2 diamond stoppers, right? So you can play on, well, I guess maybe you like, diamond, 8, queen, ace, low spade, because you can't afford to play the ace first. if East wins and continues diamonds, now you can play a heart for the king.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's 2 of 2 finesses, and the 10-8 fourth of diamonds is a stopper. This is not a very good game to be in, but
No.
Gavin did play it exactly as Craig indicated, perfectly taking the 2 finesses and maintaining all of his stoppers. And 3 no trump did come home in the other room, so another pickup for Shori.
Yeah, this will make to hold down the damage, but still going to be, I believe, 7 imps if it's 110.
Yeah, Declare now needs to go ace of spades and a spade to set up that queen for a discard before squandering the king of clubs. I mean, I guess he could just play a club to the king and a heart to the king. No, that's not good enough, is it? No, he does need to go ace and a spade.
Yeah. Yeah, the heart jack is sort of finessable, but West can just go up with the ace, and that's the end of dummy.
Right.
Yeah, well, Stamen did not invent Stamen, so there's also that. George Rapay did.
Yeah, in fact, that's something that I heard from Mark Smith when I was corresponding with him about the Real Bridge contest, is that, and this makes a lot of sense, that early on in the days of Bridge, the people who were getting their names on not just conventions, but also like books, like Mark wrote a book, but he was not listed as the first author, even though he wrote the entire book himself. 25 Bridge conventions you should know.
Okay.
And so whoever the first author was, I forget who it was just some like famous celebrity that had, you know, very little to do with Bridge, but she was like well known and well liked, and therefore like they figured the book would sell more if her name was first on the title, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he also, I think, ghost wrote the book of like Mexrith hands, right? It was like Wind of Immutable with me, maybe.
Yeah, I think he's been a relatively famous author for a long time. He shared a couple of his titles as I was talking with him.
Yeah, Cap Sr. died quite a few years ago, maybe like 5-ish years ago.
I don't know how long, but yeah. It's been a few years.
No, it was actually 12 years. Yeah. I don't know if he was a lifelong smoker, but he was usually seen with a cigar in his hand, so I would guess that probably did not help his longevity. Oh, this heart switch now is going to give Declare a chance to pick up the hearts. Well, I guess he's also got the entry to pitch it on the Queen of Spades.
Yeah, he'll just hop up with the King of Hearts on a heart back, and club to the king, pulling the last trump, and pitch it on the Spade Queen. Only worried about a potential heart ruff, but West has the long club.
No, no, I didn't want to say it, but no, he is not.
Now, Mikey is living the fast life.
Yeah, the man loves Bud Light. And Sonia was hanging out with him and Allie a lot, and every day they would go to the grocery store and buy a 24-pack of whatever I don't even think it was Jingdao, it was like some much less reputable Chinese beer. Super fun, though. They are a ton of fun to hang out with.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a little bit disappointing that they haven't been to Gatlinburg in a while. It was always great to go to their barbecues at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, I actually went to Florida with them one year, and we stopped by, I think, Allie's mom's house to spend the night, which was fun.
Well, Adam Grossack has decided to bid a spade.
Yeah. Why not?
Alright, Eddie bids 2 diamonds, his 6-card diamond suit. Decides not to show the clubs on the side. Cranyak is going to let this go, and 2 diamonds has just passed out. Wow.
Well, seems good for North-South, huh?
Well, if they can make it. In the other room, East-West got to 2 no-trump and went down a trick.
Yeah, like even if they lose 2 clubs, a diamond, 1 heart with the ace inside and a spade, that's only 5. And they might do a little better than that on this lead.
Yeah, club to the ace and a low diamond switch is probably what we're going to see. And Declare's just going to hop up with the diamond ace to ruff a club. Play a diamond to the king. Get the bad news, but then he'll take a heart finesse, and so this will be 1 loser in every suit, making 3 for 110 and a 2-ump pickup. I was mostly commenting on Grossak's 1 spade bid because he had a 3 count, and he was vulnerable, but I understand, it's not like it's a complete psych.
Yeah, I mean, he also has hard length, which means probably the auction won't end here. And if it does, his partner also has hard length, and maybe they don't have a spade bit.
Right, yeah. Let me just take a look at the auction from the other room on that board. It also went a spade from North on the 5-card suit, but East did come in with a no-trump at that point. And so East-West were able to settle into 2 no-trump eventually.
Eddie rolled with a light opening here. I was curious whether he was an opener or a passer on this, and we have our answer.
Yeah, club, 2 clubs natural by Cranyak. We'll see 2 hearts by Adam. We'll see 4 hearts apparently by Adam. He decides to treat his hand as a preempt.
So if you're East, you bid 4 spades here. It's got to be tempting. Yep.
Yeah, he does. He has the stiff heart. So 4 spades passes around to North, who will double. And then what's going to happen?
5 hearts passes around.
Whoa!
Well, keep in mind, North bid 4 hearts. How does Eddie know that his hand isn't amazing opposite partner's 7-card heart suit?
Yeah, but 5 spades is a lot of bidding. Oh, man.
How does he know his hand isn't good opposite his partner's 7-card spade suit?
Yeah, that's a good point. Well...
With the spade queen dropping, I mean, they can get a couple of... Well, I guess it's horrible because they can get all those club roughs.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like down 3 to me because it's going to go ace of hearts 2. Suit preference, because, you know, the 4-heart bid has to have at least 6 of them over there. So now Eddie's going to switch to the 3 of clubs, asking for diamonds.
Yeah, Adam should underlead, and Eddie, when he wins the jack, Adam will know that he can lead the queen next and get all of his roughs.
Right.
Riddle. Like I say, I don't think East-West, you know, West 5 spades maybe is questionable, but East-West didn't really do anything wrong. I think Adam just won a swing with his 4-heart bid on a hand like that.
Yeah, the 4-heart bid would not be everyone's choice, but...
I mean, they did sort of miss a slam, so there is that.
Did they? They have no clubs, they have a spade to lose, and no diamonds and no trumps. Oh, good point. Yeah, there's no roughs outstanding for East-West to take. So 6 hearts.
The defense can lead a trump and then lead another one when they win the spade, and that'll stop it, but that's the only defense.
Oh. I see. Well, then maybe we need to pay attention to what's happening in the other room, because North-South are on their way to a potential slam. I'll keep an eye on that table.
Oh, sorry, I was mistaken in the diamonds because he already had gotten one addressed by then, but nonetheless, they have gotten their 800.
Yeah, they just needed to take 2 diamond tricks and South to play a second club through.
No, they're actually
Well,
they are making a slam move in the other room.
I know. Yeah, that's what I've been taking a look at. Looks like they did not get there ultimately. Wow. So it went for 11 because Declare had mispicked the end position as well. Ending up costing himself the 4th round of diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of thing is relatively costly. I feel like Vince might have played this hand a little bit too quickly once he realized he was already going for 800. But
yeah, and in fact, if his teammates made a slam, he would have lost imps anyway because that's only worth 980.
Right.
Strong 2 clubs, Eddie 2 hearts, 3 hearts. I don't know.
2 hearts feels like enough with the South cards. You're flat. So Cranyak, I mean, you would like to bid 2 spades as long as it's within whatever you and your partner agree upon for this 2 spade bid. Otherwise, or this. Okay, he has Invitational plus in spades.
Perfect gadget. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, the 2 clubs is 18 to 20, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So 4 spades, all pass. South will get off to a heart lead. And what is Declare going to do? You pull the trumps and run the diamonds, and you lose 2 clubs eventually. Looks like 11 tricks here. Doc is asking for a Doubleton lead from South. Do you even know which channel you're on right now? This is the no Doubleton leads ever channel. We don't like those leads. Yeah, Wonder Under Trick Wonder says maybe save energy for the losers bracket. That was a question that I was going to have. It feels really weird to concede a finals match after, you know, the 3/4 mark or after the 7/8 mark. But I do wonder if Shori maybe should concede the match at some point here and just conserve energy, because they have to play through 2 more full matches the next couple of days if they want to become USA 2.
I suspect that they will play the 3rd quarter regardless of the score, but if it's more than, let's say, 75 imps, I think they'll concede. I think 70 or fewer, I suspect they'll play.
Yeah, exactly 100 imps right now in the lead for Kaplan.
Yeah, I believe the largest ever comeback in an ECBL knockout in the 4th quarter was 72 imps, turning a 69 imp deficit into a 3 imp win. But of course, that was over 16 boards, not 15, back in the day.
So small heart lead from Vince. And Cranyak decides to win the ace from Ace Jack 3rd. Sometimes it can be correct to win play the jack at trick 1. In a position like this, if East did not have an entry, then it would have been pretty important to play the jack of hearts at trick 1 to, effectively force Declare to win the king, and then the heart suit would be unblocked. But Vince did have an entry, so he can cash the 10 of hearts here. North will pitch
Yeah,
a spade.
They did well to avoid the 5-3 spade fit on. 2 flat hands with the spade stacked.
So spade goes around to the jack and king. Cranyak will get show-up squeezed if Declare plays the hand that way, and I think he probably will. So queen of diamonds, club to the ace, run the diamonds, pitching spades, or spade to the ace, whatever, run the diamonds, pitching spades, and Cranyak has to hold on to the spade queen. So the queen of clubs will show up.
Well, he can't run the diamonds.
He can't... Oh! Yeah! He can't run the diamonds. Whoa, you're so right. I'm not paying any attention. Well, then this is not going to work out for him, is it? He cashes the club ace. Now he should exit a diamond, so he'll escape for down 1. He has a full count on east shape, so diamond exit is 100% to end play east. Yep, my bad, chat. I will try and pay attention. The 10 of diamonds was an important card. Doesn't look like there was much Declare could have done on that one. If he went after spades instead of diamonds, it would have been the same 8 tricks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, once the fence gets off to a hard lead, there's really nothing he can do. A diamond, pass, a hard, and... where are they off to, I guess? Probably West will just bid... I don't know. Maybe no trouble over this, but knowing East has a singleton heart, maybe West tries 2 diamonds, just preference that. Knowing that he doesn't allow the tricks and no trump, red, white, that can be kind of scary.
Are we convinced that 1 spade shows distribution?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, he does relay to 2 diamonds to get out. Yeah, I like this. I like this plan. I think the West hand, maybe white, would bid a no trump, but red, you feel like you might be easily in 300 territory.
PJF asks, have we discussed the singing yet? No.
Yeah, what was your karaoke moment last night? I did want to ask.
Should we like to discuss singing? So we just did one of the karaoke rooms. We didn't go out to a bar. I tend to prefer doing it out at bars, but most people don't, I know. So we did a bunch of different songs, which was all great. Started out with some rap, because this was a bunch of new people that showed up from our improv group that I've been hanging out with.
Oh, cool.
And so I didn't know what their styles were, but a couple of them wanted to do some rap songs. I did a little bit of Coldplay, some Goo Goo Dolls. Let's see. What else did I do?
One of my secret music shames is that I actually like Coldplay quite a bit.
I think most people do. What's wrong with Coldplay?
I don't know. I feel like they're fine, but every Coldplay song is kind of the same.
It's true, yeah. If Sweet Caroline was played, we didn't do that one. There were some classics that people wanted to do. I convinced us to end on the Weird Al parody of American Pie, as opposed to the regular American Pie.
I don't know that one.
The Saga Begins. It's all about Star Wars.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, it's the chorus is bye this here, or my this here Anakin guy. Maybe Vader someday later. Now he's just a small fry. He left his home and kissed his mama goodbye, saying, "And soon I'm gonna be a Jedi."
Yeah, I've gone back to that well a couple of times. Probably predates you, although I'm sure you know Yoda. That was one of his early successes.
Yeah, for sure.
I still haven't seen the Weird Al movie with Daniel Radcliffe. I really need to.
I don't think I've seen it either. But yeah, I've heard good things.
Yeah, I've heard it's amazing.
Okay, back to Bridge.
There just wasn't much to this song, so we could just like talk about this, but obviously there's more to it than we think, since it's taking forever to play out this Two Diamond partial.
Yeah, North-South have pulled a couple rounds of trumps. I guess I'm not really sure why South isn't playing a third round. I guess he knows that he can just get in with the Spade King and play a third round of diamonds. Did I sing a Bridge Over Troubled Water? I did not. There is a girl in our group who thinks that she's a Disney princess, so I had her duet A Whole New World with me, where I was Jasmine and she was Aladdin. That was cute.
Yeah, so the Declare can still hold the spade losers down by running the 10. You know, let's say North covers, it goes Jack, Queen, King, and now we just use our 8-7 to knock out the 9.
Yeah, you could do that. I mean, that's against a very specific layout like the one that we have here. It looks like Declare is going to probably lead a spade towards the 10 at this point. I don't really understand the heart ruff.
Yeah, nor I. I don't think that, like, with 2 ace entries to dummy, you know, we can run the 10, like, lead the 10, see what happens, and still be able to finesse the queen later if we need to.
It looks
I
like
guess he's just trying to strip out the hand and exit a club and try to use the 10 of spades in that way.
Okay, yeah, I guess it looks like he got a count on all the suits, and so now he knows a club exit is safe. I mean, if South was able to cash 2 clubs and a heart... Oh, but then South would still be just leading into the ace-queen of spades. Yeah, this is actually a pretty nice line of play.
Yeah, even if North somehow ended up with the lead, he can just lead a spade and we take the same finesse we were trying to avoid the whole time.
Right, yep. Yeah, good line of play by Vince. I did not do any Red Hot Chili Peppers. There are just so many songs, and you only get so much time to do it if you're with a large group, as we were last night. So, I probably got, like, 6 or 7 songs in that I did.
Under the Bridge is a good song.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are a couple boards ahead of the other room. They're playing that 3-no trump where they had a bad 8-card spade fit, or at least a badly splitting 8-card spade fit, and it looks like they're in basically the same position.
Yeah, they're in the exact same position, in fact. Actually...
Slightly different, because South had, I think, pitched a club and kept something else, but, you know, effectively the same.
Yeah, and so Gavin also finds the end play to not have to guess the club queen in the end position, gets out for down 1, so that board was a push.
Yeah, so another light opening from, I guess not light, he's got 12 count. We counted 11. So East-West are in a pretty comfortable 1-no trump with, what, 23 highs, I think? 12 opposite 11.
Okay, I finally figured out what chat was getting at. I didn't realize that we were talking about all of these songs that have bridge in the name. No,
How long did it take you to figure that out?
Well, until Shift made the comment that made it very clear about 5 seconds ago.
It took me one song. As soon as they started with the first one, I was like, I see what's happening here.
There's yeah, I mean, look. Listen, chat watched me play through some blueprints, and there was a bunch of word puzzles that I was just incapable of solving. This is not my thing.
It is true. I'm better with that sort of thing than you are, but, like, not that much better.
No, next time I will have to do some bridge songs. You're right, chat. I'm sorry, I let you down.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually at bridge player karaoke at the Nationals. That's no one's ever tried to get that going.
Oh, I went with a group once at the Nationals. Was it the National? Maybe it was a regional.
It could have been, but at the Nationals, there's always a karaoke venue on the last Sunday night of the tournament.
Mm-hmm. Alright, 2 rounds of clubs against a no trump after Declare has started setting up his diamond suit, but Declare just has no tricks. If South finds the ace of spades switch here, which I guess is not obvious, but he does find it. This is going to go pretty well for North-South. Now a spade to the 9. Club comes back.
East West will only be down 1, right? He'll take a club and 3 hearts from here.
2 hearts, right?
And the other one? Oh, sorry, only 2 hearts. Oh, so there was a heart lead, but he didn't run it. So Eddie Wold let a heart. It was like, oh, 4 heart tricks for Declare.
Oh, yeah. There was a heart lead, and he hopped up.
Yeah, I just mentally banked that heart trick for him before I realized he declined it.
Yeah, so some extra under tricks here. You knew he wold find it? Gotcha. It probably makes sense. I mean, he knows that hearts isn't the suit. His partner is obviously trying to score some club tricks. And Declare is going after diamonds, so the ace of spades is kind of the only thing left. Oh. North cashed the 9 of spades, so he no longer has an entry to his clubs. So now Declare can just win the Queen of Hearts and knock out the diamond ace. Which means this will be down 1. Down 2, right? South, I guess, gets the 10 of spades.
Yeah, that looks right.
I finally counted to the right number.
Yeah, this is the, yeah, since you're taking the second under trick right now, that sounds right.
Okay, I guess that made sense then from Grossack. He was unblocking the spades, and if his partner had slightly stronger hearts, he might have actually beaten this a couple more tricks, but he does not today. So Adam opens a heart in second seat. We'll see a 2 club overcall or 2 no trump. 2 no trump by Vince.
Yeah, I was just debating that issue with myself. Like, it really is nice to show your shape in one go. On the other hand, it's only 1 card disparity, but it looks like a 2 card disparity.
Yeah, I think the decision point is going to be, if you were planning to bid over 4 hearts anyway, you could start with 2 clubs and then bid 4 no. Mm-hmm. And if you weren't planning to bid over 4 hearts, then you can just start with 2 no trump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, although, the problem with the 2 clubs and 4 no trump plan is that normally would show a 2 card disparity, and, you could treat it that way, but you don't have it.
So Vince does decide to bid 2 no and bumps 3 clubs to 4. Kranyak is not going to take the push.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't think so. And it's probably... They're probably too high already, right? 2 diamonds to lose off the top. This trump lead is going to stop them from roughing a diamond, and they have 2 natural club losers.
Yeah, they were already too high after 2 no trump hit the table. So this
Is that
looks
true?
like
Even
maybe
three
down
clubs is
2.
down?
I think 2 clubs and 3 diamonds are going to be the losers here.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
Well, wait a second. No. Because Declare just wins this and then starts playing diamonds, and South, if they continue a club, blows a trump trick. So I guess this will just be down 1.
Yeah, I guess there's no way to re-promote that. That's 6. You would need North to be able to get in, and no, but then we'll get 3 diamonds and 1 club, right?
Right.
Yeah, we can't do everything.
Now, I guess there's a question of whether or not forcing the East hand by playing hearts could be the right thing to do. Like, if South hops up with the Diamond King here, which, like, why would he? But if he does, and then switches to a heart, I don't think it matters. Declare can afford to take 1 rough and then just continue diamonds, and then North is end played. Well, South does hop up with the King of Diamonds, but for what reason?
And I was going to say, obviously to play a trump, but obviously not.
Okay, he continues a spade. He's not looking at the East hand, so... Or no, he is looking at the East hand. Yeah, this... I don't know, that spade switch was a little bit confusing. I guess ultimately he's just settled into, if I can get my 2 trump tricks, I'm going to be happy. Which seems reasonable. So now a diamond ruff, a heart ruff, maybe Queen of Spades pitch a diamond. I guess it doesn't matter at this point. But heart ruff, King of Clubs, clubs don't split, so Declare will be 1 down. Yeah, if South had switched to the Jack of Clubs at some point to prevent the diamond ruff, then the 8-7 of clubs would be good enough to force out the 9, and the 6 of clubs would not be high. So that's why South didn't switch to the Jack of Clubs. Alright, board 25. Pass, South will open a spade.
Yeah, I would think so. Well, you could make an offbeat preempt, but I think the hand's a little too good. You could still easily have a game opposite a lot of passes. Yeah, 1 spade. So non-forcing no trump from North, and we'll see what South does now. You know, I think 3 spades and 2 hearts are both plausible bids for him.
Yeah, these are the types of hands that, I mean, if we were 6-3-2-2, I generally like 2 no trump rebids on these types of hands, but with 6-4, of course, we want to show this as a suit-oriented hand type. Eddie bids 3 spades, so North is going to bump to 4 spades.
He might try 3 no trump with those soft minor suit values.
He could.
Nope, he just raises.
Yeah, the lack of aces, I think, makes 3 no trump a little bit less appealing.
Yeah, and 3 no, in fact, would not make, since you're going to lose 4 clubs and a heart, you know, high club lead, heart to the ace, club back, and 5 tricks before you gain the lead.
Right. Club opening lead against 4 spades, so Declare has 9 tricks off the top, and as long as the spades don't split 4-1, Declare can afford to pull 3 rounds of trumps and just knock out both the ace and queen of hearts.
Mm-hmm.
Eight of clubs goes around to the king. I mean, I don't see what Vince can do other than try the ace of clubs. Where are our tricks coming from if we can't get a club ruff?
If partner has a spade card, could partner have the king of hearts and a spade card? Is there room for that to shift to the queen of hearts? I don't think so. I think that would give Eddie a really thin hand for 3 spades.
Yeah, king of hearts is in dummy.
Oh, right. Yeah, never mind.
So, like...
Ace of hearts and a spade card is not possible.
Yeah, I mean, like, ace of hearts and queen doubleton of spades, I mean, like, maybe. South would then have a 6-4, what is that, 13 count? Possibly.
Right. Probably not. Yeah, I think probably he knows that it's a hopeless defensive position, but you might as well, they have 75 minutes to play another 5 boards after this. Might as well take a little time to figure out whether it's really hopeless or only looks hopeless.
I do wonder if team strategy might be to conserve energy at this point. Because it has felt like they've been playing a little bit quickly on some of these hands. I don't remember in particular on this set. I think it might have been that the 3 no trump contract on board 21, was it? No, it was in the previous set where the 3 no trump ended up making and then going down and then making and then going down based on a couple of errors by both Declare and the defenders. So they might not be giving it a full consideration. All right, ace of clubs gets roughed.
It's possible. I feel like that's a lot easier said than done, though. Like, you can go in and say, like, yeah, we're not going to, like, waste our energy working at every over trick. But then you sit there and, like, you're a bridge player, it's what you do.
That's true. It's hard to get away from it, even if that is your strategy at the start. So, queen of spades, pull trump, Declare can guess the hearts for an over trick here. You may as well test the diamonds. Sometimes Jack 10-9 tripleton falls, and that 8 of diamonds is good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Eddie plays another spade.
Well, the queen of clubs is good. He has his 10th trick.
Yeah, but now he's just going to have to guess the hearts. He can't afford to play on diamonds first.
Oh, right.
Matt says it's a bit of a flaw if those RA and USA 2 are fighting and you could concede now to take the afternoon off. I mean, that's just, well, you should be in a fight for USA 1, but currently, as the score stands, Kaplan looks like they're just going to cruise to victory.
Yeah.
So
I promise you, no one on the Shorey team is going to look at that evening off as a reward.
Yeah. I mean, because now they have to play 4 more days against, equally challenging competition.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we see a segment 6 concession. I mean, maybe if it's 150, sure, but if it's 109 like it is now, I think there's no chance that Shorey's going to pass on the 7th segment at the very least.
I honestly wonder, but I mean, you're probably right that they will fight for one more set.
Yeah, and like there is a little bit of that kind of like, let's not be complete jerks about it, like, going out for a nice dinner and while everyone else is still playing, like there are people who think it's unseemly to withdraw at all for that reason. I'm not one of them. You want to make it, like, you don't want to make it look totally ridiculous. So,
yeah,
South has an annoying hand here where he has a lot of high card values, but no stoppers in one of his opponent's suits. Of course, that's just fine here.
Yeah,
Everything else about the hand is a problem, but the spades are okay.
So this, I think, is one of the big reasons why these, especially vulnerable 2-level overcalls, should effectively just be a good 6-card suit and a good hand, is so that South can make this 3-heart bid without any reservations. Because if your 2-heart overcalls could be a 5-card suit and could be just like a ridiculous looking hand, then these types of hands become a real problem. And these hands come up relatively frequently, where you have, honor doubleton in support of your partner's major, and you have a smattering of values across the hand, and it's just like, are you supposed to bid 2 no trump even though you don't have suits fully stopped? Are you supposed to make a Q bid and hope that partner believes that Q bid is just like values instead of showing support? Or are you supposed to bid 3 hearts with a doubleton? So I think this is one of the main reasons why these, this 2-heart bid, specifically in this auction, but as well as many others, I strongly advocate for this as just like a 6-card suit, a good hand, so that South can do this.
Yeah, I think basically most experts take that view. Like, they open a spade in front of you, you're red-white, you have 5 hearts in a hand that's too good to pass and can't bid a no trump or double. Everyone's going to bid 2 hearts there because the risk of getting frozen out is so high. But they still know that they're really showing a hand that's markedly different from when they hold. It's just too dangerous not to do it. But I think, this expert view that red 2-level overcalls show 6 is pretty widespread.
Yeah, so that makes this auction a little bit easier, but of course, Declare still... The hands don't fit very well. Maybe North should have been a little bit more conservative, given that he knows the spades are not breaking for him. Mm-hmm. But...
Yeah, although if Eddie did have a 3rd heart or even a 4th one, he knows that he's going to be roughing after the shorthand spade, so he's probably going to get away with most of his roughs.
That's true. Yeah, Eddie could easily have had a singleton spade here and 3 trumps, and then, the defense makes the wrong lead. It just goes ace of spades, spade rough, like ace of clubs, club rough, spade rough or something, and then you pull trumps and knock out the 4th spade, and your 5th spade is high. So, not that crazy to stretch for a vulnerable game at imps.
Yeah, and this is also a spot where you want to be pretty careful about your overcalls, especially in the sandwich position, because forgetting a pair like Demuy and Kraniak that love to double everyone, most pairs know that they can get you in this auction because they're going to know exactly where they stand. So if you don't have a pretty good hand for your overcall, you're just going to be obliterated.
Yeah, and talking about this auction in particular, a diamond pass a spade... Opener frequently has one of the majors. Well, if it's spades, a 2-heart overcall for you is probably going to work out fine. If it's hearts, it's going to go 2 hearts, pass, pass, double, all pass. So that's not going to work out so well.
No, it isn't. So definitely very important to remember that when your partner can make a support double and doesn't, you have to protect him because he has a penalty double so much of the time.
Mm-hmm. King of Diamonds opening lead. Kraniak plays the 8. Vince... Still thinking on this trick.
I guess that's a suit preference 8. I guess looking at that dummy, it has to be, but of course, East does not know where the singleton is. He just knows that someone has it.
Yeah, Vince actually finds a really nice switch here to a heart. He expected that his partner wasn't going to get in too often, and so if his partner was to get in on a spade, like let's say he switches to spades and it goes duck a spade, his partner wins and switches to hearts, Declare could go up with the ace of hearts, cash the ace of spades, and rough a spade. So this is going to be important to pull 2 rounds of trumps. It doesn't even sacrifice his king of hearts as a trick, even if Declare had ace jack 6th.
And thank you, Matthew, for that information. I hadn't realized the 8 of diamonds was just a standard 8 at trick 1. They play standard at trick 1 and revert to upside down after.
Yeah, they do. Good call. So heart to the jack, heart back, pulling trumps. Yeah, East did have a big decision at trick 1, because if Declare was the one with the doubleton diamond, East really wanted to give his partner a ruff at trick 2 by continuing a low diamond, so that Declare would be unable to set up any diamond tricks. But his trump switch made it so that I guess he decided that was not what he was playing for. And I think reasonably so. If you had to guess who had a singleton diamond on this auction, it's probably the guy who accepted a game try from his partner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and some of the time, actually, if West had a singleton diamond and, slightly better values, like maybe he would make a speculative double. Maybe not. Maybe that's a little too deep. But I think the inference about North having the singleton for his acceptance is pretty sound.
Alright, we get a club switch. So East is turned up with ace king of diamonds, king of hearts. We don't know about the spade position, but if East had the king of clubs, he definitely would be opening a no trump. So Declare...
It would be 14 vulnerable. It's not a complete lock.
No, but I mean, they do play good 14 to 17 for their no trumps in these seats, but it looks like East might have 5 diamonds, like ace king fifth of diamonds, and... Oh, he does stick in the queen.
Yeah, a little surprised, sure, he's, protecting himself against a tap, but he's got plenty of trumps left. The extra club trick probably isn't that valuable unless he's really just doing damage control at this point.
I think his hope was that if the queen of clubs held and East had... I mean, East can't have the king of spades, though. This is the problem. Like, East can't have ace king of diamonds, king of clubs, king of spades, king of hearts. The queen of spades is not an entry. I was thinking he might, try and set up a diamond trick, like queen of diamonds, pitch a losing spade, but he just doesn't have an entry. I'm not sure what the queen of clubs is about. But yeah, as you say, maybe damage control. I mean, the ace of clubs is going to come back. West knows that switching to spades is bad, away from his king. Playing back a diamond is just going to continue setting up Declare's diamonds, so he does continue a club. And the jack of clubs. Declare can pitch his fifth spade, but that was going to be a winner anyway.
And if he plays a diamond, even if Declare pitches, East can... if Declare roughs, that's fine. And if Declare pitches, East can win the other diamond and play the jack of spades and dummy's dead again.
Right, yeah. I mean... But of course Craniac doesn't know that the ace of clubs was not an entry to the good diamonds, so the club did come back.
I guess it's true, yeah, from his point of view, it looks impossible that Declare took that finesse.
Alright, now
with the
club
actual
rough.
hand he held.
North has pulled the last trump finally, but East-West are going to take quite a few tricks from here, because North is just going to continuously get stuck in his own hand to lead spades.
I mean, if he... yeah. And if he figures it out, he can beat a spade to the queen, and when West returned... Oh, I see, West can return clubs. Yeah, right. Yeah, so he's going to be down... 3?
That sounds about right. He is going to lose 3 spade tricks from here, as long as the defense is a little bit careful.
Yeah, huge swing for sure, since their North-South managed to go plus.
Yeah, 2 hearts made 2 in the other room. North-South did not get too high. East-West never came into the auction at the other table. A little bit surprising. The East hand is a pretty good 11 count, ace-king fifth of a suit. Finn Kolesnik decided not to open it in first seed and gave North-South basically a free ride to just get to 2 hearts. Bleeds back to 100.
What?
What?
Yeah, probably 2 spades from south here.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 spades from Wold. 2 no trump overcall from Cranyak,
No
the 15
overcall.
count.
Yeah, so East West are on their way to 3 no trump, and that doesn't look great, and I wonder if North might even consider cracking it. Just knowing that everything is splitting badly, you know?
Yeah, I mean, partner's a non-vulnerable 2 spades in first seat. They don't have to have 2 aces over there.
Yeah, we don't necessarily have a great lead either.
No, so Adam gets off to a spade lead. And Declare has, what? 3 clubs, 2 spades, a heart. I mean, it looks like you, I mean, it looks like you can generate a couple more tricks from there, but it's pretty far from 9. Declare is lacking entries. Declare is also lacking high cards and a source of tricks.
Yeah, and this opening lead, doesn't really give him anything he didn't have already. Yeah, I think rules like that went out in, like the 1960s, you can't have 2 aces to preempt. Like when they invented weak 2s, their cards were very strict, and then people realized that they were never opening weak 2s.
That should be the next thing on the ACBL's docket, to make sure that weak 2s are very strictly controlled, so that you can only have very specific hands.
And they do have the Marty Bergen rule. That's still in effect.
Wait, what's that?
No 4-card weak 2s.
Oh, you mean...
the Marty Bergen rule is the 5 and 5 rule. You must have at least 5 of your suit and at least 5 points.
Wait, really? I thought the rule was that you're not allowed to open with a 2-card disparity from what your expected length is.
Oh, that could be also. I thought the rule was that if you opened a 5-card suit, you had to have 5 points.
Oh, okay. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not that familiar. I just know that, like,
No, nor am I.
You're allowed to preempt on 4 if your expected length is 5. So if you're playing this, like, bad...
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look and see if I can find it, because I don't think that's right. Like, I think if you can do, like, 2 suited bids are allowed to, to deviate, like, in that way. But I thought weak 2s were, like, specifically regulated in that exact way. Let's find out.
Shift Ass might this diamond go low, low, low. I think North is definitely going to win the king, because if Declare actually had Ace-Jack third, then by ducking this trick, you would blow a diamond trick. Declare would then go ace and low to the queen on the next round. So yeah, now he plays a club to potentially knock out Dummy's entry to the long diamonds. And now what's Declare going to do? I mean, we could easily see this go spade over. Declare does decide to go after hearts. I was thinking if Declare won...
So weak 2 does have to have 4 points.
Okay. The shift says North might have worried about stiff ace and south. No chance. Declare would have won the spade in dummy if he had 3 diamonds to lead a diamond.
And that's actually not right. It has to have 3 points. There's like a super novice chart below the regular chart. Oh my god, the ACL site is so bad.
Well, we've seen a lot of these pairs playing 3 to 7 multi weak 2s. So now you know, chat. There were people who were complaining, why are they not playing 0 to 7 multi for their really bad preempts? There's a rule against it. So in the future, if you ever think, what's the reason why these pairs are playing such terrible conventions? It's because they're constrained by the ACBL to play terrible conventions. Well, heart to the king and ace. So north back in.
Oh, I see. So they did have the rule, but it's been rescinded.
Oh, I got you.
But it was 5 and 5. You had to have at least 5 in the seed and at least 5 points.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, how we doing here?
Well, the other table caught up to us. They've played through this hand. They played in 3 no trump and went down a trick east-west. And how's Cranyak going to do? I mean, he's definitely going to lose at least 2 more aces and at least another heart trick. That could be all, but yeah, another heart comes through, so I think we'll duck this round to South's Jack. Who will probably go ace of spades and a spade. And then Cranyak has to decide if he's planning to make it from there. I guess there's no way he could, right? Yeah, ace of spades and a spade. I mean, maybe we'll see Wold just concede, cash the diamond ace for down 1, and be happy with the plus score.
Mm-hmm. Is there no way to get down 2 after that? Like diamond ace club, I guess the player can just unblock the spade and take a heart finesse.
Right. Yep. Oh, North pitched a heart here, so that has made things very easy for Declare to pick up. So if Wold does continue a spade here, Declare will just I guess actually Declare would be cashing out for down 2, right? A spade exit, Declare can cash 2 clubs, but the Jack 10 don't fall. Cash 2 hearts, and then a diamond to South. South gets the last 2 tricks with the diamond ace and a spade. Eddie's just counting. He's counting up the tricks.
Yeah, just figuring out, is it possible for something to go horribly wrong if he doesn't cash that ace of diamonds?
Let's think this through for a second.
I mean, I think the answer is yes, right? Because he doesn't know about the clubs. Cranyak could just have, ace, queen, jack fit the clubs originally.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if that was Cranyak's hand, why would he be playing the jack of diamonds, though? At trick 2, that seems like a weird play. But, yeah, Eddie just decides to be safe. Like, let's take our plus score against the opponent's game. We're up 100 imps. Why risk it?
Yeah. Yeah, if he needed those 2 imps to win the match, something went horribly wrong after this.
Mm-hmm. All right. 2 passes go around to East, who has another strong no trump there.
15 on the nose.
So this will probably pass out.
Yeah. So how's it going to do? Let's say on a high heart lead and I don't know what South shifts to. Let's say, South does find a diamond shift. So Declare is going to have a couple of spades, a couple of diamonds, a couple of clubs, some entry problems. This could be a struggle for him.
Yeah, it looks like 3 spades, 2 diamonds is going to happen. The other table made a no trump.
So nicely done by, I believe, Finn, who's sitting east.
Yeah, so ace of hearts and a diamond shift looks like the right defense from South. And I mean, if Declare knew the spade hook wasn't working, he would probably win the diamond ace to play club up. But it looks pretty natural to just play a spade to the jack right now. This is a convenient way to make your contract. If the queen of spades is on side, you're up to at least 6 tricks, 3 spades, a club, and 2 diamonds.
Does South ship to a club in the other room or something?
Let me take a look.
I mean, maybe something more exotic could happen, but that seems like the obvious routes to 7 tricks.
South did shift to a diamond in the other room.
So far, so good.
And it went up with the ace spade to the jack, but then when South got in, South panicked and switched to clubs over there. Yeah, I think the idea from South's hand is the reason why it's so clear to continue diamonds after a diamond switch happens is if Declare had some reason to try and pick off an extra diamond trick, like if they were sitting on, you know, King, Queen, 10, 4th or whatever, right? Like, let's say that, they wouldn't have won the ace of diamonds on the diamond switch. They would have just run the diamond around to their hand. So when Declare pops up with the diamond ace, it's not because they're trying to, like, unblock and get you to play another diamond. Right. It's because their diamonds are relatively weak.
Yeah, so a huge difference. 2 tricks. Here, you know, they took 5 versus 7, so another 5 imps to Kaplan.
Okay.
Well, here we go.
Yeah, this is going to be a big hand. The auction has already started off to the races in the other room. A spade opening bid, 3 diamonds by East over there. Vince just bids 2 diamonds on his hand.
Yeah, so South will make a negative double, I'm sure, and we'll see how North handles this.
Yeah, North passes. This is kind of the thing that I like to do with these type of North hands. Granted, I think it works a lot better at match points necessarily than at imps, but when you have like...
I love these actions at imps, actually.
Yeah, I mean, when you have this 2-no rebid, and you have 4 trumps to an honor or 2 honors, it just seems to work out pretty well because Dummy's entryless, so all of your diamonds are going to take tricks, Declare's just going to be playing out of hand, and your X-Race and Kings are going to take tricks on the outside. And you can often control the defense, so as long as you and your partner have good defensive carding, you'll know, I mean, basically, like how you want to set up a potential cross-ruff, for example, on defense and be in control of that line of play.
They're in 1100 territory here.
Yeah, for sure.
6 and wheels.
King of Spades opening lead, so... Yeah, it looks like this 2-diamond overcall works out worse than the 3-diamond overcall in the other room because 3 diamonds ended the auction, but it was undoubled over there.
Yeah, I guess maybe North, like... I guess North can't really bid 3-no trump. You know, there's just no tricks. Obviously, you have 20 points and 4 aces and a king, but, like, that's 5, where the other 4 is supposed to come from when partner has a spade misfit.
Yeah, so...
Wow. So 3 diamonds might be down 500 the hard way to win imps?
Yep. So second spade around to South, who roughs.
How about 3 rounds of clubs with North over-roughing and another spade?
Yeah, pretty reasonable. I mean, the 3 spades is a clear suit preference for clubs. I'm not really sure what Eddie is thinking about.
He may just think it's not possible that North has a hand as good as the one he actually holds that might have opened 2-0, or even if it were slightly better, 2 clubs. Like, that North hand is pretty ridiculous for 1 spade. Like, I think you have to open a spade. It's a super maximum and possibly just better than a legal maximum.
It is a very strong 20 count. I mean, okay, let me clarify. Eddie is not going to not lead a club. He's going to either lead a low club or the king of clubs. He's just wondering whether or not it could be right. Okay. I mean, this play looks fine, but...
He'll still get 3 club tricks. North will still get 2 more diamonds.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this is going to work out just fine, but your partner did ask you to play clubs.
Yeah.
Alright, king of diamonds around to the ace.
What? Oh, this is fine too. Oh, wow. Is Adam trying to beer? He's not going to be allowed to.
Yeah, probably not quite.
So it was wrong with 600.
I mean, 600 is going to win a ton of imps.
Yeah. Yeah, played a trick worse, but undoubled.
So 11 more imps going the way of Kaplan. 1 board left in the 3rd quarter of play. And Kaplan currently up by 116. Ooh, this looks like there might be an action hand. Vince gets to open a club. Kraniak will bid a diamond.
Yeah, so where are they off to? Like, with these -2 misfits, obviously the clubs are 3-3, the spades are 3-3, so they do take a fair number of tricks, but, you know, they can see each other's hands. They would want to stay relatively low, I think. You know, relatively low meaning 3 no trump, probably.
Yeah, 3 no trump looks like a pretty safe spot. I mean, off the top, you have 8 tricks, 3 clubs, 3 spades, and the ace king of diamonds, and you'll probably score a heart or maybe a long club.
Yeah, and you can make a slam if they don't lead a club with everything splitting, but it's kind of ridiculous.
Well, West gets to bid 1 spade, which is either weak or game forcing. I think we've seen a couple of bids like that from this East-West pair. You know, like their 2 diamond opener is either weak with hearts or game forcing without hearts.
Yeah, they had that bid earlier that was both majors, usually invitational, but sometimes something different. Or maybe it was usually weak, but sometimes something different.
Yeah. So it does seem like they have designed a couple of conventions around this theory that sticking a very weak or a very strong hand into the same bid can have some benefits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I suspect we're about to see one of the benefits here, which is, my guess would be, when West takes 1 no trump out, that sets up a game force at a really low level, which is nice.
Yeah, although how low? I do wonder if...
I think possibly as low as 2 diamonds, or 2 hearts.
Yeah. Okay, 2 hearts artificial game force from West. And 2 spades from East, patterning out.
So West will obviously put 3 diamonds, or show diamonds, whatever he does. So East isn't going to like that, obviously, but it's not clear what he can really do about it. You know, 3 diamonds, natural game forcing.
Well, so you're saying that because obviously East has this diamond void opposite his partner's suit, but also East has a lot of extras. East had bid a club a heart, and he'll frequently just have a weak no trump with clubs and hearts when he does that. This time he has a 16 count, so I don't think he's going to be all that discouraged yet.
Yeah, like now if you're West, what do? Do you try 4 spades, thinking that might be playable if partner has extras? 4 diamonds, I feel like, tells the same story you've already told. 4 clubs doesn't seem great on a small doubleton.
Yeah, good question. So East is now marked with 4405. So West knows 3 no trump is no longer playable. I mean, it's probably playable, but you would need the diamond suit to come home, which it does.
Right.
But then you would also need your partner not to have a heart problem in 3 no trump.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I think 4 spades might be the best of a not great set of choices.
Yeah, that seems
You don't
pretty
like having
reasonable.
this. You don't like having the strong trumps because you can't rough with them and draw trumps a lot of the time, but nothing looks great here.
The other table does get to 3 no. So
Wow,
West...
4 hearts, key card.
Oh. I wonder what
Yeah, so 6
West is
clubs
trying
does
to
not
do.
make- So 6 clubs makes, except on a club lead, because you do need a heart rough for your 12th trick, even with everything splitting.
With clubs 3-3, you can rough the diamonds good. Or is that not in... Wait. You don't have entries. Yeah, I think you're right. On a club lead, 6 clubs goes down.
Yeah, if you had 1 diamond in your hand, you could do it. Even if they were splitting badly, because that diamond would let you have an entry within the diamond suit itself.
No has been called. Yeah, Shift, I think if the Queen of Spades was in diamonds, then Cranyak would realize that he has a good hand for diamonds. That's my guess.
In fact, as long as the Jack of Diamonds dropped in 2 or 3 rounds, you would make 7 diamonds. Right, you would have 7 there, 3 clubs is 10, the ace king of spades, so you would need 0 breaks and 0 finesses.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. So 4 hearts was key card in his own suit. That's cool.
Yes. I mean, East doesn't know that West doesn't just have a solid diamond suit. So,
Right.
West just showed a game force in diamonds, and then decides to bid keycard in diamonds.
Yeah, it's just cool that he can bid key card in his own suit unsupported. That's a nice option to have that most pairs don't.
I am a little bit concerned, though, that West and East are not on the same page about this 3 spade bid. I have the feeling that Cranyak might believe that spades is no longer a playable strain, and Vince, of course, like, looking at his hand, he's just trying to show that he has 4 spades. Because I think Cranyak would realize that you don't want to be playing 5 diamonds opposite a void, even though the diamond suit is pretty likely to come home for 1 loser. Well, club opening lead. So this is just going to go ace of clubs, spade to the king, ace king of diamonds, and once the diamonds split, Cranyak's just going to play the 10 of diamonds out of hand. He's not going to worry about pitching his heart loser. Just pull trumps. Do your best to avoid a club rough if possible.
Yeah.
Could I move the donation bar to another location? Suggest another location for me. I could put it underneath my camera. The only thing that we miss out on with the donation bar being there is if there's an alert on one of the bids on the very top level of the auction first round, then you guys can't see it when I hover over the thing. So that's the only thing that's missing up top of the screen. There's nothing else up there. Here, let me rearrange it, and you can tell me if this is better. Let me move chat up a little bit, and this, up a little bit, and this. Hold on. Let me move this up here, and I can drag this down here and put the background behind it as well. Is this better? This goes against your sense of aesthetics. Yes, this is better. This is similarly pleasing, better. Okay, I can also make it a little bit cleaner, hopefully, because there's a little bit of a... Let me try and do something like that.
So this will be another couple of imps to Kaplan to end the set, since they were 490 in the other room, so that'll give them, what, approximately 118 imp lead?
Yeah, it looks like 119 in favor of Kaplan. We finished the segment with 32 minutes on the play clock, so the teams are not taking their sweet time. But this was the scorecard. Again, Kaplan has a dominant set, up by 26.
Yeah, they had just rampage through this entire event.
Okay, well, Craig thinks that Shory's going to play the 7th set. I have no idea. It's up to them to decide. But let's take a look at the USA 2 scorecard.
Yeah, they're all taking their matches much more seriously. On boards 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah, and Nickel has had a big segment, so Nickel's back on top by 31. Wolfson, of course, is absolutely dominating against Bailey. Goodman and Rosenthal very close.
Coming into the set.
Yeah.
Nickel was ahead coming into the set, but yeah, they've extended their lead.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to hang out at the Nickel match. I'm going to rearrange some of these things on screen.
Cool. I am going to go eat and once again see you back to lurk for the next segment if there is one.
Sounds good.
Cool. Catch you later.
See ya. Okay. First things first, let me make this look pretty. The donation bar and everything. Okay. Now I need to bring the black thing down. Does that look good? It's really tiny on my screen. Okay, this is probably fine. Let me move this. There, camera has been moved. Okay. Hopefully that's better. You like seeing the directions above the bids? This is way worse on a screen other than the table. Oh, is that true? Yeah, how bad does it look on other screens? Well, let's stay on this match for a little while. It's really tiny on my screen, taken out of context. We get the exact same defense here from Weinstein and who were we watching? Demoy? That found high diamond heart switch. Similar auction. Declare does decide to go after Spade Ruff. Spade to the Queen and King. Heart back. Oh, it's lunchtime. No one reminds me that I need to actually eat. I suggested to our group last night that we go check out Dopamine Land because apparently it's really close to where I live and everyone seems into it. So I think I might have to report back about Dopamine Land. But yes, let me put in an order for some lunch. Hey, Jonesel. What should I get? Let's get Chipotle. An improv group is unsurprisingly up for some silly stuff. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And I love them for it. Panda Express? I don't think I have one near me. Yeah, at least Chipotle will be fast. Let's do that. Okay, perfect. Lunch is on the way. Now we can focus on the Nickel Fleischer match. Have any improvisers been converted to bridge? They've all asked me to teach them. And I'm like, yeah, sure. Happy to teach you. You're going to need to set aside like a 4-hour evening. I don't think most of them want realize that was going to be part of it. We've gotten like almost the exact same defense and line of play, and Declare also took the club hook. Which I think is a little bit scarier. 11 might play the 7 of spades back here. "4 hours," Richard says. Give bridge a try. Matthew says, heard Mahjong is taking off in the US, but heard that also takes lessons to get to a decent level. I lived next door to an old couple for a while who were really into Mahjong. They weren't very good, but they, had like their friends come over and play. I think Mahjong is pretty popular in Asian countries. My neighbors were, one of them was Asian, the wife was Asian. 4 hearts down 2 in the other room. Hey, there's one. Thanks so much for the sub. Really appreciate the support. Welcome to the lounge. Your regular partner thinks that 4 hours would help you. I think 4 hours at the start, when you know nothing about the game, is helpful. Like when I did the April Fool's joke on Nelson's channel, we did I think it was like a 2-hour, here are the rules, warm-up before we even did the prank. Because I had to teach him the rules, and then I also tried to show him a couple basic things about the game. I tried to explain finesses, but which is basically like day one of bridge, is you learn what a finesse is, but it's still a really, really complicated thing to explain to someone. If you're familiar with other card games, most other card games involve the best strategy, or at least the most well-known strategies, are just like cashing your aces and kings, taking all of your aces and kings, and then hoping that the opponent's aces and kings take tricks, and then you take your queens and jacks, right? And then your opponents take their queens and jacks. There are a lot of things that I do believe that even experienced beginners take for granted about the game of bridge, that people who come in and don't have that many hours in are just never going to figure out if they don't get taught. Now, fortunately, when I came into bridge, I had played a decent amount of spades back when Yahoo Games was a thing. I had learned spades in middle school because, like, I would go on the internet with our, like, dial-up connection or whatever, and I would go to Yahoo Games when I was finished with my homework. I would have, you know, like an hour or something of internet time that I was allotted every night, and I would just go on Yahoo Games and, like, fire up spades, and I played spades. And in fact, like, on my own, I discovered finesses by playing those events. I discovered, like, cross-ruffs and stuff by playing those events. So it wasn't like when I came into bridge I was completely new. I had seen some of these concepts. In fact, you know, the best spades players will even play carding. They'll play, like, high-low is encouraging. Not encouraging, but it would show doubleton so that they can get a ruff, is a thing that the best spades players will do. But of course, bridge is a lot more complex than that, like the signaling that's developed. You could do the same thing in spades, and spades is a much more complicated game, at least in terms of the card play, because there is no dummy. You don't get to see any of the hands. The bidding is a lot simpler, but the card play is a lot more complicated for sure. But that kind of cuts both ways in that the card play in bridge is complex enough that a lot of interesting things can happen, like squeezes and whatever, but it's also easy enough that you can kind of solve the problems that you're presented to you. Not everyone will agree what the right line of play is, like, you know, going back to that 6 spades hand at the very beginning of the day where you could cash the ace king of hearts to pitch the ace of diamonds to avoid a 7-1 diamond split. There are going to be some disagreements about what the right thing to do is. I mean, despite all 7 tables that we saw the hand played, no one found that line of play. But for the most part, people are able to kind of reason out and solve all the problems at the bridge table. As opposed to if the game became more complex in some way, like if the dummy wasn't face up, as it is in spades, then sometimes more complexity is a bad thing in games. It makes the games less skillful because humans can't process an infinite amount of information and simulate an infinite amount of things. So I think bridge hits a sweet spot in that regard, where you can come up with the perfect line of play. You can come up with the perfect auction. But it's still hard. Shihali says that reading a book for Mahjong has been helpful, but there's a lot more luck in that game. I don't know what the rules are for a Mahjong tournament. Mahjong is kind of like a cross between rummy and poker. Look up MCR. MCR Mahjong. Mahjong competition rules. I'm trying to find something that's not a giant PDF of of the rules. I just want like a small little printout. Yeah, I found something that's 42 pages. There's no way that this is going to help me in any capacity. Matt says Bridge has a marketing problem. I think Bridge has a FIDE problem. You know, FIDE in chess has recently had this giant battle. I've been following the FIDE battle with the freestyle chess tour, because I figured that there are a lot of parallels between what Magnus is trying to do with the freestyle chess tour, going up against FIDE as the governing body, and what, you know, like me streaming or other people trying to put on their own sort of coverage of Bridge events going up against the ACBL. Because the ACBL doesn't seem to have any interest in promoting other people who do a good job of like presenting Bridge to a wide audience, like myself, or I know Kai does this on his channel. A FIDE problem, I mean, it felt very similar to me, because FIDE basically also, their stance was like, we're okay with having other chess competitions, but we don't want any coverage of it, and we also don't want you to claim that you're a chess competition. Simplified Mahjong rules? Yeah, hold up. There you go. So I'm kind of familiar with Mahjong, and these rules all seem, I mean, I'm skimming them, looks very similar to what I recall. So what is the difference between this and MCR? Or is this MCR? This isn't MCR. But so what's the major difference? Oh, third says if you win a board, you get 4 points. Second is 2, third is 1. Okay. Is that the only difference? Because you had made the claim that Mahjong tournaments, there's not a lot of luck. Which I would believe. I mean, it's the same for, like, the difference between rubber bridge at home around a kitchen table. There's a significant amount of luck. Versus tournament bridge, which is played duplicate style, where there's effectively no luck. But you can't just, like, shape the hand so that everyone gets the same approximate average scoring tiles, otherwise that would be like rigging the deck. So I'm wondering just like what's the thing that takes the luck out of the game. Like something that I really appreciated about some backgammon tournaments, not all of them, was that a lot of the backgammon tournaments will have two forms of scoring, so similar to like the Padden thing in Bridge, but like one form of scoring is who wins the game. The other form of scoring is who ends up playing better over the course of the game. So if someone wins the game but they got very lucky and they made more mistakes than their opponent, then the match will effectively be a draw. And they do this based on using computer simulations to which computers have, I think, more or less solved backgammon. So you can figure out how much of an error different mistakes are at some point in the game. And they can assign you like an error penalty thing. Which I think is super cool. Nat says backgammon is totally solved. I'm not 100% certain of that. I don't know if I read a paper on it, but it's definitely the case that computers are way, way, way better than the best human players in the game. I think it's solved, but I don't want to make that claim without having real evidence. Jake Loans asks, how many hands should be played between the best bridge pair in the world and the number 100 with random hands to be sure that the number 1 in the world wins 95% of the time? Oh boy. This is a tough question. John Smith says not totally solved. Okay, great. I don't actually know, but I'll take your word for it on the backgammon. Top pair in the world and the 100th pair in the world. I'm just trying to think about this. Within 2 standard deviations, we would have the right pair winning, is what you're saying. I'm gonna say I'm gonna say 600. 600 boards. Matt says Kalita Klukowski or Mexstroth are leaps and bounds ahead of the 100th pair. That's not really that true. I mean, is there a list of like partnerships somewhere that play in international competition? Like thinking back to when I played. So the only list that I think carries any amount of weight is lists that aren't based on like pure master point totals, but are based on like master points that are selective that can be only earned in a small number of events. So the ACBL runs a competition called Player of the Year, as well as Player of the Decade. And this competition is based on platinum points earned, which can only be earned 3 times a year. And this is only at NABCs. So there's like a small amount of US bias to this sort of thing, but all of the best players in the world tend to come and play in NABCs and play in the team events, and they're hired by sponsors to play a bunch of these things. So everyone gets their same fair share, and everyone enters all of the events, and they all compete for effectively the same number of master points. Now, I mean, back in the day, you know, like the winners would be like Brad Moss, Jeff Mextroth, and whoever. I'm sure we've had, you know, Fleischer win the thing. I'm sure we've had like some Europeans win the thing. Bassis and Lorenzini are first and second in the... Yeah, let me see if I can pull up this Player of the Decade. Player of the Decade. What is this? Okay, this was for 2010 to 2020, or 2010 to 2019. So Mextroth won Player of the Decade in the previous decade, I think. This is an old photo of him. It looks like Mextroth has won 5,802.96 platinum points since the beginning of 2010. While he leads Bobby Levin by only a little more than 140 points. Levin would have a hard time catching him this week. Okay, so this was prior to whatever the last NABC was, probably. I don't know. There's no date on this article. But they're talking about the Soloway knockout and whatever. So on this list, because like I'm familiar with this list because I was on this list, I was about 100th on this list when I played professionally. So the difference between like Mextroth and myself is what I would be thinking about. I mean, if I could have 2 of me or something. As a pair. I mean, obviously, like, you know, today I'm not like the 100th best partnership in the world. I don't have a partnership. But I think that would be like a similar difference. I don't know. Like, how long would it take for Mextroth and Berkowitz to beat me and someone else of my skill level 95% of the time? I mean, I think 600 boards is probably a fair estimate. 19 times out of 20 they would win. Maybe less than that, maybe 300 boards. 19 times out of 20 they would win. I'm not sure. Anyway, that is the Player of the Decade thing. So, I mean, that's kind of how I'm thinking about, like, top 100. I'm catching up on chat. WBF rankings have Klukowski second and Jerome Rambeau is 98th and Chris Wilenkin is 104th. This is Wilenkin and Helgamo or something. Well, okay, it's just players themselves. I see. Yeah, but don't the WBF rankings have Zimmerman as first? Isn't that the problem with these WBF rankings? These are not an objective measure. These are just a measure of how many, whatever the WBF points are, green points you can earn, and Zimmerman has the most green points. So that's why, like, this list doesn't make any sense to me. Like, the player of the year for the ACBL or player of the decade does make sense because, as mentioned, it's based on an objective measure. There are still going to be sponsors on that list, but the sponsors, you know, it's not like the sponsors can just enter more tournaments and win. Yeah, Zimmerman will play in seniors stuff and not have Kalita Klukovsky, so he gets extra points for that. So that's the main problem with... oh, we get to see North-South play in 3 no trump on this board. We ended up seeing 3 diamonds undoubled down 6 and 2 diamonds doubled down 4 in the match that we were watching. Doc says Bridge needs flashy costumes and tournament rivalries. Well, we could totally make that happen if Bridge became a big production. Like, if the ACBL actually wanted to promote someone like myself or someone else to, like, broadcast big Bridge events and try and get it on some sort of, like, mainstream network, then we could make that happen. And I think that could happen. And I think you're probably right that that would make things a little bit more attractive to fans so that people could rally behind their favorite teams or favorite players. But currently the ACBL has no interest in doing that. I mean, they're mostly focused on helping the senior citizens that are going to club games and keeping them attracted to the game and continuing to show up to clubs. That's why we have all these dumb rules about you can't open a no trump with a small singleton. Yeah, Bassis, Fleischer, Lorenzini, Kevin Rosenberg, Klukovsky, Martel, Versace, Greco, Hampson are leading the ACBL Player of the Decade race. Does anyone have any complaints about those players being up there on the list? Probably not. So that list, to me, while still I understand there's like a little bit of an inherent American bias, because, as mentioned, like some Europeans will not travel to these tournaments, at least it's an objective measure of skill. So, like, if you pull out all of the European partnerships and you just want an objective measure of, like, which American players are best, that would give you a pretty good metric, just using the Player of the Decade list, or Player of the Year. Bridge has asked, what's the ACBL reason for not supporting your streams? I mean, like, they haven't told me. But they've made it very clear that they do not want to support me, and they're not going to go out of their way to do so. And of course, they're not interested in me, like, joining them on co-commentary for events and whatnot if they're hosting things. I mean, which seems like a huge mistake to me, because they've just been constantly talking about how they want to grow the game, and they think that, like, streaming contests and whatnot would be an effective way to do so. Go explain Twitch to my parents. Not part of my plan. I have already explained it to my father because because my father wanted to understand, like, what it is I've been doing with my time. So I kind of walked him through, like, my YouTube channel and everything. Oh, why the ACBL isn't supporting me? I mean, look, if I'm open to working with any organization that wants to have a cordial relationship, right? Like the Bridge Champ people, I think we're fairly pleased with the outcome of what I would call a general catastrophe that happened during the production of the first tournament that they hosted that I did commentary for, but it sounds like they're interested in fixing some of the things that went wrong, and I probably will work with them again, do some more commentary. Real Bridge, I haven't really talked with them beyond being a guest celebrity for the panel that they're running, the Real Bridge bidding contest, but I will be on their site. I've done stuff with Into Bridge. I've been the daily celebrity on Into Bridge a couple of times. BBO obviously is like happy to hire me to do a commentary for the Vanderbilt and Spin Gold and Soloway and even some other events on their platform. So, like, if the ACPL wants to come off of their high horse and be like, hey, we need your help, I honestly don't know how I feel about it now. If they had done that 5 months ago, I would probably be like, fine, let's let bygones be bygones. But my correspondence with them behind the scenes has just been awful. And so I've given up. If they beg me to come back and help them save their dying sport, maybe we'll talk about it. At least the Real Bridge guy binged my videos. I know. I'm a little bit nervous. But Doc asks, what region am I located? I'm on the East Coast, in the US. I think Bridge suffers from a number of issues for why it's not a more mainstream game. And the biggest issue is that you just can't teach people the game. It takes so long to learn. What do kids want to do? They want to learn a new thing in 5 minutes and then they want to play with it. Or not even 5 minutes. They want to learn a new thing by like a TikTok video in 30 seconds. And then they want to play with it and do it themselves. And Bridge, you can't do that. It's not even just the conventions. There are so many rules that you have to follow. Fleischer went down in 3 no trump on this hand. Not successful, it looks like. So until that problem gets solved, I don't think Bridge is ever going to work out. And maybe there isn't a solution to that problem. The game has become so complex with all of these conventions and agreements that you might not be able to strip it down to the bare bones. Jake Lund says, I don't think Bridge is more complex than chess. But that's not the question that we're asking, right? We're questioning how fast can someone start playing the game? Because you can't just teach someone Bridge in 5 minutes and then they get to start playing themselves. Whereas you can teach someone chess in 5 minutes. And that's what kids want to do. And it's very hands-on as well, playing chess. Additionally, there's the issue that, like, collecting more than 2 people to play a game is hard. You can play Bridge on your computer against robots, but if you're trying to play with friends, you would need to get a partner and 2 opponents. And that's a lot harder than just getting 1 opponent for a chess game. Yeah, Aragorn kind of hits the nail on the head. Young people want the instant gratification. Which I don't think this is a flaw of a younger generation. It's just how the world is nowadays. Everything's on social media, and there's so many things that are trying to grab your attention marketing-wise that you have to have a product that appeals to people instantaneously. Otherwise, people are going to lose interest. So, how do you get someone interested in bridge? You need the product to be appealing very quickly. Teaching in schools is a way to do it, but I don't think that's what most people care about. I mean, as with any sort of game, there's going to be a following, but teaching every child on the planet to play bridge, like, most of them are not actually going to be interested in sticking with the game. Like, even if all of them took the time to learn all of the rules and be able to watch an event like this with an exciting commentator, an exciting presentation, I don't think that, more than 1% of these children are actually going to stick with it. More than 0.1% of these kids are going to stick with it. There are so many other things that they can be doing, and of course this is a mind sport, not a physical sport. A bunch of kids want to play real sports, like soccer, or football, or basketball, or softball, or whatever. Jake Lynn said, learned mini bridge in school. You were playing in 15 minutes. What's mini bridge? Let me see. Choose trumps and trick goal. There is no bidding, not sure if it's a Dutch thing only. I found something on the ACBL site. Mini bridge is designed for players new to trick-taking games. No bidding required. Matthews asks, has the USBF contacted me for a stream? Because Leadbridge has a link, and it probably has only a handful of viewers. Of course not, because the USBF is run by the same people that run the ACBL. It's Jan Martel. So, the ACBL wants to monopolize bridge viewership and bridge attendance and everything, basically. So their idea is, like, they're okay with streaming coverage of an event, but everyone needs to go watch them on their stream. And they present it as like, oh, we're going to have all these celebrities and whatnot, and we're going to put on this big presentation, it's going to be super cool, there's going to be, like, panel discussion with the best players in the world, and blah, blah, blah. And I don't know, I've found their coverage essentially impossible to watch. Sometimes I cover the same events at the same time on my channel, so I don't have a lot of time to check out what they're doing. They do get a bunch of really good players to sit with them and, like, talk about something, but I feel like they don't do a very good job covering the event. And just because you're a good bridge player, I know a lot of people want to listen to good bridge players talk about bridge. People want more of this, like, panel discussion thing. So, not too many people want to be entertained when they're watching a bridge stream, I guess, is the point. And I try and be more entertaining on my channel than necessarily, like, focus on, oh, I'm going to, like, go really deep on this, like, relay system and what I would do if I was playing with my regular partner. I mean, especially because I don't care about system and I don't have a regular partner at this time. Is this mini bridge? It says, mini bridge is designed for players new to trick-taking games, no bidding required. Choose trumps and trick goal, bonuses if you bid enough. Each trick is 20, 30, 40, whatever that means. 9, 10, 11 tricks is 100, 12 tricks is 500, 13 tricks is 1,000. This is it. I know a lot of my viewers have not been pleased with the ACBL stream. So let's see. I could look at my hand in the dummy and try and guess how many tricks I'm taking in some contract. Let's go for the gold. Let's go for clubs, and let's go for 12 tricks and clubs, yeah? All right, here we go. We get a spade opening. Oh, no, we have the sounds. Settings. We got to turn the sounds off. Sounds off. Card animation off. Autoplay singletons. Sure, why not? How could I possibly mess this up? Confirm cards off. Good. The version you only know the high card points, not the actual hand. Okay, but it's something like this. How am I making a bunch of tricks and clubs? I need to like set up hearts or something. This is a complicated hand play. Let's just start clicking on cards. Okay. Diamond to the king and ace. Yep. Let's take a club, I guess. Clubs could be 4-1. Maybe I should have tried the heart slam instead. I think we're doing great. The king of clubs is on side. Wait, they played the 8 of clubs? Hold on. We're good, right? Heart to the queen, heart rough. Is there a claim button? No. Why did they play the 8 of clubs? Maybe it doesn't matter because everything splits. Okay, the heart's split anyway. Let's just rough the queen of diamonds. They played the jack. Okay, hold on. Let's start running diamonds through west. Oh, they finally roughed in. I guess I better pull trumps at this point. Okay, well, we made 6 clubs. Slam contract, 790 points. That was pretty good. We did well. So we're up to 8. Wait, we're up to 810. How did I get 810? I don't understand how I got 810. Anyway, well, we bid and made a slam. Look at us go. I'm so good at this game. I could go pro. Well, this was a stomping for nickel in the 6th segment. 41 imps. Okay, is this actually so bad, having the donation bar here on these pages? Maybe we'll just keep it like this. Rosenthal Goodman is real close. Is my food here? Yes, but I didn't get a notification. Oh, my DoorDash driver is not getting a good rating from me. Donations bar is better now. All right, I'll keep it here. Replace my water. It certainly helps to have parents that play. But a lot of the top players in the US did not. I mean, many of them did. Like Kevin Rosenberg obviously became a very strong junior player because his parents both played professionally. I mean, Dana Berkowitz, both of her parents played professionally. Well, Finn Klesnik is a little bit different. Like, he's a lot better than his father. His father is not a particularly strong expert player. So Finn somehow learned, I guess, from the junior program or friends or whatever. I mean, I didn't have any help growing up. I learned on my own. I think that Kevin Dwyer didn't have any help becoming a very strong player. So it's not necessarily that everyone has parents who play. Shift, your dad was the NPC for the Finland team. Bassis and Lorenzini both had playing parents. Yeah, I'm not that familiar with the French players. I did know Bassis did. Cedric's grandfather was not an expert, but did play. If you're talented at card games and your parents play and you pick up the game as a kid, you'll probably want to learn and improve. So it's not that surprising that some players ended up doing really well, despite their parents not necessarily being the top experts. Alright. I get to eat lunch. We can take a look at some of the hands. Oh. Hold on. Raj sent me an email. Let me reply to him. Okay. Etienne says lunch, you have dinner already and it's 10. Well, we just had a break. We've been doing commentary for the entire first couple of sets. So this has been my lunchtime for the past week and a half. It's not ideal, but you get used to it when you do these types of tournaments. So a heart, a no trump, 2 diamonds, forcing not natural, 2 spades, 2 no. I'm very confused what happened on this auction. Oh, sorry. There was a diamond opening bid that we missed. Okay, I'm back on board. A diamond, a heart, a no trump. Yeah, okay, I mean, that's a lot of bidding from West. Partner's a passed hand. It's a non-vulnerable game. Partner's no trump actually makes your hand worse with the singleton diamond. This is a lot of bidding from our boy Zach, but he has faith in Michael's ability to take tricks. Queen of clubs lead. Well, that was not the best defense. It's a little surprising. South didn't try diamonds to set up tricks. It's not like he rebid 2 diamonds here, and then the opponents ended up still trying 3 no trump, where they might indicate that they have a double stopper. Huh. Yeah, this did not go east way, or south's way. A lot of people learned bridge in, like, clubs. Hey, Snoo. Mr. Kolesnik is going to be USA 1, it seems. Six hearts. Oh, man. Someone got there. So the claim was that a trump lead and then in with the king of spades and another trump would beat this thing. That's what Craig thought. Yeah, that sounds right. Trump lead would beat this thing. Other room, club lead, ruffed, spade, club ruffed, spade, pull trumps. Wait, what happened here? Oh, spade ruffed and over ruffed. Wait. Oh, you get one rough low and one rough high. But South cash the ace of hearts, or declare cash the ace of hearts. Okay, I understand. Yeah, this feels like a really weird line of play. I mean, if you're going to cash the ace of hearts, you should just pull trumps. You're only in 4. I guess there's no risk. A diamond ruff. No, a diamond ruff, they cash a spade. No, East would have let a diamond at trick 1. Anyway, it just looks like a weird line of play. It's probably fine. If Goodman loses the match, the minus 2,000 will haunt them. Lose 19. No problem. Thanks, Snoo. Safe travels. So when does the women's start? The women's starts in 2 days? Is that correct? Or 3 days, maybe? They play a round robin with 3 teams. Yeah, the imp scale is... It's not exactly logarithmic, but it's something like that. What happened in this match? 6 hearts down 1. They didn't find a trump lead. Whoops. Is this just what's supposed to happen? You rough a spade with the 4 and 5 of hearts? I guess Declare was never making this, right? If you rough with the ace of hearts, then you take a heart finesse. Yeah, okay. Other table made enough tricks. King of spades lead to the ace. Another spade roughed. Heart to the king. Well, that worked out. Now spade rough, heart rough, or club rough, pull trumps. $12 imps here. I mean, it was like some of these 8 imp swings were the death of Fleischer. Oh, this was the line of play that we were a little bit confused by. Jack of diamonds holds, diamond to the queen, jack of clubs switch, king of diamonds, now club hook, run the clubs, South pitches an encouraging spade. Ooh, South didn't unblock the 10 of spades. Error. So this could have been down 3. In the other room, East-West made 2 no trump. The same heart lead up with the ace, jack of diamonds. Martel, though, wins the queen immediately and continues hearts. 2 diamonds might have been an encouraging Smith card, so Fleischer might have given the wrong signal. Something that I think does go over the heads of a lot of players is just how focused you need to be on every single trick. It's not just about paying attention to the cards that are played and working out whether or not you're supposed to cover an honor with an honor. But Marty needs to give the right signal on this trick. Let me look up their card. We can see whose fault it was and point and laugh at them. So they have Smith marked on their card, but most people who play, and they play upside down. Most people who play upside down Count an Attitude and play Smith, they play reverse Smith. So I think the 2 diamonds was reverse Smith, encouraging for hearts. Heart comes back. Now a diamond. Wow, Declare plays a spade to the king. But, yeah, okay. This had to be an encouraging Smith. I mean, there's no way Chip would continue messing up the defense here. It's surprising to me that Weinstein didn't just, like, make his contract after, you know, on this trick. Weinstein could have won the 10 of hearts, unblocked the heart, and played a diamond to the king. Hey, Muppet. Yeah, there is a giant vent that dumps out really loud air above me. And I have no control over it. And I also think in general, it ends up pumping the room full of hot air. So I get very hot in here. I have dozens of fans in chat. Thanks, Shift. I appreciate you. Could the 2 diamonds be suit preference? I mean, Marty might want it to be, but I don't think it should be. You have to play the conventions that you're given. You can't just, like, assume that your partner is going to interpret the card that you're playing as suit preference. Craig and I used to have the agreement that if we think partner's going to win a trick, we will often give suit preference. It wasn't like a always, but in this scenario, we would probably default to Smith. Would be my guess. Because the suit preference would basically be for hearts or clubs, anyway. So this would just be a general Smith signal. If it was like hearts was clearly not the suit that we wanted to have led, then we would ignore Smith and play suit preference here. Is what Craig and I would have done. The 3 of hearts is hard to read, but partner follows with the 2. Yeah, it says Smith, not reverse, but I mean, Chip would never defend this way if that's not what's going on. There are a lot of pairs that just check the Smith card and just assume that because they write upside down on their card that all of their signals are upside down, including Smith. I have seen that before, so I'm not convinced that just because it doesn't say reverse on it. I have seen the words reverse written on other players' system cards, so you might be right, but then, like, why is Chip continuing hearts? It doesn't make any sense for Chip to continue hearts if his partner's giving discouraging Smith. That would just be nonsense. Like here, he's given himself another opportunity to switch to clubs to beat this, or to switch to spades to beat this. Jack of hearts comes back, the king of diamonds. But he finds the spade switch, it's too late. Oh, I guess the spade switch would not have beaten it, right? He did need to put the club through. Does Ron Smith just write... just leave that part of the card blank? He might. I believe when we played, we wrote Smith on the card. Well, there's a box for it on the ACVL cards. Well, that was an oopsie. 3 clubs making and 3 clubs doubled making. Oh yeah, we saw this hand. Queen of clubs lead. Declare just works on diamonds, but there's nothing South can do. He tries the jack of clubs, pinning the 10, but this blows a club trick. Declare continues diamonds. Ace of hearts. Now Declare can... Oh. Apparently we're unblocking the ace king of spades. Now the 8 of clubs. Spade up with the queen. King of hearts, pitch a diamond. Heart rough. Oh, 9 of spades is high, so we can just pitch another diamond. South roughs. So what happened in the other room? 2 hearts, a Flannery by Fleischer. 3 clubs. Pass, pass, double. Pass. This is ambitious by Chip. This is very ambitious by Chip. He has a heart fit. He has no defensive tricks. And his partners showed, like, a limited opener. If it had gone a heart, 3 clubs, pass, pass, double, I mean, I would probably still bid 3 hearts with the south hand, but then his partner could have a bunch of values. So the fact that we ourselves are lacking aces, we might still actually beat this contract. Here, there's just no hope to beat 3 clubs, right? I mean, Chip thought there was hope. But he was wrong! How did Declare play? Spade lead. Wait, does a heart lead beat it? Would a heart lead have beaten this thing? I don't know. I think a heart lead might do enough damage to Declare. Matt says, after overcall, Flannery is double blood. I have no idea. I've never played Flannery. It probably should be. What do we think? What's the verdict? Heart ruffed. Diamond. Around to the ace, queen of clubs. Up with the ace, diamond. Heart. Ruffed. Ace, king of spades. Diamond, ruff. Queen of spades pitching a diamond. Oh, the jack 10 third of spades fall. Yeah, I don't think a heart lead beats this. Okay. Well, jack of spades lead. Diamond, club, diamond, jack of clubs, another diamond, they split, 9 tricks. So what was the other big swing? 3 no trump making and 3 no trump down. Same lead. Why did North double over 3 clubs? I mean, I guess North doubled over 3 clubs because he wanted to compete. He was just trying to compete for part scores at imps. I don't know the Wilco's convention. What is that? 2 no, 3 clubs, 3 no. 5 spazzes. And 2 diamonds is any 2 suits weak. That sounds difficult to play. So king of diamonds. Where are Declare's tricks coming from? Clubs. We can take 4 clubs. Although maybe we only take 2 clubs, right? Maybe we go ace of clubs, king of clubs, club, and the clubs don't split. I mean, the percentage play in this club suit is ace, king of clubs, and a club, right? I think you pick off any honor doubleton in the West Hand. You only lose against queen 10 fourth onside. We can work out the percentages for this. So it's 4 choose 2 is 6 for 2 small clubs in West. And 10 doubleton has 4 combinations, and queen doubleton has 4 combinations. And there's also queen 10 doubleton, but we would always pick that off. So seems like ace, king of clubs, and a club is correct if we need 4 club tricks. Now, do we need 4 club tricks? We have 7 tricks off the top. We could set up an extra diamond, knocking out the queen and 10. That gets us up to 8. Oh, we duck trick 1? No, that's not it. Hold on. Wait. No, we need to think before we duck trick 1. We need to come up with a new plan. Hold on. Marty, go back. Request and undo. I mean, let's look at the other room. Diamond, win trick 1. Ace of clubs, club to the jack. See, if this wins, we can now just knock out diamonds. We can just go 9 of, well, I guess actually, now that the clubs have split, we can knock out clubs. But even if West shows out on this trick, we can now just go 9 of diamonds, win the heart switch, jack of diamonds, win the heart switch, cash the 7 of diamonds, and that would be our 9th trick. So if a club to the jack wins, we can just claim. Pretty unlikely as well that East has 5 clubs. So this is like slightly worse percentage-wise than the club suit itself. But maybe it's better for the hand as a whole. Anyway, what did Fleischer do? He ducked the opening lead, which is crazy. He got a heart switch. Ace of clubs. Club to the king. He just took the percentage play in clubs. Why is ducking the opening diamond lead wrong? Well, they just switched to hearts, like here. And that's not good for you. Now we don't have time to set up diamonds. Shift says, isn't floating the club 8 best? Ace of clubs run the 8? You mean ace of clubs low to the 9? Ace of clubs low to the 9, you mean? But don't you lose to, like... Wait, is this, like, somehow better than... So we lose to 10 doubleton. We still pick up queen 10 fourth on side. I see. So yeah, it is only 10 doubleton. Okay, never mind. I take it all back. I forgot that... yeah, okay. The error I made was club to the jack also picks off 10 doubleton with West. It only loses to queen doubleton. No. We've worked this out. No need for everyone to tell me how dumb I am again. Yeah, so that's just better. Okay, now this is getting more confusing to me. So Greco did the right thing in the club suit in the other hand. I mean, as well as winning the diamond ace at trick 1. Yeah, club to the jack is just better than club to the king. Yeah, this is really weird. Because Marty is a pretty good technical player. He tends to get all of these, like, suit combinations right. He must have had some reason to play the hand differently. Look at that. He unplayed East, but to no avail. $12 to nickel. Suit places the jack. Yeah, the jack's better than the 9 because you can take 5 club tricks if queen third's on side. Whoops. Well, that's why nickel's winning. Alright, how are we doing? We have 30 minutes. Is the next segment going to start? Let me actually look at the USBF site and see if Kaplan has gotten a concession. Nope, not yet. So they are going to play the next set. Maybe the Greco guy should be the third pair, just like him alone. He can do everything. We don't need Jeff Hampson at all. Did we look at these boards earlier today? I don't think we did. What is the USA 1 final compared to the USA 2 final divided by 4? What does that mean? Oh, the USA 2 quarterfinal? So currently, they're in the effective quarterfinal of USA 2. So the teams that win today, tomorrow there are going to be 4 teams left. There's going to be a semifinal. Carlos! Is that Carlos Pellegrini that I see in the chat? Hello. I saw you on the Bridge Champ tournament a few days back that I was doing commentary for. It's good to see you, buddy. I don't know if you remember, but we played a regional tournament, or like a Swiss in a regional tournament a long time ago in California, Long Beach. Glad to see you. Matt asked, does the USBF pay costs, like flights and accommodation, for Herning? I think the USBF might give some sort of stipend, but it's probably not going to be like a full accommodation for flights and everything. For a lot of the teams, they will have a sponsor. And so the sponsor will cover the costs. Like if Shori ends up winning, then they would end up, then Raj would end up covering the costs for his team, probably, or whatever out of pocket that they end up losing from the stipend. He would probably do that. Oh yeah, ATN says what's puzzling is that the loser of USA 1 final can't be USA 2. That is factual, yes. Well, no, I mean, they can be USA 2. It's just they're going to have to fight through another tough series of competitors. They'll probably end up playing Nickel, because it looks like Nickel is going to take out Fleischer. And then they'll also have to play up against Rosenthal or someone else on the next day in the event. Yeah, we have been talking all week about how the bracket structure is really unfair for the team that loses this final match, which is looking like maybe Shori. So North-South in this room got to 4 spades. They pitch a couple of club losers and just pull trumps. They're going to lose at most 2 heart tricks from here, probably. Well, now they're definitely going to lose at most 2 heart tricks with the rough sluff. Take a couple of heart finesses, 11 tricks. What happened in the other room? A club strong, a diamond 0 to 7, a no trump, 2 clubs. Stamen, I guess South has decided that he's just going to treat his hand as if we find a 4-4 heart fit, we'll play there. Otherwise, we'll play in the spade fit. I don't know. Tough spot for South. I don't blame him for looking for the 8-card heart fit, but I think in the other room we saw, yeah, South Eddie Wold just decided to make the Texas transfer in a similar auction, or similar position, 4 spades. So they get to 4 hearts. How did this contract do? Same diamond lead to the king. 2 rounds of diamonds, pitching clubs. Declare tried a low heart. But now the south hand is going to get killed, right? Heart around to the queen, club through. Yeah, exactly. Finn Klesnik is all over it, seeing Declare pitch that king doubleton of clubs in the south hand. You gotta switch to clubs. Tries a spade finesse, unsuccessful. Another club comes back, Declare roughs. Tries the heart hook. Down 1. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lots of small swings going the way of Kaplan as well. 3 no trump down 2 versus 2 no trump making. 1 no trump down 1 versus 3 diamonds making. Playing part scores in both rooms. What is this board? A diamond takeout double. A lot of people would overcall spade with the 5-card spade suit. A heart showing spades. 3 hearts by Kolesnik. He has a nice hand. Singleton spade. Only 7 high card points. King of spades lead. Declare tries a diamond to the king. Heart switch. The spade comes back. Looks like Declare can set up that 5th spade and dummy. Ruff all the diamonds good and try and guess the jack of clubs. Or it doesn't even need to, because the spade gets set up. 10 tricks. So what happened in the other room? A diamond. Oh, we get the 1 spade overcall from Kranyak. 2 spades, a limit raise. 2 no trump by North. 3 diamonds by South. So East-West never found their heart fit. Yeah, this 2 spade bid really got in the way. And East was not quite strong enough to make a takeout double later. Oh no. It does feel like things have just been going really well for Kaplan over and over and over again in the match. But they're up by 119 imps. 15 minutes to go until the next segment starts. Let me try and finish lunch before that happens. Oh, someone wanted to run a vote on which match to watch. I think we'll probably stay with USA 1, but I'll put up a poll. What are the options? So there's probably this match. Rosenthal-Goodman is close. We could watch Fleischer-Nickel. Let's see. I'll put up a poll. Let's just say Rosenthal-Goodman because it's close. Get your votes in. I might overrule, depending on what the vote looks like. Oh, one-handed. Yeah, no, we should do that. Let's do that. I mean, for whichever match we end up covering, we'll watch Single Dummy. I'm sorry, I haven't been doing that all week. I know people on YouTube have voted on it. You all should call me out for it if I have forgotten to make that happen. But let me put up the same poll in the YouTube chat. Single Dummy, Kaplan, or Kolesnik? I mean, that sounds great. We'll probably do that if that match gets voted for. Alright. Everyone get your votes in. I'm going to leave this up for like 8 minutes or so. Finn would be a fun player to kibitz. Yeah, we'll kibitz someone in this next set. 12 minutes to go. Matt says, how are Kaplan going to fare in the Bermuda Bowl? I mean, they look unbelievably dominant, and there's no way that anyone can ever touch them. So, I think they have a serious chance of just winning the thing if they play the same way that they've been playing all week. They've been so good. We can look at the Butler. I mean, a little bit one-sided when you're playing in a final. The team that's ahead by 100 is going to have a good Butler, and the team that's behind by 100 is not going to have a good Butler. A little bit random. We can take a look at the Butler for USA too. Wolfson. Well, that's because they've been dominating against Bailey. Yeah, Raj and Gavin are doing best on the Butler for their team. That's because of that slaughtering that they got last night, 61-9 in the final set. I leave for 2 hours and you guys can't do your job making the match close and interesting for the final day. Nickel doing fairly well on the Butler. Moss and Gru up there. Zach and Michael. Got about 10 minutes left to go until the match starts. Greco Hampson have been playing all the boards? That is a little bit unusual. Didn't you say that Levin and Weinstein had also sat out yesterday? Oh, Bobby has been ill, Craig says. I'm excited to see some more fun squeezes. Please, more fun squeezes. We had one yesterday, right? That 4 hearts doubled that we got to see Brad Moss make. I want more of those. At this point, we want to pick the Zia Mahmood and Kevin Rosenberg partnership. They did just win a national championship. Of course, it was a pairs game. Has Kevin done well, or has Kevin or Zia done well in team events recently? And Kevin won the Solway in Phoenix. When was that? Nat says Kevin's been playing great here, 2023. Oh, did I cover that? I guess I did. I don't remember it. But that would make sense. Zia won the Vandy 2 years ago? I don't think they're going to pick Kevin and Zia. But that would probably be a reasonable partnership to take. Oh, the 2022 Solway, I probably didn't cover that. I think that was before I... Oh, it was the first event I covered? Oh, okay. Yeah, there's no way I would remember. They do blend together if you aren't playing. Like, when I'm doing commentary, I can't tell the difference between one tournament to another. But when I used to play all the time, when I was in the Spin Gold or the Vanderbilt or whatever, I mean, I can recall hands and exactly which tournament I played them in. So I'm sure it was a memorable event for Kevin, especially given that he won. Got 5 minutes to go. Yeah, Craig and I would frequently have conversations where I'm just like, in the middle of the round, hey Craig, remember that 2-spade hand from like 3 tables back? And Craig's just like, nope, sorry, I don't remember, we'll have to talk about it after. Or I believe his exact words are usually like, nope, I don't remember, show me later. He pulls the show me later trick. Alright, what did everyone vote for? Well, Twitch chat, as usual, you have been overruled. YouTube has outvoted you by a considerable margin that we're going to stick with USA 1. We might see a concession after the 7th set anyway, so then we can head over to one of the USA 2 matches, whichever one's closest. Okay, let me try and get cleaned up. I'm going to use the restroom, and I will be back. Now I'm back. Things are started. Webcam on. USA 1. Alright, where should we go? Let's head to... We were going to Kibitz. We said Finn. I'm sorry for the first board. I completely forgot until I jumped into the table. So we'll watch this hand and then we'll Kibitz Finn. Good decision. A heart, 4 clubs, Splinter, Void Splinter. 4 hearts by Shan. Well, Ace of Diamonds. So what is Kaplan supposed to do on this trick? He just gives a discouraging signal. Ace of Spades, encouraging. A spade to the king, the 4 spades, I guess, to the king. Proper count card. And Kaplan will probably try and give his partner a ruff. But the 4 heart split is going to doom the contract. Okay, let's make sure I pull up the convention cards. I guess I shouldn't watch the other table if we're going to Kibitz Finn, right? Yeah, I'm not going to watch the other table. Oh, and we need to put up this and this. There we go. Okay. Convention cards, just to be clear about what our signals mean and what bids mean. We'll get some alerts and announcements and stuff. Matt says, is this more of an upset than the Cran, Gavin, Kevin winning the trials in 2013? I don't know. Was that a big upset? I don't think it's that surprising when 4 really strong amateur players win the trials. I think it's unusual if a fairly weak team of amateurs wins the trials. It looks like Chewy. I could probably do a little bit of a better job hiding the scoreboard. Should I be a bit more professional? Let's just kind of... There we go. That's better. Okay. Alright, the King of Diamonds drops. Declare still has not found out about the bad news, which is that the Trumps don't split. Ace of Hearts. Okay, now we have found out about the bad news. So is this down 2 from here? Or is it... Is it worse? Heart to the King. If we try and rough a spade, West will just over-rough and force dummy in clubs. Alright, Queen of Diamonds pitching. West roughs in, plays a club. So Declare just roughs, cashes the Jack of Diamonds, and this will be down 2. Alright, let's Kibitz Finn. Here we go. Time to put our thinking caps on. Although, it does feel a little bit like a victory lap for the Kaplan team. I don't think they're gonna slow down their pace of play and try and be super careful. Same with the Shori team, I think. Even though they've decided to continue playing, being down 119, and of course if they pick up like 60 or something in this set, then maybe they'll play the last segment. But I think they're just going to try and zoom through the boards, like make sure that they're well rested for tomorrow. So no Trump Stamen, no major by West. 3 diamonds. So East has diamonds and a major over here with at least 5 diamonds. I'm trying to build a picture of the opponent's hands. Three hearts by North. Now this could just be North showing their values. So North might be saying, I have heart values, I'm looking for club help for 3 now. And South is saying, well, my side suit is spades. I mean, maybe it's the case that North's 3 hearts is an offer to play a 4-3 fit. That's possible. So partner's going to be on lead. We don't really have much that we need to say for now. Partner leads the king of clubs, which for us is the power lead against no trump. So partner wants an unblock or a count signal. We will play the 9 to give count. Good start. So how many tricks does Declare have? I mean, it sounds as if partner might have ace, king, jack, some number of clubs. Declare has 6 diamonds, it looks like. Let's start placing high cards in Declare's hand. Queen of clubs. Ace, queen of diamonds is 8. Jack of spades is 9. So Declare has to have, well, a no trump was good 13 to 16. So if we've gotten up to 9 so far, North could have the king jack of hearts. North could have the ace jack of hearts. I mean, North might be missing some of these other honors, like the diamond queen could be singleton in partner's hand. I mean, honestly, the diamond queen could be doubleton in partner's hand. North could have stiff ace. Obviously, we want partner to just switch to spades, and hopefully we can get in and put a club through. There's not going to be a ton for us to think about on this defense, I don't believe. We could spend some time thinking about what our discards are going to be on the diamond suit. I think it might even be the case that if Declare starts running diamonds, we might give up on giving a count signal, instead just play 7, 6, 4 deuce to make it very clear to partner what our entry is. Well, partner switches to hearts. We know partner has at least 4 hearts. But this is not going to beat the contract. We really needed a spade switch. I mean, it might not even have been good enough, depending on what Declare's clubs are. What does LHO have? 3325. That seems pretty unlikely. But yeah, that's a good question, because LHO does not have a 4-card major. Unless he lied about the 2 diamond bid. Right? Like, which seems a little bit strange, but maybe if you're trying to swing. Oh, partner does have stiff queen of diamonds. Look at this. And I was correct. Finn is just going to start playing his diamonds high-low. 7 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds, 4 of diamonds, 2 of diamonds. Well, is this going to be enough if partner wins this trick and plays a spade? So what does Declare have for high cards now? Ace of diamonds, queen of clubs. We don't really know what's going on in the heart suit, but it sounds like maybe ace king. That would be 13, and the jack of spades is 14, something like that. So Declare is going to have 5 diamonds, 3 hearts, and the ace of spades. Unless he blocks the diamond suit. Alright, 7 diamonds, clear suit preference for spade, so spade comes back. Yeah, now the diamond suit's blocked. Oh, we're in good shape once again. I think we might beat this thing. Although... maybe not, right? Partner would need to have a lot of good clubs. Partner would need, like... you know, actually, I don't know what partner could have. Partner would need 6 clubs, right? Because if we, let's say, declare ducks this, we win the king and we play club through, it's going to go cover jack of clubs from partner, but we can't get back in to play another club. Yeah, I think Matt has kind of hit on what Declare has. Oh, did we see the jack of hearts under the queen? I actually was not paying attention to that trick. Can I go back and look? No, it went 10 of hearts, queen, small, small. I thought it went 10 of hearts, queen, small, small. Ace of spades, heart. Aha! We have figured it out. So North actually did have a heart suit. We finally found out what our left-hand opponent has. Ace, king, jack, 5th of hearts, ace and a diamond. Well, he's up to 7 tricks. He can unblock the diamond ace, but now what? I mean, now he has to play a spade. So we win the king and shoot a club through, and this is just going to go down. So partner did have queen, 3rd of clubs. We were just beating this. Well, I guess we don't care about score spoilers because we're just playing for fun. I will keep the little thing over here covering up the score. But at the end of the hand, we see the other table did make 3 no trump. That stiff queen of diamonds falling. If you just cash a high diamond, it's going to be pretty easy. Kaplan is in fact still crushing. So, a diamond, precision style, 2 no trump. Matt says on a spades shift, Declare just has to figure out what to do, win the ace of spades, and then cash out. I mean, running the jack of diamonds seems pretty natural, right? Our hand is very likely to have diamond length, given the king of clubs power lead. So a diamond, 2 no trump, 3 no trump. We elect to lead a diamond from king, queen, 4th, as opposed to a spade from ace, 10, 4th. I know there was a lot of discussion about ace, 10, 4th leads the other day. You run the jack and play the ace when they don't cover. Yeah. So the jack of diamonds has held trick 1. Declare probably going to play a club to hand at trick 2. What partner play? I'm sorry, I was not paying attention. Partner played the 4 of diamonds at trick 1. Generally, the agreement is that if you can't beat a queen or higher in the dummy, sometimes it's jack or higher or whatever, then you give count at trick 1 as opposed to attitude. At least that's the American agreement. So our partner's card in diamonds is probably count, and it looks like he has 4 of them. So we'll probably end up winning this trick and just continuing diamonds. Ooh. Here's something cool we do. Partner plays suit preference in Smith situations. So we don't play Smith against no trump. That was a suit preference card, unless our partner actually needed to play the 8 of clubs for some reason to like force honors out of Declare's hand. Well, partner gave us a count signal in diamonds. He showed an even number, and Finn and myself both made the reasonable assumption that that even number was 4. It was not, in fact, 4. Partner's diamonds were small doubleton. So playing back the Diamond King was not very effective on defense here. It's not surprising to me that the opponents have gotten to 3 no trump and made it. Yuck. That's not what we want to see. Almost any line of defense would have been better than that, what we did. Partner opens a no trump. Good 13 to 16. Didn't we say how awesome it was to lead from ace-10 fourth yesterday? True. That lead would have worked out a lot better here. 2-no puppet. We got a 10 count. We're going to game force 3 hearts, showing 5. Okay. I think we found our game. 4 hearts. Good luck, partner. I think I've forgotten to do single dummy kibitzing because I've been on with Aaron a bunch recently. So now that it's just me, we can hang out and talk about Finn's problems. All of his problems in life. Speed, lead, and trick one. Okay, how do we manage the trump suit? Also, what do we do here? Looks like Kaplan has decided to run this around a hand to play a low heart, or what? Ace of hearts and a heart? So ace of hearts and a heart, reasonable. There's not much the defense can do from here. If they force us in diamonds, we can just ruff and cross back to the club ace to pull trumps. If they play a third trump, we can pitch the diamond loser on the spades. So this looks like a pretty good result. Spade continuation. Now we can just win the queen, pull trumps, and claim our 10 tricks. For spoiler, another big swing going the way of Kaplan. I only say that because it's going to pop up immediately right here. 11 more imps to Kaplan on this one. This match is getting out of hand. What's the protocol for conceding the match midway through the set? Yeah, Jammin' says, Hammond says he never signals unless it's needed, which was very popular back in the 1970s when that style of bridge was floating about. But, I mean, when Aaron was on earlier in the week, we were talking about this, how defensive signaling has just improved dramatically, and people don't... people have kind of realized that signaling all the time on defense is just very helpful. If you and your partner can defend double dummy on basically every hand, then that's really useful. Matt says, it's remarkable how a four-handed team has gone an absolute tear over this long of a period. It is a tribute to, I think, the stamina of the players. Granted, their match against Wolfson, they had the last segment off. The entirety of today has felt like they've had the set off a little bit. No offense to the Shori team, but it's not like they're struggling to make this match happen. Their last close match was up against Nickel, where they had to really work for it down the stretch. What all happened here? This is a precision diamond. Two hearts was 10 to 13 balanced. Partner leads the king of spades. We will encourage. So they've settled into 3 clubs. I take it 2 clubs was not game forcing then. Alright, partner continues another spade, so we can win the ace, and I was going to say we could consider switching suits, but it probably does make sense to just force declare. When partner continues a low spade rather than the queen, we know spades are 4-4-3-2 around the table instead of 4-3-3. But it's true. We do not really want to switch into the ace-queen of hearts, and playing a diamond doesn't look all that productive either. Sometimes we force declare and they try and pull trumps, and then partner gets in and forces them again. Maybe partner's club set up. So what's North's shape? They're probably something like 2-2-3-6, 2-3-2-6. King of clubs. Well, that's going to work out great. There's our queen. On the next trump, what are we going to discard? Always a question. We'll probably want to save the 7 of spades. I mean, a diamond always feels... Okay, it's just gone ace of diamonds. Finn decides to false card with the 5. I probably would have given true count. Not that it matters. 10 of clubs. Partner wins the jack. Heart through. So declare is 2-3-2-6. Ace of hearts, diamond pitching a heart, and partner can ruff. And we get our heart down 2. Or down 1. I guess I have miscounted our tricks. Down 1. Good defense, partner. Man, that king of clubs just holding. That's pretty funny. What happened in the other room? It was the same. It was a push. Alright, we're past... We're well behind the other room, by the way. The other room is already done with this board because I see a score on my screen. So, diamond, no trump. If we're on lead, we'll lead a roast no 9 of spades, I expect. There it is. $11 count in dummy. We might have a chance to beat this thing. Why the spade 9 as opposed to the 3? I mean... I don't know. I think it's just pretty natural to make your honor lead? Well, the agreement is that the 9 shows the 10 and could have a higher honor. So standard leads, you would lead the 10 of spades from this holding, but they just flip-flop that. So that's just the agreement they have. It's called Rousseau honor leads. Diamond to the queen is held. Club to the 10. Why do I feel like this defense is not going great for our side? Hey, Rob. Did we get... oh, yeah, we don't even play Smith. So there was no way for us to know whether or not partner had the Jack of Spades, which is unfortunate. Club to the Jack and Queen. In France, these leads are called Cantar. Well, Declare made a no trump. We ended up giving away a few too many spade tricks on that one. The other table, a no trump went down. Yeah, 10 would show the Jack. What's the gain? I'm not that familiar with what the benefits are for Rousseau leads. I do know that one of the things that people claim is that you can play Rousseau from 4 or more and standard from 3 or fewer, and this gives a lot of clarity to the defenders. So if you had Queen Jack third, you would lead the Queen, but if you have Queen Jack fourth, you would lead the Jack or lead low or something like that. And so then your partner can figure out what the count is in the suit, but Declare might not always know. BZL, I trust you. Less ambiguity in a lot of ways. Strong club system. By East-West, a club of diamonds 0 to 7. 1 spade is 4 or more. Could be canapé style. 2 spades is 0 to 4 with 4 spades, so they found at least a 4-4 spade fit. The partner has led a trump. We'll put up the king at trick 1. I think. So what does Declare's hand looks like? Well, they're just pulling trumps. It sounds pretty likely that Declare has 5 spades. So we'll fall with a low diamond and low club if Declare plays one. If Declare plays a heart, I guess we have to go up with the ace. I mean, partner would have led a singleton heart. So ace of hearts and a low heart is safe. We could switch to clubs here if we wanted. Alright, heart to the Jack and King. Well, a low heart was safe, except partner is now feeling a bit end-played. I mean, for this North-South partnership, against no trump, the king is the power lead. So they're playing Rousseau with the king as the power lead, which means from ace-king, you would lead the ace. Alright, partner has switched to clubs. We'll put up the 10. Club to the 10 and ace feels like it's going pretty well for us. Jack of diamonds roughing. Heart rough. Diamond rough. Then what's Declare gonna do next? I mean, we're only fighting for overtricks. Okay, partner has the rest. Did partner lead a low club from King Queen? Is that what happened here? It's looking like that's what happened here. He did. Oh, but Declare got an extra trick anyway somehow. I was not paying attention to the end position there. We were kind of out of things to do. Pass, pass, pass. The play is going very fast at this table. I mean, we're halfway through the round and we've spent 35 minutes out of the 120 on the clock. 3 passes around to a spade. One spade, 2 spades, 4 spades. All right. And by the way, the other table is way ahead of us. I'm going to check what board they're on. I'm not going to look at their scorecard. They're only 1 board ahead of us. Is 4 spades game forcing Kappa? Good question. I mean, I think the answer is probably no. Well, it's probably yes. Like, imagine if East, so the person sitting over the 4 spade bid, made an insufficient bid of 3 hearts. I think you would be in a forcing pass scenario there. That's probably correct. So yeah, I would just imagine that 4 spades is game forcing. I have completely missed the opening lead in first few tricks. Let me go back. And Declare pulled a second round of trumps. "11 tricks. Did partner lead a doubleton? I don't know if I can support this Kaplan team going to the Bermuda anymore. Don't lead your doubletons. Alright, South has passed. Finn has called the TD. He would like a new partner because his partner has led a doubleton. 1 club. 2 plus. Are we transfers over club? Is that what we do? We are... Yeah, transfers over club. ATN says, thought that the club switch was too obvious on that previous one. No, but like, why would partner ever lead a doubleton heart? Partner clearly has a stiff heart and wants a ruff. Matt asks, why haven't transfers over a club taken over in the US? I think people are familiar with the systems that they've been playing for a long time. This wasn't a thing when I played. Was the one club bid show? It's I mean, it's basically like a one diamond opener here. I don't know a good way to describe it. Usually you're going to have a weak no trump. So like, what's our no trump range? We are good 13 to 16. So this would usually be like 11 to 13 or something. High card points in a balanced hand. But this could also be hands that contain clubs. This could be hands that are planning to reverse, like if we had 5 clubs and 4 hearts. So it doesn't have to show a weak hand. It's just usually we're going to have a weak hand. Would one spade be negative over a strong club? Wait, what? This is not a strong club that we're playing. Bridge Player NS asks, how much do you advocate for a simple system in your partnerships? I think that if you want... Am I frozen? Okay, I'm frozen. This is frozen or us. 2 diamonds is game forcing with clubs. 2 hearts is balanced. Very good. 2 spades is a relay to 2 no trump. Makes sense. We want the balanced hand to be the one declaring the no trump. Oh, Kayani meant transfers over a club, so 1 spade would tend to deny a 4-card major. Yes. Sometimes people play the 1 spade bid shows diamonds. Sometimes they play it denies a major. I think either is fine. If you're playing in casual partnerships, I like simple systems. Because I think in casual partnerships, the fun of the game is like making sure that you and your partner can get through the auction and get through the play on the same page. You don't have to play the best systems or conventions to have a good time. If you're playing a serious partnership, like one either that's looking to compete in high-level national events for your country, or one that is, I guess, where like you and your partner want to be more serious about the game of bridge, then I would recommend adding in, you know, more than just something very basic and simple. Prakash says there's funny bidding in the other table on this board. Oh, they are on this board. Well, I don't want to pull it up. I don't want to jinx anything and reveal the cards to myself. We're trying to focus on Finn's decision making. Partners showed heart shortness. We have said we have hearts well controlled. 3 no trump. That seems pretty natural. I'm thinking about the implications of the auction because it sounds to me, I mean, even before the 4 club bid, it has sounded to me like our partner was interested in a slam. I know we only have a doubleton club, but I was thinking about evaluating our hand in slam context. Wait, we have a 14 count. Excuse me? Oh, we're 15 to 17 in this seat. Yeah. Okay, we're 15 to 17 no trump. So 4 diamonds, we showed a bad hand for clubs. 4 hearts is answer anyway. Optional key card is what's happening. 4 spades, we have 1 key card. It feels like partner's about to bid 5 clubs. That's what it feels like to me. 5 diamonds. Confirms all the key cards, probably, and the trump queen, and is asking for kings. Now we have a huge hand. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now this king, queen, third of spades has become great. I mean, the queen, jack of hearts aren't good, but partner has kind of told us that they don't care about us having a bad hand for clubs, or the fact that we have a bad hand for heart shortness with 3 no trump. I think I'm really excited about the way the auction's gone now. So 5 spades, spade king. Like, I don't think we can just bid a grand ourselves, but it kind of feels like we now are in grand territory. The opponents are running out of their virtual pass cards. I mean, the pass card is falling off the tray. The tray's full, so the bidding has to end. That would be an amusing rule. If you were limited to a certain number of bids per round. Five no, last train for 7. I think we just have to bid 7 clubs. I don't like 6 no trump. Yeah, I really don't like 6 no trump by Finn. Like I said, I think we have 14, so we're like maximum in values. We did so much rejection earlier in the auction. Like, okay, we showed 2 hearts balanced, so that's our hand. We bid 3 no trump over heart shortness. We decided to reject optional key card, which is like fine, probably. Like, I don't know if that would have been my choice, but I'm not that familiar with this convention. But partner said, they don't care, they don't care, they don't care. Our hand is terrible, they don't care. Please, like, tell me about your key cards. We have a complete maximum in context. The only thing we're missing is probably, like, the jack of clubs. Like, yes, of course the queen, jack of hearts could be better. But I don't think that we can really have much more than this. I think 6 no is not the right bid on our cards. I mean, I don't know. Partner might pull to 7 clubs for fear that 6 no trump is just going down or something, and 7 clubs might be the best chance to make. And 7 what? I would bid 7 clubs. Like, it's very possible that we might want to try roughing finesse and hearts or something in the club contract. Whereas 7 no trump, we might just not have enough tricks. Again, I can't count partner's tricks. If I could tell partner in some way that I have the queen of spades and queen of diamonds, then I would let them decide. How many clubs does partner have? I don't know. A lot? I mean, partner knows that we can have a doubleton club, and partner probably knows we do have a doubleton club. So my guess is they probably have like ace, king, queen 7th or ace, king, queen 8th in the club suit. Partner passes 6 no. We're declaring it. I guess we'll find out in a minute. Eli says, partner's ace third, stiff, ace third, ace king queen 6th at a minimum. I think that's... No, there's no way partner has that hand and it was still pushing so hard. Partner has to have more than that. But, okay, maybe your point is that, like, just from what partner has showed via key card, yes, those are all of the cards we know about in partner's hand. Lots of questions being asked by North before he leads at trick 1. I mean, that probably makes sense. Let me try and guess partner's hand. Well, I guess I can't guess partner's hand anymore. Okay, this is partner's hand. Well, not too bad. Yeah, not too bad, actually. Just knock out the Diamond King. The other table did get to 7 clubs. And King of Diamonds is offside. Oh my god, how did they make it? The other table made 7 clubs. Whoa! Squeeze in the reds, but there's no entry. There's no entry for a squeeze in the reds. A heart lead? It could be a heart lead. Alright, we've opened a club again. Spade lead. There was a spade lead in the other room and Declare made 7 clubs? How? The King of Hearts doesn't rough out. I mean, I believe you. The squeeze operated. Let's see, what do you actually need to do? Oh, you run the clubs and pitch the diamonds and then cash the spades and go ace of hearts and... Is that the best line of play? That can't be the best line of play. Maybe it is. I don't know. I guess maybe it is. Yeah. Okay. It's what he did. I believe you. Yep. Cool. Well, in our current hand, partner has bid 3 diamonds, and partner has now balanced 3 no trump. When you're down 100, maybe? Could be. We have a pretty good hand for 3 no. Spade lead. Well, we got 9 cashers. How much time is this hand gonna take? I mean, we might just see a claim at trick 1. I kind of expect a claim at trick 1. There we go. Claim at trick 1. 9 tricks. Yeah, it wasn't a hook and a squeeze. It was a hook or a squeeze. Like, the squeeze requires both red kings in the same hand. A finesse requires 1 red king in the same hand. Five boards to go in this set, and then we'll probably see a concession. Equal chances? Well, no. I mean, both red kings in the south hand. I guess it's both red kings in the north hand? I suppose yes, you're technically right. Well, I mean, hold on. Let's go back, because having the odds of 2 cards being in the same hand are only 24%. It's like a vacant spaces argument. Yeah, we're still in the USA 1 finals. But yeah, like, if South had both red kings, or if North had both red kings, the squeeze would work. But that's actually only 48%. It's not 50. Because the odds are more likely that they're split than otherwise. Alright, 2-heart opener in third seat could be basically anything, which is, I think, a good reason, or strong reason, why North did not take a call over 2 hearts, that he's worried his partner is just being a real joker. I think Shori will withdraw after the set and take the evening off, because they have a big uphill battle to make it back through the bracket on the other side for USA 2. Heart goes around to the 10. So is Declare going to try and get a diamond ruff in? Play back the Jack of Diamonds? Queen of Spades, 2-6. Well, we better win this. 10 of Clubs. Alright, trump around to the 9. Ace of Spades. Now the 10 of Clubs. 5 of Clubs. Looks like we've decided to put Declare to a guess if Shan has the 9 of Clubs. Matt says, the official USBF video stream has only 26 viewers. What is the official USBF video stream? I didn't realize that there was an official one. Alright. Club to the king. Partner pulls the last trump, King of Hearts. Seems like Declare is in trouble. Aliuna, thanks. I'm glad that you have appreciated the stream. But the thing is, people want to watch people that they're familiar with. Like, most people don't know me, I think. I was out of, the scene for way too long, and I wasn't like one of the most popular players back in the day anyway. So I think a lot of people are just like, oh, Danny Sprung has been doing the VuGraph commentary for a long time. Let's go watch him. I know that he's good. People think Rob Barrington is good, so they'll go watch him as well. People aren't aware that, like, I'm a good player is, I think, the short of it. A heart double, we have a bad 2-heart bid, that is correct. 2 spades on our left, partner bids 4 hearts anyway. I'm the only guy on Twitch. I'm trying my best. Shift thinks that I'm a good player. I'm glad you think I'm a good player. But you've been here for a while. Possibly even better than you. Possibly. Four hearts doubled. Well, how does partner feel about all this? It's probably Queen 10-8 fourth of hearts. I don't have the Flanneralty notes, so there's no way that I can improve my game. I've hit a wall. Well, King of Clubs, club continuation roughed. Then what? I mean, there's only one dummy entry in the Ace of Diamonds. I guess we probably do cross in diamonds to take a spade hook. Kaplan decides to pitch a diamond, which is fine on the ace of clubs. It kind of looks to me like we want to be roughing a bunch of things in Declarer's hand and Kaplan's hand, because I would ideally like to get down to a position where I can rough the fourth round of spades in dummy and then kind of lead towards the hard honors at the end, pickling North's queen 10-8 fourth. So club comes, diamond to the ace, spade to the queen, which holds, ace of spades and a spade ruff. Now a diamond ruff. And then another spade ruff. And I suppose at that point we can actually just lead the jack of hearts, which will be simple enough. Jack of hearts covered, up with the ace, exit the six of hearts, and North is then played into giving us the last two heart tricks. So this will be four hearts doubled, making 4. Okay. Well, once again, 4 hearts doubled, making 4. That's one way to pick up the heart suit. I mean, it would have been a strange takeout double if South was really 3-0, 4-6 or something. Or 3-0, 5-5 or whatever it was that I was playing them for. So maybe that takeout double just wasn't realistic. Either way. 10 tricks, Kaplan can claim. It looks like he hasn't for some reason. Are we frozen? Yes, we were frozen. 4 hearts doubled making. On to the next board. We got 3 boards left to play in this set and probably left to play in the match. We have an hour left in this segment, so we'll probably get to see quite a bit of Nickel Fleischer or whoever we want to see on the other side of the bracket. Goodman Rosenthal, maybe. A diamond, precision on our right, a heart on our left. Schiff says, only Goodman if they're losing. They were losing coming into this set by, I think, 1. How lucky are you feeling? So, precision diamond doesn't necessarily promise diamonds. We lead our longest suit. 4th best 3 of diamonds here. 13 count in the dummy. 1 heart on our left. That's an exciting bid. Three diamonds to the king. Now, our partner's in a bit of a precarious spot. Like, let's say Kaplan has king-jack third of diamonds. The normal return would be the jack of diamonds, but he might return a low one. Oh, or apparently he might switch to hearts. I was not expecting the heart switch. I guess this could mean that partner's diamond was stiff. 5 of hearts to the queen. We have discouraged with our 4. So what do we do on a low spade towards dummy? Do we put up the king? Or do we just play low? Yeah, Shan could have 5 diamonds. Very possible. I mean, obviously we'll cover the 10 or jack of spades, I think. Michael says with the score, everything they do is suspect. Yeah, I mean, the opponents could have missed a 5-4 heart fit here. I don't know why South would have been a no trump with 5 hearts, but South might have opened a diamond with a big heart fit. Kayani said, did the math, it's 48% for both kings in the same hand. Yeah, that's what I said. That it's 24% for 2 cards to be in the same hand. Or, looked at differently, it's 76% for at least 1 card to be in a specific player's hand among 2. You double-checked? I mean, I'm glad you double-checked, but that is kind of just a, I guess, a piece of information that bridge players frequently use, that 76 or 24. So partner had 10-4 of spades. I think we probably want to pitch the 2 of hearts to confirm that our 4 of hearts was a discouraging signal. I know it looks a little bit silly to void ourselves in hearts when that's partner suit, or the suit that partner switched to, but if Finn does decide to ditch the 2 of diamonds, I guess that's reasonable. Showing the 5-card suit. Bridge player NS says partner has 5 hearts though, right? I don't know. I mean, I think it's very possible that the opponents missed a 4-4 heart fit. It's starting to seem a lot like partner does not have 5 hearts, because if partner had 5 hearts, they would just start cashing hearts. Alright, 2 club switch. And so Shan was what? 2-3, 5-3 is what it seems like. Club to the 9, 10, and king. Declare can cash 2 spades, pitching, I guess, a couple of diamonds from hand. Shan had queen 9 of hearts. If he had queen 9 third, why play the queen? No, I think Shan had ace queen third of hearts, right? I mean, otherwise partner would just start cashing hearts. Partner can't have ace king jack 4th or ace king jack 5th or whatever. Did I miss something about the heart suit? I thought dummy started with 10-4 and Shan won the queen on the first round and pitched the 9. I don't think I missed something about the heart suit. Nikolai says queen jack 9. Yeah, that's possible too. It could be queen jack 3rd. That's a possible layout of the heart suit. So what's South's values? South has Jack 10, fifth of diamonds. I mean, if we're thinking Jack of spades and Queen Jack of hearts, then South has a bunch of stuff in clubs. But then we have to be frozen then, right? Declare would just be cashing out. So that's not what's going on. I think Shan does have ace queen third of hearts. Otherwise, he would just like cash 2 spades, cash the ace of diamonds, cash the ace queen of clubs or something, and then move on. Maybe he's very light for 1 diamond. Nikolai says, don't think the heart position can be anything else. I mean, it would be weird to play the queen of hearts from ace queen 9 there, but maybe not super weird. Well, we'll get some more information. So there's a diamond pitch. Partner probably has queen 8 third of clubs. That's possible, yeah. There's another diamond pitch. Now we do let go our heart. Yeah, so Shan could be fairly light. You know, ace jack of clubs, queen jack of hearts, jack of spades, jack of diamonds. That would be a 10 count. Oh, partner had a second diamond! Partner, you coward! Return my suit! Wouldn't have made much of a difference. If only we had saved our 10 of clubs, but we didn't know. Sorry, partner. The club switch did not help from your side. It was a good try holding on to the 7 of clubs. If partner's clubs really were queen 8 third, then we would have stopped the club suit. But an overtrick for Shan. 2 passes to a club, diamond, we get to a bit of spade. One spade, oh, 1 heart, we get to bid a heart. 4 spades, usually not 4 hearts unless 6-4. Makes sense. We would make a negative double with 5-4, I guess. That was a 10 count by Shan, right? Ace jack of clubs, queen jack of hearts, jack of diamonds, jack of spades. It was a pretty bad 10 count as well. Flat 10. 2 diamonds on our left. Partner has a fit. 2 spades. Looks good so far. 3 diamonds on our right. I am good here. It's a little sad that us not competing is going to make it so that Declare probably picks off the queen jack doubleton of diamonds. If we'd competed to 3 spades and they pushed on to 4 diamonds, we would probably get a trump trick. Four clubs is a lot of bidding over there by past hand. Matt asks, which is worse, partner leading a doubleton or not leading back my suit against 3 no trump? I mean, doubleton leads are fine. Sometimes you have to make a lead in an unbid suit, and it's a doubleton. Harsh duality, partner did not reverse. One heart showed 4 or more spades. So partner just showed a minimum opener with 4 spades. Four clubs is a lot of bidding by a passed hand, especially for a player that didn't make a 3-club mixed raise. So I don't know what's going on our left here. Four hearts on our right. These guys are not messing around. They're just getting to game on every hand, trying to generate swings. Five diamonds. Okay. Lead our spade suit. Finn says yes. So we got a spade trick, it looks like. Or maybe Declare has a stiff ace. Also, what is all of this bidding by West? Not West, North. 2 diamonds seems fine. 4 clubs seems... I don't even understand 4 clubs. What is North hoping for? North is just flat. Partner overcalled a diamond. Partner didn't really do anything other than bid 3 diamonds. I mean, I think if you want to swing with this North hand, you can just bid 3 no. The opponents have a 4-4 spade fit, so you're only losing the first 4 tricks, right? If partner really has ace king 6th and an outside card, you might just have 9 tricks. I mean, how does 5 diamonds sound like it's going to do opposite ace king 6th and an outside card? 6 diamonds, you have 9 tricks, maybe you score an extra club or something, get you up to 10. I think 3 no trump has to be the way to swing with the North cards if you're still going for that. I mean, you should also be careful though, because once it looks like your partner has spade shortness, sometimes they're competing to the 3 level just because they have extra values in short spades. They don't have a 6th diamond. This seems really dangerous to me. The 4 club bid. Have we worked out which honor we're playing? If Declare cashes a high diamond, I think I would probably try the jack. I don't think there's any reason to unblock the King of Hearts if Declare leads a low heart towards the ace. Finn has decided to play the Queen underneath the diamond ace. Heart to the 9 and jack. King of diamonds. Get off the end play. Well done, partner. Now another spade. Queen of Hearts covered. 10 tricks. Sounds about right. We took our 3 tricks. King of Hearts was onside. Looks like they weren't making 3 no trump either, with a diamond loser and 4 spades to cash. Alright, 2 spades on our left. Last board of the match, probably. 2 spades, all pass. Sounds good. So I'll wait for official confirmation. Let me see if the USBF site has the confirmation yet. Because they're 30 minutes ahead of us. There is officially a withdrawal, so Kaplan has moved on as USA 1. Congrats to them. Very much deserved. Aside from a tough match against Nickel, they just blazed through the rest of the field. This means Shori is going to have the night off, but then they'll be dropping down into USA 2. We'll be back tomorrow for that coverage, of course. But for the 4th segment of the day today, we will end up checking out one of the USA 2 matches. 9 of Hearts lead. We lead standard against suits. So this looks like it might be a doubleton. It would be pretty hard to believe that North has 5-5 or something in the majors and is open 2 spades. So 9 of Hearts to the king. Spade. We'll play the 5 as a suit preference signal here, trying to get partner to continue hearts. Yeah, really impressive win by Team Kaplan. I am very pleased to have them represent us in the Bermuda Bowl coming up. And I guess we'll find out who they end up adding as a 3rd pair, because they were playing 4-handed the entire time. Matt asks, is this only the 2nd 4-handed win? I don't think so. I'm sure there have been a lot of 4-handed wins, but I'm not that familiar with which teams it would be off the top of my head. What's Declare doing here? Declare needs to work out if they want to try and ruff a club back to hand or a diamond. They're trying to score a bunch of ruffs with small trumps in their hand. They've gone after a diamond, which looks like it works out correctly. So we'll probably go Ace of Hearts, Heart Ruff, or whatever when partner gets in. Ace of Hearts, Heart Ruff. Looks like this contract is going to come home. And Queen of Clubs a much better play than a Heart Ruff. Might promote one of partner's tricks in the trump suit. Declare and partner are both down to 2 spades. Declare has a heart and partner has a diamond winner. Rob says, who's going to volunteer to be the extra teammate? Well, that's not up to us to decide. It's up to Kaplan. They're going to have a team meeting and decide which pair they want to add. Two spades making good defense. That is the end of the match. So once again, congrats to Team Kaplan. Shori actually picks up 2 umps in this final set, but is nowhere near enough for them to be interested in playing an 8th segment, being down by 117. Now let's check in on USA 2. Oh, look at that. There is a video stream. Wait, should we check out the video stream? USBF 2. Let's check out the video stream quickly. Hold on, let me get rid of these things. Click to unmute.
Oh, sorry.
Show some card.
I'm looking at the pen for a second going, wait, what are you talking about? A card. Not penalty, but just good cards. As you can see, 5 clubs down 1 in the other room.
Yeah, and whatever game they play will be down unless somehow there's a miracle layout for 4 hearts making, which they won't find anyway.
What a crazy match this has been, too. They were kind of handily ahead by about 23, and they lose 19 on that one board. Back to 4 for Rosenthal.
I think they're going for the ASMR.
I think his winning action was passing 3 spades double down. They'll set that.
All right.
Just bear.
Let's get out of here. So currently, Wolfson up by 120. Nickel well ahead of Fleischer. They've picked up in the 7th set, but Fleischer will play the 8th, obviously. If they lose, they have nothing to do tomorrow. They're getting knocked out. Rosenthal up by 4. Nikolai has spotted the fallacy and no game makes. I think we did see in the other table in the match that we were watching 4 hearts actually made on the 4-3 fit with such weak trumps. The hearts split 3-3. Yeah, they needed to get the energy up at that table a little bit. I was not feeling it. Which match should we check out? Should we watch the match that's close? Let's go to the match that's close. It's fine. We'll hang out here. They get to 5 clubs on this hand. Both tables got to 5 clubs down 1. Yeah, this was the one with like 6 club tricks and 3 aces to cash, right? I remember this hand. No game makes. They're trying their best. Sometimes your best just isn't good enough, though. Oh no, we can't watch Simpson and Rodwell. I'm sorry. There's just no way we can watch this table. We're gonna have to go to the other room. I'm not subjecting myself to that. we'll watch the other table. No, those guys are so slow. It's not just one of them, it's both of them. We cannot be in that room. We'll stay here. Granger and Wooldridge. Up against Wilenkin and Ginasar. So it looks like Granger kind of did something similar, although North-South are only 2 no trump on this one. South, of course, with the 10 count passed in first seat. A spade, a no trump, 2 hearts, 2 no. But they get off to a diamond lead, around to the king, maybe a diamond return. Declare it looks like one on hearts instead of spades. And has set up a couple of heart tricks. Granger switches to the club queen. Club up with the ace, and now what? Craig says Wooldridge is very slow too. Yes, but they're also 4 boards ahead of the other room. I mean, some things are even too much for me. to sit and wait for. I can stand to watch one player be relatively slow. I can't stand to watch every player at the table tank on every decision. That's way too much. So Jack of Diamonds exit, King of Spades, and now Declare can take the rest. West got N played. Well done. Oh no, we have to wait for the other table in this match? We're too far ahead of them? I can't do this. Which team is Rodwell on? He's on Goodman. I hope they get knocked out. We can't let this happen again tomorrow. It's another 2-day match. We just can't have Rodwell and Simpson be playing ever again. Someone needs to ban them from this event if they're going to play like this. Well, 2 boards left in the set. We finished, what, 45 minutes early in the USA 1 match? Those guys played fast. Okay. Let's try and find another table to watch. Let's go back. We'll check in on Fleischer against Nickel. Oh, every table that's on board 13 is finished, so I guess we'll have to go to this table. Fleischer and Martel against Nickel and Katz. Rodwell did certainly make sure that he got banned from this event in years past, but he's back now, and he's angry, and that's why he's playing slowly. A heart, a no trump, 2 spades by Fleischer, 4 hearts by Martel. Well, we saw this get doubled in the Kaplan match earlier. Maybe out of speculation that was just their best chance to try and pick up some imps. Queen of clubs lead from Nickel. I mean, if you're playing third from even, low from odd, I guess that's what you lead. Ace, King, Queen, Jack. I mean, the Queen of Clubs would not have occurred to me as an opening lead choice. Ace of Clubs. So Declare has a club, a diamond, and needs to hold the major suit losers to 1. I mean, it's actually pretty sensible to just lay down a high heart at trick 3 here, but Declare doesn't do it. 3rd and 5th. Yeah, what's the problem? You're so right. Ace of Spades, spade ruff. The king doesn't drop. Club ruff, spade ruff. This is where it comes back to Kaplan actually did really well by pitching a diamond to cut communication and diamonds at trick 2. One round of clubs winning, a second round of clubs, pitches a diamond, and then he ruffed the third round of clubs before going diamond to the ace, diamond to the queen, or diamond to the ace, spade to the queen. Yeah, why play the ace of clubs at trick 2? I don't know, man. He paid his entry fee, so he wants to try and play all of his high cards and see if he can take some of them. Alright, king of clubs rough, declare can pull trumps. 620. And now are we going to be on pause? Because Rodwell's table still hasn't finished board 9. They might run into another time penalty. I mean, they've just run into time penalty after time penalty in every match they've played. Other table, bid and made 2 no trump. This was like a Shan specialty, this hand. Opening the south hand a diamond in precision, getting to 3 no trump, and then wrapping it. It doesn't really feel like 3 no trump should be making, but maybe there's nothing East-West can do on this lie of the cards. King of spades is onside, queen of clubs is onside. Matt asks, was Rodwell always this slow, or did he just have mech making up time for him? Man, that's a good question. Let me think back to when I played against them. Because I played against them a lot. I mean, Mextroth was always a very fast player, but I just don't remember if Rodwell was always very slow. I'm certain we finished the rounds early, for the most part. But that's because I think, like, my partnerships have also been, like, relatively fast. You know, not, like, not finishing, like, 45 minutes early, but generally finishing with like 20 or 30 minutes early. I don't know. Craig says he's always been slow. I'll take Craig's word for it. Maybe it's long-term COVID. What was 2 hearts? A poor 16 or less. Are they playing Gazilli? There's no way that Nickel and Katz are playing Gazilli. Hold on, I need to pull this up. This would be a treat. Nickel and Katz. Here we go. They play Gazilli. Oh my god. There's no way. Hold on. Wait, I need to make this like in big bold font so that everyone can see this. What? Here we go. This is their convention card. Gazili. Nickel Katz. I wonder when this happened. Well, it definitely helped them beat Fleischer, so we may as well keep it on the convention card. Matthew, you're shook. One of America's top partnerships playing Gazilli. The oldest pair in the tournament playing the coolest convention. I am a little bit surprised that they're playing it. I think we've seen a couple of pairs in the tournament play it. But not everyone. Like, I don't think Cranyak and Demoy are playing Gazilli. Marty's cashing a spade. He can cash the king of diamonds. He can cash the king of hearts, but Declare is going to escape. 2 spades making 2. Yeah, Cran's playing Gazzolo, which I guess is not Gazilli. It's some variant. Or maybe it's just a typo because he's well known for that. It might just be a typo. Alright, knock out the Heart King. On to the next board. 2 boards to go, guys. Man, just imagine how it feels to be Nickel or Fleischer here. You're in the... You somehow ran into the 1 or 2 seed on the other side of the bracket in the quarterfinals. I'm just going to put this out there, that if anyone from the USBF is paying attention to this stream, I would be happy to restructure your bracket format so that it's actually reasonable for all of the teams involved. For a fee, of course. I would not do this for free. No, you know what? I take that back. I would do this for free. Because this is nonsense. I would totally just restructure their thing into something that makes sense and do it without charge. I am willing to do this just for the sake of American Bridge. Yeah, it would be like... It would not take an entire evening. And I would say that I'm pretty qualified to do this as well. I think I am very qualified to restructure this as someone who has a lot of capabilities when it comes to mathematics, as well as game theory. Doing a round robin would solve a lot of these issues. I don't think we can afford to do that. It used to be the case. So when I used to play, there would be more than 16 teams that would enter. And we would have to do a round robin for 2 days to eliminate it down to 16 teams. So, you know, if like 20 teams entered, we would do a 2-day round robin to cut the 4 weakest teams out of the field. So that happened. A round robin with the top 8 going to knockouts, I mean, that would be sensible as well. Yeah. That would also be very much like the Bermuda Bowl, where the top 8 teams qualify after a round robin stage. Yeah, this is actually a good idea. Matt has a good idea for once. The bottom 8 do another round robin with 4 from that going to the losers bracket, like opening round or whatever, and facing off against the losers of the first round in the USA 1 bracket. First time for everything. How's Declare doing in a no trump on this board? I have to imagine it is not going well. Schiff asks if doing a format similar to the Bermuda Bowl is a good way to prepare teams for the Bermuda Bowl. That was a thought that had crossed my mind. And listen, it's not like we're necessarily trying to train teams to win the Bermuda Bowl, because we haven't in many years, but maybe that's part of the problem, that we do need to get a format so that teams are prepared for the actual Bermuda Bowl format. I mean, qualifying out of the round robin stage has not been the issue for the US teams. I think we frequently have both USA 1 and USA 2 in the top 8 of the Bermuda Bowl. The problem generally happens immediately after that. Yeah, the last 2 Bermuda Bowls, USA 1 and 2, have gotten to the knockout stage. And the issue has always been Zimmerman. Has it always been Zimmerman? We always lose to them? That is unfortunate. Is East getting squeezed? I guess North is getting squeezed. North has already pre-squeezed himself. But if Cats pitched 2 hearts, Marty would have to come down to a stiff jack of hearts. So this is what? 1 no trump going down 1 when 2 spades was just a claimer in the other room? In 2022, Nickel lost to Zimmerman, USA 2 lost to Norway. In 2023, USA 1 and 2 had to play each other and then ended up losing to Zimmerman. In the 2024 World Championship, Fleischer lost to Zimmerman. This, I think we're seeing a pattern here. Hold on a second. Wait. Have we figured out what the USA's kryptonite is? Is it Team Zimmerman? To be fair, I think Zimmerman is a lot of teams' kryptonite. Thurs says they could transfer the menace. That's true. South could lead the Queen of Hearts covered by the King to the Ace, and then a club back to the King to cash the last diamonds. That's a little bit much. Danny says in 2022, Nickel won the Rosenbloom. That's a big accomplishment. Nat thinks the hidden key to doing well in the Bermuda Bowl is to get a higher seed coming into the top 8. I think it is important with the format, because if you are the 1 seed, you get to take your pick of which of the 5 through 8 seeds to play in the next round. If you're on the US team, you have to play up against the other US team in the semifinals if both of you make it. So your bracket becomes fixed a little bit. But, you know, if you finish second in the overall qualifying and Switzerland takes first, you wouldn't have to play Switzerland until the finals, and Switzerland will pick someone, but then you get another choice. Granted, there's not much difference between all of the top 8 teams in skill level. Okay, which match are we watching? Are we going to check out Goodman against Rosenthal for the next set? We still have, like, what, 25 minutes until it starts? How many boards is Rodwell going to lose? I don't know. When the choices are Israel, Italy, and Poland, there isn't a good choice. That's true. It's a tough event. But the way that Kaplan played in this event, because with them being able to beat Shori's front 4, which was a very strong front 4, I mean, Shori came through some very difficult teams. They came through Fleischer. They came through... who did they play after Fleischer? Or who did they play before Fleischer? I don't remember. Rosenthal? Was it Rosenthal? It was probably that team. Yeah, they came through Rosenthal, they came through Fleischer, so obviously the Shori team has a really strong front 4, and they're a bit of a different generation than the Nickel, Wolfson, and Wildowski teams that Kaplan faced up against in the first 3 matches. There are some good teams elsewhere in the world, but I think Kaplan has a serious chance in the Bermuda Bowl to win. I'm looking forward to it. Fleischer found a way to swing. Just doubling 4 spades. He has 3 trump tricks. I remember this hand. Partner also led a doubleton heart. We were sitting over here in the west seat. We need more people from Monaco to migrate to the US, but they would just instantly get deported at the border because they're not naturalized citizens. I think we found the source of the error. We need to wait until a new president takes the reins so that we can get more immigrants to the country. That's what Bridge needs. We need all of the Bridge players to rally behind new immigration laws that just open the borders to everyone to come into the country. I mean, we don't need to go into the deportations, but I'm just saying that, like, not only are naturalized citizens unsafe, but, like, people who are not, very much unsafe. The rich are always allowed? That's a good point. That if we get, like, a really rich paying sponsor from Monaco or some other wealthy nation, then they could come in and hang out and form a Bridge team. So that's really what we need. We just need to find, like, some Nigerian prince who is trying to pay me all of their inheritance money, and we'll just let that guy in, no problem. Is there a good way to beat this too? I mean, I see 3 natural trump tricks in Ace Hand and the Ace of Hearts. Cootie asks, should Shori have just let Vince Cran and Kevin Shan play and win, and then join them for the Bermuda Bowl? 2 fallacies here. 1, Kaplan beat that foursome head-to-head in almost every segment, but like they beat them by a considerable margin. So it sounds like Kaplan would have just won regardless, no matter who they were playing against. They took on everyone and defeated every team. 2, if Shori did that, Shori would not be allowed to be added as the extra pair for that team, because there's a committee that decides which partnerships are allowed to be added, and you wouldn't be allowed to add a sponsored partnership. You would have to essentially add a partnership that would make the team stronger, in a way. So I don't think that that would have flown for the committee's decision. But yeah, regardless, it sounds like Kaplan would have won anyway. Now that 4-handed team probably would win USA 2, or might win USA 2. We could expect that. But that was not really an option. Good luck finding a partnership to make the team stronger. It's true. It's true. This is a problem. I think that's generally how they phrase it, that you, as a 4-handed team, you must add a partnership that makes your team stronger. And if there isn't a partnership that is better than the partnerships on the team, then effectively you're forced to add a third partnership so that you would be stronger because of the ability to sit some matches out. Nikolai says, wonder who they'll add as the third pair. My suspicion is they're going to add someone from this matchup, because one of these teams is going home today, and they will probably pick up one of the pairs from Nickel or Fleischer, who gets knocked out. But they can wait and decide. I don't think they need to decide immediately. I mean, depending on what happens, if Shori ends up losing, they could add one of the pairs from the Shori team. Like, they could add Kranyak and Demoy, because obviously the Shori team is, we would expect, to be the second best in the event, since they made it to the finals of the USA 1 bracket. BZL says you're available. They should just add you. So there was a withdrawal from Bailey up against Wolfson. Wolfson moves on to tomorrow. I think the way that the losers bracket works now is Shori gets to pick among these 3 teams, whoever wins. So Wolfson and, let's say, Nickel and Rosenthal, who they want to play tomorrow. So at least they have that benefit, but, you know, Wolfson, Nickel, Rosenthal, I mean, they would probably pick Rosenthal because they already beat them. Maybe? Let me think. Who would I pick out of that lineup? So Wolfson is Zia and Mike Camel, Mexstroth and Berkowitz, and Garner and Wolfson. And Rosenthal is Wilenkin and Genasar, Andrew and Aaron, so Silverstein and Rosenthal, and who else did they have? I don't remember. Who else is on the Rosenthal team? No, I said Zia and Michael. Wait, also Zia and Michael aren't Zia and Michael on Wolfson? Okay, now I'm just getting it all backwards. Let's go back and look. Rosenthal is... Oh,
You're
Michael,
doing
Rosenberg,
great,
and
Rob.
Zach.
Thanks.
Hey, Carlene's! Thanks so much for the donation. We got another full day of commentary. Yeah, so Michael Rosenberg and Zach Grossack on the Rosenthal team. And the Wolfson team. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I would not pick Nickel if I was Team Shori. Is Berkowitz, Mexstroth, Camel and Mahmood, Garner and Wolfson. I mean, look, can I just, like... Let's just have a gentleman's agreement with Kaplan. Best 2 out of 3. Like, we handshake on it and both of us move on to the Bermuda Bowl. Do I have to pick between these teams to play tomorrow? This doesn't seem fair. Hold on. I made it to the finals of USA 1. Why do I have to choose between these teams to play? And then I have to play up against Nickel in the subsequent match? No. This is not okay. We need someone to restructure these bracket things. I'm telling you, I'm available. If they want to contract me, I said I would do it for free. I will totally just solve this problem for them for free. Okay. I think we just pick Rosenthal because we beat them earlier in the tournament. That would probably be my choice, but they probably have other ideas as well. Yeah, let's head back into this room and figure out exactly how many penalties Rodwell and Simpson get. We have update. Yeah, Craig makes a lot of assumptions. Is Craig still here? Probably not. I'll have to tell him later. I apologize, Raj. Craig made the assumption, and I think he's been saying this for a while, because this has been the case for a lot of players, is that many of the sponsors or like people who are in this older generation, like in the 50 to 70 year age range, started playing as a kid, like in college, because it was actually relatively popular back in like the 70s, 80s, and 90s as a game in the US. Raj actually didn't play as a kid. He just started picking up in COVID. So that was my impression that I got from him. So he sent me a message letting us know that we were incorrect. Thank you, Raj, for pointing that out. I apologize for spreading misinformation on stream. But now we know. So I'll mention to Craig in case it comes up again. Four spades down one in the other room on this board. No double, no trouble. Nice pickup for Rosenthal after the good play by Rosenberg. What happened? Oh, we're on to board 45, and now we're playing through the break. So we've barely made it, but I'm sure that North-South are going to get a penalty. I didn't see. What did Rosenberg do? I guess I'll take a look back at the previous board. Let me shoot a message back to Rod. Did I say Rod? Raj? Boom. Okay. 2 spades, 2-no asking, 3 spades is 4 hearts medium. I'm sorry, what? What do you mean 4 hearts medium? Why do you have something built into your 2-no trump asking bid where you can show a side 4-card major? But it's not just show a side 4-card major. Like, okay, I would understand if it was like 2 spades, 2-no, 4 hearts is 6 spades, 4 hearts, right? Like, that would make sense to me. I'd be like, okay, cool, you know, like, you guys have decided that that's how you show this hand. Like, yes, you're pretty infrequently going to open with a side 4-card major, but it's not just like 4 hearts, it's 4 hearts and a medium hand. That means they're committing an extra step somewhere to showing 4 hearts and a maximum hand. And they're probably also using 3 clubs as all minimums. Like, I mean, why is this the most important hand type to show? I don't get it. 4 hearts and a medium hand. What is this nonsense? Man, if someone showed up playing that convention against me, I would just laugh them out of the room. I would be like, I'm sorry, I just can't sit in the same room as you anymore. I'm gonna have to, like, swap iPads with my partner. It's important because sometimes you make 4 hearts. Yeah. Right. Because when your partner asks for info about your spade preempt, they're thinking, man, if only partner has 4 hearts and a maximum, then we can get to game. Otherwise, you know, we'll probably just have to sit it out in 3 spades in the 6-1 fit. Matt says Broglin plays 2 majors 8 to 10 and 2 no trump 3 clubs shows 6-4 with any suit. Like, I think that's okay. That seems fine. Cody asks, is that similar to Vinny 2-no invented by Vince? I don't know what Vinny 2-no is. But if it sounds similar, then that would make sense. Like 6-4 any suit makes a lot of sense because now it's basically like you're showing distribution. And therefore, if partner was a little bit worried that your hand was just some generic 6-3-2-2 or 6-3-3-1 possibly, then now they're like, okay, we have fewer losers on the outside. Cody says, Gavin did a course on Vinny 2-no. Gotcha. What's odd 3s? We could all just play odd 3s and it wouldn't be a problem. Okay, what did Rosenberg do? I want to see this. Rosenberg did something to win 7 imps, people say. Jack of spades, so he's in 3 spades. Spade to the 9. 10 of clubs. Yep. Ace of diamonds. Yep. Heart. Ducked around. Diamond to the queen. Club. Ace of hearts. Diamond. Yeah, I guess there's nothing the defense could do. Did Rosenberg do something good on this hand? I wasn't watching. I mean, this looked like he just took a club finesse and took another club finesse, and now he has a claim. Like, if Rodwell plays back a trump, we win the king, unblock the club, pull the last trump, run clubs. If he plays back a heart, we ruff, we cross in clubs, we ruff the last heart, and we have a high cross ruff. And if he plays back a diamond, I mean, it's basically the same thing. You pitch a heart, you ruff, you play a club to the queen, ruff a heart. Other table got to 3 diamonds. Bridge with Music says 3-no trump and Vinny 2-no would be 6-4 spades and hearts with a maximum. Like, that makes sense. Right? I mean, if you're going to go beyond 3 of the major, you have to have some sort of special hand with extra values. And taking up extra steps to cater to a hand that, I mean, I can't imagine comes up all that often. 6 spades and 4 cards and hearts for a preempt. Most people just don't open 2 spades with those hands. Well, Declare has pulled trumps. Heart Finesse, making 10 tricks and diamonds. So, Nickel and Fleischer are going to play the last set. We could go there. How much time do we have? It doesn't say. Oh, it does say if I go into the thing. There's 5 minutes. Let me put up a quick poll. Where are the other options? Rosenthal. Rosenthal Goodman. I guess I'll also put up a poll on YouTube for people to check out. So is the USBF going to be doing streams for the remainder of the event? I wonder why they only started now. Why did they do it like just for the finals? Or are they just doing it for one day? I think it's really weird that they just started today. Normally you would want to cover an entire event. Or have they had the stream open the whole time and I just haven't realized? I guess that's possible. I would believe that. Alright, let's see what match people want to watch. Looks like the majority of people want to watch the Nickel-Fleischer match, so we'll probably do that, unless we get some more votes in. I don't think we've gotten to see any of Weinstein-Levin play. So who's playing in the other room here? We have Hurd and Bathurst against Hampson and Greco. Probably hang out at this table. Why vote when I just go with whatever YouTube wants? Well, YouTube puts in more votes than you guys. Twitch chat only votes... I mean, YouTube generally has more viewers as well. I total up the viewers. I don't just pick the YouTube poll. I tally up in each poll. There are ways to get me to watch the match that you want. Alright. So YouTube was actually 5-2 in favor of Rosenthal. And Twitch, how did you vote? 4-3 in favor of Nickel. Okay, guess we're going to Rosenthal. Just gonna pick whatever YouTube says, as usual. But we're not going to be at the Rodwell table. We're absolutely not staying at the Rodwell table. We're going to be at this table. Willenkin and Genus are against Granger and Wooldridge. Because there's no way that I'm sitting through or sleeping through Rodwell and Simpson playing. Actually, is it going to be Rodwell and Simpson? Who's playing over here? Yeah, it's Rodwell. There's just no chance. Uh-oh. Joel is late. Uh-oh. This could be a penalty in a close match like this. Dangerous. Very dangerous showing up late like this. Uh-oh. The other room is playing. Daniel asks, can I kibitz someone at this table? I mean, I could. We already kibitzed someone in the last set. I know it was a very fast segment. Do people want to kibitz? This time, just like type in chat. If you really want me to do more kibitz, we can do that. It's okay. Joel will make up for it with fast play. Better luck with that. No. Okay. Chat says no. Too late to kibitz. Alright, Granger has one club opener. We'll start there. So club pass a diamond from Joel. 2 spades from North. 1 club is 2+. Oh, do they play transfers? They might play transfers. Let's pull up some convention cards. We'll take a look. This is on, what, the Goodman team? And the Rosenthal team. They are playing... Can't really tell. One spade showing diamonds. Aha! So they are playing transfers, even though it doesn't say on their card. And this is kind of the other popular treatment of one spade. Some people play it just denies a major, some people play it shows diamonds. So 2 clubs by East. We'll see... I don't know what West does to show a game force here, but something. Maybe 2 hearts is required. To no. Asking. So what contract do we want to end up in here? Do we want to get to 6 clubs? I think so. On a non-spade lead. Actually, yeah, North didn't double one spade. That's really weird, right? These artificial bids, one of the popular treatments is to play double, just shows that suit. I mean, that's why these guys are in the losers bracket, right? They're not going to get a spade lead against 6 clubs. Doesn't matter, though. Like, let's say South leads a trump. What do we do? Nikolai says one spade takeout, showing spades and hearts. Because these showed clubs, West showed diamonds. Could be. Yeah, it could be. Is that what you like to play? I don't think I've ever talked about what to do about this, because when I played pro, this just didn't exist. So I've never had a serious discussion about what to do over these transfer responses to a club. Well, 2-0 asking, apparently 3 clubs doesn't feel like the bid that was supposed to be made with the East hand. Okay, I'm going to go back to thinking about 6 clubs on a trump lead. I don't know what the right line of play is. I mean, you could try and rough out queen third of hearts, in which case you just have a claim. And if that fails, then you can rough the 4th heart and try a spade finesse, or a diamond finesse, whichever one you feel like, which is pretty reasonable. Alternatively, you could try and rough out king third of diamonds. Or king fourth of diamonds. Yeah, I guess you can just rough out king fourth of diamonds, probably. Well, they didn't get there. They're in 3-0. Other table did get quite a bit of interference from north-south and ended up in 5 clubs. Yeah, win the trump lead, diamond to the ace, diamond rough, club to the ace, diamond rough. You just pitch once on the spades. Once clubs are 2-1. Easy enough game. It's true. They only took 11 tricks in the other room. Yep. Chat's correcting me. 6 clubs is easy on a non-spade lead. 3 no trump, also pretty easy. So 6 clubs, a spade, 2 hearts, and a diamond. Declare might end up... I mean, Declare might end up taking a diamond finesse, depending on how North discards. But he'll probably just cash out. I don't know. North has to make 5 discards on these clubs. He pitches a discouraging diamond, which could be fake. Now a heart. I think North needs to start throwing a couple of spades. Wooldridge is a pretty good player. I agree with that. Alright, South can throw a heart on this trick. And then on the next club, I guess South can pitch a diamond. And then was South pitch on the last club? Because if South throws a spade here, declare, yeah, South throws a diamond. That's probably a good discard from South. It blows a lot of over tricks if declare is willing to take the diamond finesse. North should probably just pitch a heart. That is no longer needed. Even if declare takes the heart finesse, the heart suit is blocked. So heart to the king, North pitches a diamond. Heart to the ace, North can pitch a spade. And declare has been counting, so exiting a spade is not going to work. You just have to guess the diamonds immediately. Too risky to play a diamond to the queen, maybe. But I don't know. I mean, in a close match like this, if you have the feeling that South has the diamond king here for the discards, would you play a diamond to the queen? It's for 3 over tricks. 3 extra over tricks, I mean. It won't matter if 6 clubs is bid in the other room. Nope, just diamond to the ace. Alright, 1 imp going the way of Goodman. At least this match we can talk about how close it is. 12 imps now in favor of Rosenthal. Oh my god. Well, first question, why is the other table ahead of us in the play? Second question, why are East-West all of a sudden in 4 diamonds doubled on these cards? Third question, is 4 diamonds doubled going to be the final contract? I don't know. So North opens a heart, 14 count. 2 diamond overcall. 3 diamonds? Or are we bidding 2 spades? I like supporting partner. So does Chris. 3 diamonds. Joel's ready for this one. He passes. 3 hearts by North. Oh boy. The other table has gone crazy. We'll find out what happens to them in just a minute. Matt says his 2 spades fit showing. Nope. Not at all. It would just be like a 10 count with 5 spades. Oh, North does try 4 hearts. That's an ambitious bid. The armrest on my chair just keeps falling off. I should maybe just remove it. You know, that's what I'm going to do tonight. That's going to be my do-it-yourself project for this evening. I'm just going to remove this armrest. Because I keep having to fix it and put it back in place. I don't know how to remove it, but we'll figure out a way. 5 diamonds! Uh-oh. The other tables in 4 hearts doubled. How's this gonna go? So heart ruffed, then what? Spade. I don't think this is going to confuse the defense. I think North is just going to switch to a diamond, and then South is going to win and switch back to spades. There's the diamond switch. He even plays the 6 of diamonds, suit preference. Although, I'm a little bit surprised that North played the 6 of diamonds suit preference. It's not like he has the ace or king of spades. There's no guarantee from his partner's side that it was correct to play back a spade. Like, could East have had king third instead of ace third, and then this just gives up a trick? Probably. But I guess it's better than the 2 of diamonds, which would suggest clubs. So you know what? I'm back on board with the 6 of diamonds from North. He didn't have much choice in his suit preference signal. Alright, Granger's going to try and guess the club queen. Possibly get a discard for that spade, but it's going to be too late. Which spot did South lead at trick 1? The 9 of hearts? Yeah. I know North tried to, play the ace of hearts at trick 1 to make it sound like he doesn't have all the hearts, but I don't think East is going to be all that convinced. Although, I guess South could have had King Jack 9. Though, I think most players would have led the King of Hearts at trick 1 from King Jack 9. Yeah, so it looks like Granger has picked off this club queen. Unfortunately, he's still going to lose a spade and the Queen of Diamonds. Wait, this 8 of diamonds play. You think North was going to forget to cash the spade? 4 hearts doubled down 3 went for 800. 5 diamonds doubled down 2 is a total of 15 imps. Sean Choi says, donation bar beneath South's name. I probably could. I think it's a little bit too big right now. Shrinking it, it already looks tiny to me on my screen. I'm trying not to take up too much of the screen for it. I could put donations on there. Oh, I actually can't once I've started it. I could probably reset it and rename it. I don't know, what should the title be? USBC commentary donation bar. Sure. I can do that. I think I did make an announcement about it. And I think I have announced about it a number of times, but I hear you. Looks fine. I'm not that worried about it. But maybe I'll fiddle around with it tonight while I'm destroying my chair. South is reversed. Rebid 2-0. After North showed 5 hearts with 2 hearts, game forcing. So 3-0 trump. West on lead. Spade. Low spade. So where are our tricks? We have 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, 2 spades, and 2 clubs, and this opening lead is going to give us a 3rd spade trick. Is that the plan? Diamond split as well. Guess what grew open on the north hand? It better not be Flannery. Don't you tell me. Three hearts? What match are they in? They're on Fleischer, and Fleischer is down by 50? That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So it probably just went 3 hearts past 4 hearts, or 3 hearts past 3-0. Probably 3 hearts, 3-0. Oh, 3 hearts, 4 hearts. I think I would bid 4 hearts opposite a normal 3-heart opener, but maybe if I was suspecting partner was trying to swing, I might try 3-0 with the south cards. I guess it's tough. You never really know when partner's trying to swing. Jack of spades from Wooldridge. So we duck this. South is thinking. Wooldridge will probably play another spade. So we win the 9. We cash the king. We cash the jack of hearts, and we take a club finesse into the safe hand. I mean, the only way that this goes badly is if West started with 5 hearts and the king of clubs. But Chris is going to think about it for a minute. Man, 27 imps now, after those 15 were picked up. Nine of spades. What are we doing here? What are we thinking about? Just, why have we not played the 9 of spades? Okay, Chris are frozen. So what happens if we go king of spades, jack of hearts? Alright, there's the 9 of spades. This seems necessary to me. Alright, Jack of Hearts. Take a club hook. And we make 9 tricks. Simple enough. Looks like we have effectively the same auction, same opening lead in the other room. Same line of play to the first couple of tricks. Spade to the queen and ace. Heart over, second round of hearts, and West wins the ace. So is West also going to go Jack of Spades? He does. Jack of Spades. Ducked. And another spade. So Declare is in the same position in the other room. Alright, club to the queen. Wait, West ducks? Sure. Okay. 3-no made 3. Funny guy, Joel. Ducks on a club to the queen. Alright, pass. A diamond? I don't know if South likes to open in third seat. I don't think he would open this hand in first or second, so he does open in third. Joel does not come in. Could have overcalled a spade, I guess. So a diamond and no trump. All pass. East-West never find their spade fit. We'll get a heart lead from Granger. It looks like it's barely possible for East-West to put Declare to a diamond guess. But they might not manage it. So heart lead, one with the jack. Club to the king, club to the jack. West will duck a couple rounds of clubs, win the third. And he'll see a couple of signals from his partner, so he should be able to go ace and a spade, or maybe a low spade. They can cash 4 rounds of spades, and as long as they end in the East hand, East can put a low diamond through. It's probably going to be pretty hard for Declare to guess that wrong. West would have then passed a 14 count with the diamond ace. Ace, queen of spades, ace of clubs, ace of diamonds. Pretty unlikely. Alright, club to the king, club to the jack. Granger will probably start pitching hearts. That looks like a Smith signal to me. Let's see, do they play Smith? They do. Reverse Smith. So discouraging hearts. He can probably pitch the 8 of hearts here as like a spade suit preference. I like this. I kind of like ace and a spade. This is cute. Actually, yeah, this is a really nice play by Joel. His partner told him he had the spade king, and we know from Declare's 1 no trump bid that he doesn't have 4 spades. So partner must have king third. So now we can go queen of spades, low spade, and no matter what happens, the spade suit gets unblocked. If we had gone ace of spades, low spade, and partner had king, jack, third, partner might have won the jack and then cashed the king to block the suit. And if we played a low spade and partner had king, jack, our seven of spades might have looked high. So partner might have won the jack and switched. So queen of spades was a really clever find by Joel. And there's the low diamond throw. But Declare really should not get this wrong, I don't think. Yes, West might pass a diamond with 14, but we still don't exactly know the shape. So, you know, some of these 14 counts, West would make a takeout double. If West was, 4, 3, 2, 4, for example. So that at least makes it percentage that you play the king of diamonds here, and I don't really see any reason to go against that. So this would be an over trick. Oh my god! Well, there is going to be a swing on this board, I suspect, because in the other room, Rosenberg and Grossack, so Zach on the west hand did overcall a spade, and they've gotten to 4 spades over there. Now with the king of diamonds on side, and the nice distribution and hearts 3-3, spades split, that might actually come home. So this could be a pickup for Team Rosenthal. Chris or Frozen? It would be Genisar is the one playing it. I don't think that he's frozen. Or I don't think I'm frozen. And Chris is a relatively fast player, so he probably would not have thought this long on this trick. You think Genisar is just confused? Is that his general state of mind? He still hasn't played. He played low. I mean, this is I don't know. That's not the play. Well, when no trump goes down a trick. But let's see if Zach can pull off 4 spades in the other room. It's gonna be an eternity before Rodwell makes an opening lead. Sounds good, Matt. Get some sleep. We'll be back tomorrow for some more entertainment. Glad to have you hanging out with us for a while. It was a bit of a letdown today. I mean, of course, like, it's super cool to see a team like Kaplan come through the gauntlet and win. And very happy for them, but I wish the match was closer and more exciting so that we had more stuff to talk about or look at. It felt like the players just kind of zoomed through the event today, and were just there to fill out the round. Alright, 2 clubs, 2 or more game force, 2 no trump by south, 3 no trump by north. Yeah, Shori conceded before the 8th segment started. It was like 119 or something, or 117 maybe. So there was just no way they were making that back in 15 boards. Not against Team Kaplan, the way they played throughout the entire event. They were just way too good for everyone else to deal with. This makes 4, question mark. I mean, everything basically splits. Declare is going to lose the ace of clubs, ace of spades, probably the king of diamonds. And on the way, he's going to get 3 spades, 3 clubs, 2 hearts, and 2 diamonds. Sounds like 10 tricks to me. I mean, I suppose at some point Joel and Granger could find a heart through to set up the queen-jack third of hearts. But technically, in that case, Declare could just set up the hearts and abandon the diamond suit. I don't think he would. Four does seem a pretty likely outcome. Actually, maybe 3, right? Opening diamond lead, you knock out the wrong black ace, and East ends up getting in and puts a diamond through, setting up 2 diamond tricks in West Sand. I guess there are entry problems too. Wait a second, this hand's more complicated than I originally thought. It doesn't look like it's going to matter with diamonds 4-3 and West having the ace of clubs short. So if Declare does just win the diamond queen and play 2 rounds of spades and East wins, and then plays a diamond, you can duck, win the next diamond, and knock out the club ace, and then you have entries to the north hand. But it's actually not that obvious how Declare is supposed to handle the play. Man, Chris is taking a long time. Am I frozen? No. Alright, he's decided to win the opening lead in hand. Jack of clubs. I mean, this makes things easy if you take this start to the play. I'm not sure about this line of play, though. I mean, maybe his plan is to go Jack of clubs, 10 of clubs, and if both of those get ducked... Well... Yeah, I don't know. What do you do then? I suppose you then think about it? Well, either way, Chris has picked a very lucky lie of the cards for leading the Jack of clubs at trick 2. West effectively had to go up with the ace, otherwise his ace was going to come crashing down on the next round of the suit. And now there's nothing that the defense can really do. So I guess it could potentially still only be 9 tricks because East could duck the ace of spades twice. Declare might only take 3 clubs, 2 spades, 2 diamonds, and 2 hearts. Is possible. No, I think he'll go after hearts if the jack 10 of spades get ducked 2 times, so he'll probably end up with 10. I take it all back. Man, I am getting put to sleep based on this hand. After kibitzing Finn for a full 15 boards, which were over in about 25 minutes. I don't know. Joel won the ace and has now started thinking. Maybe he didn't want to win the ace. I should have thought about that before you won the trick. Yeah, if we switch to spades, it would probably be the 7. Pretty normal from 4 small. Second highest. I mean, I could see him switching to a high heart, despite South having shown 5 in the auction. Yeah, partner could have 10 3 deuce of clubs. Partner could have 10 fifth of clubs, and declare had jack doubleton. And ducking the club would also be pretty bad. Would South duck on a high heart switch? No. South would win. They have the ace king 10 9. They would then just force out the hearts. Alright, there's the 7 of spades switch. Spade around to the ace, a diamond comes back. But now we can just top up with the ace and run all of our tricks. And West gets squeezed in the red suit. So 11 tricks. As I said, from the very beginning I predicted 11 tricks. Did you hear anything different? I don't think so. We might even just see a claim now. Not the most productive defense from East-West. Now we might be seeing a claim. I mean, there's no way Joel can be thinking at this point. You just pitch a diamond and then you pitch a heart. Or do it in the reverse order. I mean, I guess you could just pitch 2 hearts. That's probably fine. Yeah, pitching 2 hearts is probably correct. Well, now that Granger threw a diamond, I guess it doesn't matter. So Joel pitches a diamond, ace king 10 of hearts, 11 tricks. Why are we playing this out? Okay, 660. We still have no result from the other table. They do reach 3 no trump on this one, played from the south. And West actually leads a heart. South had opened a no trump and showed 4 card hearts in response to Stamen, but West didn't care. Queen of Hearts from Queen Jack third. Good opening lead against 3-0. South opens a no trump. 16 count, 5-4 in the majors. Not quite good enough to open a heart and reverse to 2 spades, so that's what he's landed on. Looks like North is transferring to diamonds, 2 no trump. South probably bids 3 clubs to say, I don't like diamonds. This is the familiar way to play 4-way transfers. Oh. Oh. North transfers to diamonds or might have both minors. So 3 diamonds is preference, diamonds to clubs. Barely. Ace doubleton, king doubleton. 3 no. It seems they've done well to avoid 4 spades, which would have no play. But how's 3 no trump gonna do? 6 diamond tricks, a spade trick, and a club trick. But now they get a second spade. So king of spades lead will go around to the ace. Declare can return a spade immediately. And in fact, with that stiff 8 falling, Declare can actually just set up enough tricks in the spade suit itself. So a pretty natural opening lead from West. His partner really never had an opportunity to show the club suit. Nine of spades comes back. I mean, I guess as West you're supposed to duck this. Safe declares brave enough to run the 9. I think the answer is no, he isn't. I'm pretty sure you just go up with the Jack of Spades and lead a heart. Like, the problem is, if East has the Ace of Hearts and West has the Ace of Clubs, you're just going to go down anyway, no matter what you do. Even if the 9 of Spades holds, East is going to discard an encouraging heart or something. And then West will win the next spade and play a heart over and get a club through. I don't think there's any way that we can make it against that lie of the cards. Although, running the 9 of Spades would help. At least it would force the defenders to do the right thing. So I think we just take our Jack of Spades. I mean, diamonds have to run. If diamonds don't run, we have no prayer. So I think we just take our Jack of Spades and play a heart to the king. And that way, if West has both of the missing aces, there's nothing they can do. If East has the Ace of Hearts and the Ace of Clubs, we're in good shape. And, you know, in the case that East has the Ace of Hearts and not the Ace of Clubs, I mean, at least you force them to hop up with it. Encouraging club from East has to feel pretty good for Declare. Heart to the king. West can win and cash a couple spades. Granger will confirm his club discard. Was encouraging. Now probably pitch something irrelevant. 10 of diamonds. So club switch from West, and that's going to be the end of it. Diamonds come home. 3 no trump bid and made. Looks like a good result for Rosenthal. 8 boards to go. So Rosenthal now up by, what, 38? Where did that come from all of a sudden? Oh, of course, it was the hand where Zach Grossack overcalled the ace queen 9/4 of spades and got to 4 spades. And he scored it up. Alright, pass a spade by Granger. He's got 17. Decides it's a little bit too good for a no trump in third seat. I'll pass. I mean, North might balance with a no trump. I could see that happening. It's very possible. Not really sure what Joel's thinking about over a third seat opener here. You don't want to get 1 no trump raised to 2 no trump with that hand. That would be terrible. So I think Joel will pass this. But man, he's thinking it over. I don't know what North's going to do. Wow! He does bid a no trump. I mean, is this going to work for them? East will raise to 2 now. They will get a heart lead, I guess, from North. Ace 10 4th. So heart lead, if we misguess at trick 1, is it just all over? It's pretty bad. Okay, North decides to lead a diamond. Diamond lead. So Declare is going to get 2 diamonds. They'll get 2 clubs. Yes. Is that it? That might be it. They'll probably get the king of spades. Uh-huh. So this is what, down 3? That doesn't feel very good. Oh my god, there's just so much bidding going on in the other room. Board 51, the previous board. Hold on, we need to look at this. Why is there so much bidding happening at this table? A diamond. Oh, it was a strong club. Okay, man, I need to like scroll up in these auctions to figure out what's happening. Strong club, a diamond. And then somehow like everything got doubled and we're in 4 spades doubled and this just has no prayer. So that will be another giant swing going the way of Team Goodman. I think this match is getting out of control. Let me check in on the nickel match. Nickel's picked up another 10, so they're up by a clean 70. Wait, is it 70? Oh, I didn't lecture. What? Oh, God. Wait. Wait. No. Okay, board 53 is going to be one we need to stick around for. I will... We'll watch it at this table, and then I'll show you what I saw from the nickel match. What is this board coming up? Oh my god. Okay, well, let's focus back in. So diamond to the king. South is looking at this dummy. I mean, I guess I'm just gonna return the 10 of diamonds. I don't know. It probably gives up a diamond trick a lot of the time. Like, Declare has Jack 4th, partner has Queen 4th. It doesn't really give up a trick, it just gives up a guess. He tries a club back, looking at the Ace Queen 3rd. He's hoping to hit his partner with a doubleton club. This is going to be less successful than he had thought. Because now Declare can go 9 of clubs from dummy, setting up an extra club trick with the Queen of Diamonds as an entry. So we're now up to 6 tricks as a Declare, if we lead up towards one of the major suit kings and guess correctly. He's thinking about playing the 9 of clubs. I mean, there's no way we make 2 no trump, right, Joel? Let's just throw in the towel. Try and score as few under tricks as possible. So 9 of clubs looks like a great way to start. They've given us a club trick. Let's set up another. Come on, didn't you hear me? The next board is thrilling. We need to get there as soon as possible. Nine of clubs. 9 of clubs. 9 of clubs. I'm just trying to call the card from dummy so that Joel will hurry up. 9 of clubs. How many did 4 spades doubled go down in the other room? On the previous board? Oh, no, you mean on... Is that really where North-South ended up? Wait a second. Hold on. Is that actually where North-South ended up on this board? They're still playing 4 spades doubled. It looks to me like Declare is going to be down 3 in 4 spades doubled. Yeah, it's down 3. So we'll end up seeing, what is that? 14 imps going the way of Rosenthal, so it's going to be 275 to 223. All of a sudden, it's 52 imps. Wasn't it like 13 at the start of the segment? Now it's 52 imps. That feels like a lot. Alright, come on, Joel. 9 of clubs. Are we frozen? Okay, we weren't frozen, but we didn't play the 9 of clubs. Spade to the 10 and jack. Unbelievable. I mean, at this point, of course we switch to hearts from North. No reason not to. You know your partner has the heart queen. Declare would have played on hearts if they had it. Up with the king. 9 of clubs. How about now? 9 of clubs. You can do it. 9 of clubs. I don't know, is it too late at this point? Should we just give up and cash out? 9 of clubs one time. Well, in the other room here, Rodwell opened a no trump, so north-south are declaring, or sorry, Rodwell opened a diamond in the second seat with the 11 count. He's not going to do it. I hope he does. Spade 6, you trying to summon a different card? That would be a pretty bad play, but I would honestly be on board. We really need to get to board 53 quickly. If they play too slowly, we might get board 53 pulled, and we cannot afford to have that happen. Nine of clubs. Should I just call out every card in the dummy? Okay. Ace of clubs. Ace of diamonds. Here, Joel, you stop me when I get to the one that you want to play. 9 of clubs. King of spades. 9 of spades. Oh my god. The Jag of Hearts. I feel so bamboozled. You're right. I feel so bamboozled. Okay, we've decided to switch back to diamonds. Ace of diamonds. Good. Good play. Ace of clubs. Ace of clubs. Ace of clubs. Are you crazy for liking the heart punt? I mean, I think the time has passed to play on clubs, but it's still okay because the ace of spades is on side. Like, if South had the ace-queen of spades, we might be in trouble here. Heart. Heart. Okay, spade is fine. Alright, 2-0 down 2. Well done. We're about to get to board 53. And I think I have never seen this distribution in my life. I'm not 100% certain of that. But I've held 9-4. I've played against Versace when he held 7-6. But I have never in my life seen or held 8-5. So here we go. The infamous board 53. People will be talking about this hand for years. I mean, look, I know exactly what Rodwell is going to do on the north hand. He's going to open 2 spades because systemically, their 2-spade opener frequently has 4 hearts with a maximum. which is exactly what he has. He has the perfect system bid for this hand. He'll open 2 spades, and he'll wonder where the auction went wrong from there. I mean, shouldn't their system be able to cater to hands like this? Alright, a spade double. Now what? Your bid, Chris. We might get to play another one of my favorite games, Natural or Exclusion. 5 diamonds? Natural or Exclusion? Serious question. Wait. Wait. You're telling me that on the hand where Joel just went down 2 and 2 no trump, North-South also went down 2 and 1 no trump at the other table? Sounds like exclusion to you. No, 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 no. Do we have to go over exclusion rules? You can only bid exclusion once trumps have been agreed upon and if it is a jump to the 5 level. These are the hard and fast rules that everyone must play for exclusion bidding. Trumps must be agreed, jump to the 5 level. Otherwise, not exclusion. Well, Granger has 4 aces that he think might be cashing. A 10 of clubs lead. Okay. Alright, this is our dummy. Thanks, Pard. Now what? East has to be confused, because he knows that 10 of clubs is a doubleton. Ace of diamonds. Queen of clubs. Time to be thankful for the lead. That's true. Yeah, we could have easily lost 4 club tricks. Alright, 3 down, 800. Oh my god. Okay, but also, we need to take a look at what's happening in the other room. Here we go. 1 spade, double, 2 clubs, diamonds, or lead directional. Yep. 3 hearts, past 4 hearts. 4 no trump? Is that our plan? We're 8-5. Our clubs are pretty bad. But man, would we hate to miss a slam and end up in 5 diamonds going down if partner just tables like ace, queen, 4th of clubs, and a stiff diamond. I guess it's impossible for us to be going down in 5 diamonds then, but if 6 clubs is making. But still, we would like to get to the club slam. What is South going to do? I am nervous for South. 5 diamonds. 5 hearts? Pass. Good bid by Zach. Easy pass with the South cards. Double by East. Now 5 hearts? Nope. Good pass by Zach. Oh my god! Stop doing this! Guys, please! No! Why is everyone leading their doubleton? Oh, you can't even get a ruff! Dude, just lead the heart! Your partner bid 4 hearts. Just lead the heart suit. Oh my god. Oh, it's killing me! Like, everyone's doing this! When is anyone ever going to learn? Alright, let's go back to the other room. I can't watch this anymore. One heart by South. 2 game-forcing diamonds showing 5. 3 diamonds by South. Apparently not showing 4 and not showing extras. 3 hearts, they have a fit. 3 spades, cupid, 3 no trump non-serious, and South was also not very serious. I am going to rant about doubleton leads every time it happens until someone changes the rules on lists. You know, it would really help if the ACBL could just, like, ban doubleton leads. That's the new law that we need implemented. We don't need to change, like, the preempts so that you can't have an outside ace. We don't need to continue shortening the list of things that qualify as a no-trump opening bid. We just need to prevent people from leading doubletons on defense. Yeah, this was 10 doubleton, and again, it immediately blew a trick. And people will, like, isolate all these incidents, and they're like, it's just one hand, you know, partner's hand could have looked like this, and this, and this, and the doubleton would have worked fine. But I think we've established, like, over the course of, like, this entire event, that doubleton leads just suck. There have been, like, 1 or 2 hands where it's been necessary and important to lead it to beat the contract. And I think all of those times I might have also been, like, somewhat leaning towards leading the doubleton. And then there have been, like, 30 or 40 hands where leading the doubleton instantly blows a trick. Alright, Jack of Spades, Rusino. Okay. Looks like 11 tricks. Queen Jack tight leads the Jack playing Rusino. Unclear if we have done this one correctly. Yeah, I don't know. I have their card pulled up. They're not playing Rusino. Okay, they're not playing Rusino. So I think the idea is that this wasn't like in partner suit or anything. Joel is treating this the same as like ace-king doubleton, where if you have ace-king doubleton and you're playing ace from ace-king, you lead the king, and then when you play the ace, your partner knows to give you a ruff. So Joel's leading this, and he plans to play the queen next to let his partner know that it's queen-jack doubleton, and to give him a ruff, which is going to be pretty ineffective on this hand. But that's why he's pausing. So let's see. Declare has the ace of spades, ace, queen, jack of hearts, nothing in clubs, nothing in diamonds. That would be an 11 count. South might have opened that. Although I know that Wilenkin doesn't like to open most 11s. But that would be a pretty good 11. So on that lie of the cards, Joel would need to switch to diamonds to beat this. It's possible. Why does the whole team spend 47 days on basic card play? Yeah, Rob needs dinner. I know, right? Well, the lunch is late enough that I'm generally, like, hungry by the time the stream ends, but I'm not, like, starving. So I have plenty of time to shut down and go get some food. I think with that hand that I came up with, 3 small diamonds, ace third of spades, ace queen jack fifth of hearts, and a small doubleton club, Wilenkin would actually have to duck the opening spade lead. And just hope that the opponents couldn't find a diamond ruff. Because to get to his 10th trick, he would need to ruff the last spade. If he just won the opening lead and pulled trumps, the defense could cash 2 spades and 2 diamonds. I mean, I know, like, in theory, he could play a club to the 10, but that would probably not be his choice for line of play. He would probably just assume a defensive error is more likely than the queen jack of clubs onside. Whoa. Wait, did Chris not realize the implications of the jack of spades followed by the queen? I guess not. Because if you know West has 2 spades, don't you want to rough the spade before your high trump is knocked out a dummy? I don't know. It wouldn't have cost here because West could not overruff the 8 of hearts in the north hand. But of course, if West had like 10 double 10 of hearts or something like that, then roughing the spade would be bad. West would rough in with the 10, and then you would have a trump loser. It's not like this was a nullo line of play. Alright. Queen of hearts. 11 tricks. Oh, I suppose it was all for an over trick anyway, right? Yeah, it didn't really... So Chris's line of play is probably fine. He was just playing for an over trick. It probably wasn't the match point best plan for making 5, but at imps it was okay. It seems safe enough for 10. Club from south. Diamond overcall. A heart. A spade. Man, we've seen that auction a lot. A club, a diamond, a heart, a spade. Support double. Okay, I take it all back. I'm actually getting really hungry right now. We got 6 boards to go. It would be funny if if South bid a no trump and West bids 2 clubs. We could just keep going. North could bid 2 diamonds, right? North has a good hand. Then could East bid 2 hearts? Yeah, East could bid 2 hearts. East has a good hand in support clubs. No, how far could we have made this happen? If South had declined the support double and bid a no trump, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, it kind of makes sense. 2 hearts, kind of makes sense. I mean, like, we're getting into territory. These aren't necessarily the best bids. I think 2 spades would be really weird from South. We probably can't justify that. Alright, 8 of diamonds lead. They get to 3 hearts. The support double is disgusting. No, see, you come from the European background where you learn that you don't have to make support doubles. We have to make support doubles. It's a requirement by law in our country to do so. There's nothing we can do. If we're dealt like a 4-3-3-3-11 count and we've opened and partnered bids a major and they overcall in our like Queen Jack doubleton or something like that, or Queen Jack third, we have to make the support double still. No way around it. This is pretty gross. Yeah, they overcall on your King, Queen, Jack, 10-4. Gotta make the support double. Nothing you can do. I am legally bound to do so. Queen of clubs switch. So how's this all going to work out for Declare? Is East potentially getting end played in spades? Schiff says, feel like that's false. Where is this regulation? I mean, didn't you read the ACBL handbook? I don't know. I think this is just a very popular thing in the US. As long as Granger saves some clubs, he's not going to get end played. But if he pitches a couple of clubs on these diamonds eventually, you know, declares going to pull some trumps and go king of diamonds diamond to knock out the queen, Granger could effectively get a spade duck to him. Frankly, it's unpatriotic not to support double. Hear, hear, my American brother. So this is what, down one? If the defense gets their act together? I think Wooldridge and Granger have been defending pretty well, generally, throughout the set. You haven't felt particularly patriotic lately? Maybe get out there and make some more support doubles, and that'll change your attitude. What is North thinking about? Like, can we please just pull trumps? Please, please, please. Oh my god. We were spoiled earlier today. We watched the Shori against Kaplan matchup, and people were playing at a sensible pace. And now all of a sudden, we're in like the senior trials down here in the lower bracket. Heart to the queen. Heart to the ace. Diamond to the king. 10 of diamonds. Do I need to go on? Alright, Granger has worked out to keep his clubs, which is a good decision. Up with the diamond queen, he pitches more spades. This makes things very easy on his partner. Joel can just continue the ace of clubs. Spade switch would be fine. Like, if Granger had pitched a club, then Joel would need to switch to spades. Alright, ace of clubs. Unblock the jack. Cash a diamond. A spade to the ace. Down one. Five boards to go. But it does look like Rosenthal has secured the victory in this one. Let me take a look at the scoreboard in the other matches. What have we got going on over there? Nickel has clobbered Fleischer. So Shori will have their pick of Wolfson, Nickel, or Rosenthal tomorrow. Did we decide who Shori was going to pick yet? We thought, like, maybe tentatively leaning towards Rosenthal. At least I did, because they already beat them. So that would leave Nickel against Wolfson. I mean, honestly, maybe you pick the team so that Nickel has the best chance to lose. Whoever you think that is. Maybe you try and find a way to get Nickel to be knocked out before you have to play them in the final. if you could manage that, that would give you a much better shot. I mean, here I am just trying to game theory my way through picking an impossible matchup to face up against. Like, me personally, I would rather pick Wolfson, I think, than Rosenthal. Because I've always had a good track record against Mexstroth, and I've also had a very good track record against Zia. So I think Berkowitz and Camel have been just down the middle. No support double? Wait, what happened? No support double. Where are we? A diamond, double, a heart. Pass, a no trump. Well, North couldn't double his partner's bid. There's nothing North could do to show support for the heart suit. Also, oh my god, East has a big hand. East had, what, the full 21 with a good 5-card suit? This spade lead was not effective. But fortunately for North-South, the diamonds don't split. So they'll get another chance to switch to hearts. 3 spades, 2 diamonds, a heart. It looks like Declare's not going to make it. Even if North-South don't find the heart switch. As long as they don't give away the club queen. Three of diamonds, Jack, 6, 7 is a confusing card to me. I mean, North definitely wants to be on lead. But I guess then, why did your partner play the Jack of Diamonds? Yeah, maybe that is a question. Well, South found the heart switch. Heart to the Jack was interesting. King of Hearts. Alright, Ace, King of Diamonds. Probably cash out the Ace, King of Spades and just get out for down 2. And this is why our no trump overcalls should be a little bit wider range. Okay, that point I'm not gonna argue. With a 21 count, you got double and bid no trump. Pitches a club in the South. Makes sense. North threw the 10 of diamonds, not the queen. Shaking my head. Alright, diamond around to the queen. Ace, King of Clubs, and a heart through. Alright. 2-0 down 2. Good defense, guys. We got 4 boards to play. I'm hoping for another 8-5. Wait, did I show you what happened in the nickel match on the 8-5? I didn't. We need to bring this up because this is important. Here we go. One table, 4 hearts doubled down 2. The other table, 5 diamonds redoubled down 3. You know what they led? The 10 of clubs. No, Steve Weinstein led the ace of diamonds. Switched to the ace of spades. Got in with the queen of diamonds. Switched to the ace of hearts. But then eventually got end played. He ran out of aces that he could stick south in hand with. So club went to the jack, ace of clubs, club. So essentially, East got end played. There was nothing to be done. Alright. Let's go back to the match that we were watching. But 5 diamonds redoubled. That happened. A diamond, a heart, a spade overcall. 2 clubs. 2 no. I think we've seen a lot of people just rebid 2 diamonds with hands like this throughout the week. Three no by North. Spade or heart? I guess spade from West. I don't really have high hopes for either of these leads working out for our side. But I'll tell you what I'm not leading. Ace from Ace Doubleton. That's not happening. So what happens on a spade lead? Declare wins the jack, diamond to the king, and club to the king? I don't know. What do you do after a diamond to the king wins? You could try a second diamond. Alright, Joel, 5 of spades. 5 of spades. 5 of spades. I could start suggesting other cards, too. 2 of hearts. 8 of clubs. We're gonna hit upon the right opening lead soon, I promise. But 5 of spades. Okay, 2 of hearts. I mean, I guess we now just start banging down the king, queen of diamonds. Win the queen, king of diamonds. So we got 2 hearts, we got 2 spades. If we can get 5 diamonds, that's enough, obviously. If we only have 4 diamonds, we'll need a club. But that seems okay. Alright, king of diamonds. King of diamonds. I feel like I'm a cheerleader. King of diamonds. King of diamonds. You can do it. Let's go, Lincoln. King of diamonds. I mean, nothing else makes sense. Alright. King of diamonds. He could lead the queen. You know what? You're right. He could just lead the queen instead of the king. So diamond around to the ace. King of hearts, I guess, right? Well, except that Granger played the 9 at trick 1. So that's not good. So what happens from Joel's perspective if we switch to spades? Declare wins. I mean, we're going to need partner to have jack third of diamonds to beat this thing. We switch to spades. Let's say partner has jack third. Declare wins the king. Plays a diamond to our partner's hand. A spade comes back. Yeah, so I mean a spade switch is just obvious and automatic here, right? This is not really a question. Now can he lead his doubleton? Sure. Yeah, middle of hand, if it looks like the right thing to do, you can lead the doubleton. But I just hate when people are like, oh, I'm just gonna like lead my small doubleton, and dummy hits with like king jack 10 fifth and Declare has like ace third, and you're like, well, there was nothing I could do. I mean, Declare just pulled trumps and took the club finesse. Yeah, at trick 1 to pick off partner's queen third in the suit. Alright, there's the spade switch. He worked out that that's basically the only way to beat it. Partner needs to have jack third of spades, because then and jack third of diamonds. Then Declare could either win the ace and cut himself off from dummy completely, or win the king, diamond to the 10, partner would win, knock out the ace of spades, Declare runs diamonds, but then we have the ace of clubs and a bunch of spade winners. And Declare's ace of hearts gets stranded. And if Declare cashed the ace of hearts before, then that would set up our king jack fourth. So partner would get in with the jack of diamonds and play a heart through, not a spade. Hopefully. But not today. So Chris gets to win the jack of spades. I think he just has 9 tricks, right? You win the jack of spades. Let's say you lose a diamond trick. So let's say you like play a diamond to the 10 and it loses. What do the defense do? They'll play back a spade. So you win the ace. You run all the diamonds. And then we play... Well, I mean, he can do it on this lie of the cards. I'm trying to figure out if he can do it always. But he could do it on this lie of the cards by exiting the queen of clubs from dummy at the end of play. I mean, now that he's picked up the diamonds, there's no problem whatsoever. He's got at least 4 more diamonds, the ace of spades, and a club trick. And I think he should be able to stepping stone west to get back to some of his major suit winners in hand. We can run the diamonds pitching all 4 hearts, or pitching all 3 hearts, small hearts, from hand. Cash the spade ace, and then, depending on what West discards, we might have enough information to play for the stepping stone, but it looks like he should be able to lead the queen of clubs, and he might not even need to know what West's shape is. That's probably just the best play. Queen of clubs. If West wins, then the king of clubs is an entry to the ace of hearts and king of spades. And if West ducks, then we play another club, and now West is out of clubs. Yeah, so 11 tricks probably should happen from here. Huh. Well, he didn't find it. He did not find it. I'll put it that way. Absolutely did not find it. But now East is actually unplayed for 10 tricks. East can't play back a club. That would score the 7 of clubs. If East plays back a major suit, then declares hand is high. This was fine. So he missed out on the over trick. This is why they're in the loser's bracket. I'm just going to keep bringing that up. Alright, Granger with 15. Opens a club. 2+. Pass by South. I forgot, are we transfers over a club? I think we were, right? So Joel can bid a diamond, showing 4 more hearts. North will bid a spade, despite having 17. I think the hand's just not good enough to double and bid spades. Alright, 2 clubs from Granger, or 3 clubs? The ace-jack fourth hasn't become a terrible liability. You want to encourage partner to ask about a spade stopper with 3 spades, I think. There's 3 clubs. Good bid. Pass, 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 maybe? I mean, unless West feels like he needs to swing, in which case he'll probably take another call. He probably suspects that this set is not going well and he's going to need a swing. Yeah, I could see West trying something over 3 clubs. I can actually see them getting to 4 hearts. I think if West tried 3 diamonds or something, East would bid 3 hearts and West might bid 4 hearts. Alright, well, they're in 3 clubs. This looks like a pretty safe contract. And Declare just has 6 clubs, 2 hearts, and the ace of spades. Should make at least 1 over trick from here. Now, after a heart lead, Declare should be able to ruff a couple spades, up with the ace, spade to the ace, spade ruff, heart to the king, spade ruff. It looks like eventually he'll lose a spade, a diamond, and possibly 2 clubs. South's 9 of clubs might get promoted. So like spade ruff, heart ruff. If Declare goes ace of clubs, queen of clubs, North wins, cashes a diamond, gets a count signal, cashes the king of spades, and then puts the 5th round of spades on the table. The 9 of clubs gets promoted. But that'll still be 9 tricks for Declare. So, plus score, but not the one that East-West were hoping for. I mean, 3 no-trump would have made. King of clubs on side. Declare just has 6 clubs and 3 aces, basically. Ace, king of hearts, ace of spades. The queen 6th of diamonds is enough protection to stop the suit. Yeah, Will says it could be right to play ace of clubs, small club. You would be able to pick off this king doubleton in that way. That would prevent the trump promotion. I don't think Granger is that worried about the overtrick here, but I agree. That is definitely a consideration. it always feels really good if you do that and it works. You know, you're in one of these spots where, like, you have king, queen, like 10, 8, 6 opposite a singleton, and they have to, like, pull dummies trump, so they lead low from ace doubleton, and you hop up with the king and then exit a low one, and you don't get a trump promotion, and you also pick off the ace doubleton on side. I always find that feels really good. Pass from south. 1 and no trumps from west. Or heart. They're 14 to 16 in this seat. So I guess a heart hand's probably too good for 14 to 16. 2 clubs from Granger. Game Force. 2 or more clubs. 2 diamonds from west. 2 hearts from east. Is this a slam alert? I assume it is at this state of the match, even though Rosenthal's already won the match because of whatever's been going on in the other room. But yeah, I think East-West probably will go searching for a slam. And they might end up making it. You need to pick off that jack of diamonds. You need to pick off one of the black suit finesses. Alright, so what do we do with the west hand? 2 no trump. 2-5-4-2 shape, usually. It's kind of tough to find some of these slams, but East makes a good 3 heart bid, kind of marking time. If all partner can do is bid 4 hearts, or even if all partner can do is make a non-serious try, East will probably sign off in 4 hearts. But West has some serious slam interest over there. 4 clubs. It's time to go. 4 diamonds. 4 hearts, 4 no. 3 key cards. Ask about the queen. Yes, and the club king, I get maybe, question mark. Who knows if the club king has already been shown. I mean, he said usually 2-5-4-2. But then East will stick it in 6 hearts because of partner's serious Cupid. I mean, the 4 diamond bid implied a spade control, but this is a hand that doesn't want to be bidding key card. The cards you care about are what? The king, queen of spades, or ace whatever of spades. The king, queen of diamonds. So yeah, Joel has made his serious Cupid, his partner's Cupid back, and now Joel is happy to sign off in 4 hearts, feeling like he showed his hand. If his partner can't bid key card, then so be it. But if all his partner needs for a slam is a bunch of key cards, that's what Joel's got. He would prefer to be responding rather than asking. So Granger should bid key card here, hearing his partner's serious slam try because he has extras. He has a 15 count. I know his hand is garbage for slam, but you know, opposite a serious slam try, unless you have the worst possible hand, you probably shouldn't mess around. Well, Lincoln doubles 4 spades. This might make East nervous. Oh man, I think this double kept them out of the slam. Now, I think it's also possible that even if they get to the slam, they're going to misread the spade position, unless North leads the ace of spades. Actually, maybe they won't. If North leads a low spade, of course they're going to play South for the ace. But if North leads... Like, let's say North leads a trump for some reason, which I don't think they will. There's only one reason why North wouldn't lead a spade, and that's because they have the ace. So I think Declare would guess the spades, or might even take the club finesse at that point. Then it would be all about that jack of diamonds. Well, this is certainly awkward. I did not see the double by South coming. I was so focused on the East-West bidding. I mean, I don't know how many people would double on the South cards. That seems like a bid that's trying to pick off your own queen. Pass, concerned about spades. Pass. Granger's also going to be concerned about spades. So he'll just bid 5 hearts, I assume. And Genisar needs to lead a low spade in tempo, which could happen anytime between now and midnight. The pace of play has been, like, fine at this table, honestly. But we were really spoiled earlier by the Shori versus Kaplan match. Alright, there's the 5 heart sign-off. Granger is, of course, terrified after the double. Joel's, like, looking around to see who bid the no trump. Alright, what suits his partner bid? Partner could play in a club slam. How do I feel about that? I mean, 6 hearts is Jones cold from either side. Yeah, unfortunately, the diamond slam, West bid 2 diamonds first. So there's just no slam that West can bid. And he's probably got to respect partners. Sign off in 5 hearts. Wait, why? There's a pass card on the tray? Oh, yeah, no. We're at his turn. Pass was from the previous round. Yeah, I mean, realistically on this auction, if North leads the 10 or 9 of spades at trick 1, Declare is just going to go wrong. And then 5 hearts could even go down. Yeah, this is wild. I mean, like, in 5 hearts, you could show up squeeze North in spades and clubs, but why would you? South is expected to have spade length. So, in 5 hearts, you might, like, rough out the spade suit, and I don't know what the plan would be. Because the double squeeze doesn't work with South sitting over Dummy's 4th spade. 5 hearts shouldn't go down. That's true. I don't think 5 hearts will go down. Wait, this isn't true. South might... No, it is. Okay. Here's super expert inference here in the play. I mean, meanwhile, Joel hasn't bid over 5 hearts, and, like, I think if he bids over 5 hearts and they get to a slam, whether or not it makes, there's just going to be a director call. Because this was a slow 5 hearts. Slowish. Once we find out that South has the queen of spades but not the ace, which I guess we will. Oh, actually, 5 hearts would never go down, right? We always lead a spade up towards the king later. 5 no? Whoa. Partner's not even declaring the no trump. Whoa! What just happened? There's the 10 of spades. Alright. I mean, we stick in the jack. So I was going to say 5 hearts probably wouldn't go down because we would be able to lead a spade up to the king. But we can't now that we're playing a no trump. So he might have found the only contract that goes down. But here's the inference, right? We run all of our tricks, okay? And even if we cash all the diamonds, South is going to get squeezed down to a doubleton club, is what's going to happen. Oh, but that's not true. We can't duck a second spade. Oh my god! I don't know if we make this. I guess we probably do, right? We probably do. Let me make my point, okay? If we were able to find out that South doubled 4 spades with just queen third of spades, there would be restricted choice on who to play for the queen of clubs. So if we did squeeze South in the minors somehow, and it was relevant, which I guess it can't be on this hand because it would just lead a spade up to the king, then it's very unlikely that South would double 4 spades, holding the queen third in both black suits. Because then they would be okay with either black suit lead. So it would be a lot more reasonable for South to be queen third of spades and nothing else. And therefore we should take the club finesse. Well, anyway. It's the 4 spade slam try. This was key card. There was nothing they could do. They just had to bid 4 spades key card. A failure of kickback. Someone can psych a double of kickback, and that makes you scared and run away from your cold slam. Sorry, Jones cold slam. Alright, Declare has pulled trumps. We're in 5 now. Now what? It's just so hard for this to go wrong. You know, okay, I think he is going to make it. See, here's what's going to happen. He's going to cash another heart, pitching another spade. He's then going to cash 3 diamonds and find out that South is still holding on to the jack of diamonds and the ace of spades in the endgame, right? And so, therefore, South can only have 1 club in the 3-card ending. Oh, but South could still get squeezed out of that club. No, this could be a triple squeeze. Oh my god. This is... I think he's going... But wait. No. Because he probably wants to play this as like a strip squeeze, right? He's going to pitch a spade here. And then the plan is to cash 3 diamonds. If something bad happens, then we find out who has the 4th diamond. And assuming it's North, which is more likely, we try and get a count on the spade suit, and then cash the king of clubs and exit a spade, and South is then played into leading into the ace-jack of clubs. Right? That's the idea. I mean, of course, South would not give us that option. South would pitch down to queen and a club and force us to guess. But that's what would happen. The other table got to 6 no trump and made it? What? What? How did that even happen? Oh. Right, I forgot. The Grossack-Rosenberg partnership obviously haven't filled out a convention card, so they just jumped to 6 no trump after a 4-club Q-bid. Everyone says 6-no makes. But this just isn't true. Declare needs tricks somewhere. What? Okay, no, we have to look at this hand afterwards. Hold on. What happened? Declare made 5 no trump. No. First off the auction. A heart, a spade. Wait, Michael Rosenberg hasn't learned that you're supposed to bid 2 clubs with this hand? Naughty. 2 no trump. More like 17 to 18, never 19, maybe good 16. Nice alert, Zach. 3 hearts, 4 clubs cubed. So not only did West upgrade his 16 count into like a 2-no rebid, but then he made a serious slam try over partner's 3 heart bid. Wonderful. Michael just bids 6 no trump. Alright, we get a heart lead. Passive. To the king. Alright, we lead a spade at trick 2. Reasonable. To the jack. Yep. Now what's your suggestion for how Declare was planning to make this contract? Well, Simpson made things very easy by switching to diamonds. So this gave Declare 4 diamond tricks, and now when he runs the red suits, North gets show-up squeezed in spades and clubs. So the queen of clubs pops up and Declare claims his 6 no trump. Easy game. Alright, well played by Rosenthal there. Rosenthal has won this segment 75-3 so far. 75-3. That's like a Kaplan scoreline, I gotta tell ya. What was the 5 of diamonds? I mean, I'm sure he took his, like, 15-minute think before he found the 5 of diamonds switch. He was thinking about something really deep. So last board of the match, Rosenthal crushed. Declare has some diamond losers, huh? Well, time to rough our diamond losers. You're 100% baffled by it? I mean, look, that's why he's hiring. I mean, that... He was just leading 4th best from his longest and strongest. What don't you understand? I guess North's supposed to play another club here? At least it wasn't a doubleton. Here. So are we going to find out who was drawn for tomorrow? Let me see if the USBF site has it. Bracket picture. Let's take a look. Nope, they haven't filled it in yet on their site, it looks like. I looked at, there's like, Goodman has a substantial time penalty in this match, which is not accounted for in the scoreboard, I don't think. So that must be in this... Wait, could it possibly be in this set? They're both on the last hand. That would be very weird if they got a time penalty on this board. But okay. Congrats to all of the higher seeds who made it through their losers bracket matchups. Nickel over Fleischer. Rosenthal over Goodman. and Wolfson over Bailey. So they'll be thrown in with Shorey tomorrow. Ace of Spades. Queen of Spades. Well, looks like Declare has the rest. 10 tricks, 6 imps to Goodman. Congrats to Rosenthal. These were the scores of all the matches today, so Wolfson got a withdraw. They're going to be fresh. Oh, maybe that's also worth considering for Team Shorey, that Wolfson has also sat out the 8th segment. And so maybe for that reason you would rather pick Rosenthal as well. I mean, although both Rosenthal and Goodman ended up sitting out the 8th segment based on that scoreline, I can be pretty confident that they are not going to pick Nickel. Who do I think Nickel would more likely lose to between these teams? Definitely Wolfson. I think Nickel would much more likely lose to Wolfson than Rosenthal. But anything could happen. Okay, that's going to wrap up stream today. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. We will be back tomorrow for the start of play for the Losers Bracket semifinals. And we'll figure out which team to watch. Should be a fun time. Thanks for hanging out. See ya.